Chapter 1341. Although the Western sect has only sent out a golden-winged roc, there might be others coveting it. As the saying goes, a slight move will affect the entire body. When the time comes, we will have to move even if we don't want to. He said, let's not make a move on Xianglu's side. The Demon Emperor was silent for a moment before saying, that's good too. Xianglu is now in their preset bait. They probably won't kill him immediately. Let's not make a move for 3 days first. I hope he can survive this. Before he could give the order, he heard another spatial tear. Report. Speak. The great sage of the northern land, Jianghu, was killed by the Randang Buddha. He died and his Tao disappeared. The million demons under the great sage of Jianghu were all converted by the Randang Buddha. The Demon Emperor slapped the dragon table. The Western sect is going too far. Don't be impatient. The Demon Empress said calmly, that Randang is an ancient Buddha of the Western sect. He has a respected status. If he attacked, I'm afraid he wouldn't just do that. Report. There was another sound of space being torn apart. In the Hengduan mountain range west of Thunder Eagle City, a blood river surged and poured into Thunder Eagle City. The Azura race has made a large move. The Demon Master is fighting the Patriarch of the Nether River. For the time being there is no victor. However, the Blood River has already been established. The situation is not optimistic. Another one. The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered and became more and more dangerous. However, there was also a hint of gloating. Ignoring the other places, the Underworld River in Thunder Eagle City was definitely in big trouble. Because Donghuang Tai had just gone over. According to the time, he should be there now. Why don't we always say that luck is also a part of strength? This time Mingi's luck is very bad. The Demon Emperor sighed and heaved a rare sigh of relief. What? The Demon Empress asked curiously. Because of a karma, Tai went to Thunder Eagle City. According to the time, it was when Mingi and Kunpeng just started fighting. Mingi fought Kunpeng and Tai at the same time. It's not surprising that he was eliminated early in this calamity. The Demon Emperor sneered, fate, it really is fate. The Demon Empress expression also relaxed. What a coincidence. Why did second brother think of running to such a remote place at this time? There's a reason for this and it's really a lucky hit. Renjing said he found it over there. When Monster Emperor Jun spoke of this matter, even he himself felt that it was a matter of fate. It just so happened that strange news came from the other side. The key to this must be a special case involving one of the three of them. Then, Tai went over and there came the news that the Sticks had launched a large-scale attack. It had to be said that all of this was too coincidental that even if they had discussed it in advance, it would have been difficult to reach such a seamless state. Royal bloodline? Demon Empress Shiha muttered to herself and couldn't help but frown. Her thoughts instantly wandered to another direction. Why would a new royal bloodline appear? Little Nine spoke of the purest royal bloodline. Could Little Nine have sensed wrongly? What kind of big matter is this? Little Nine has always been steady. If he didn't have full confidence, why would he send the news back so hastily? Your Majesty, how could you forget that the so-called purest royal bloodline is actually the purest three-legged golden crow bloodline? Even if you or second brother fooled around outside and left behind a pearl in the sea, it would still be difficult to have the purest golden crow bloodline. Only our direct descendants can have the purest golden crow bloodline. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Demon Empress Shiha's eyes. Your Majesty, do you think that little Seven has returned? The Demon Emperor sighed and reached out to pull his wife into his arms. He said in a low voice, of course I want little Seven to return, but little Seven has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. All these years you and I have searched high and low, but we haven't even found a trace of his scattered soul. I know what you're thinking, but I'm afraid that's impossible. The Demon Empress closed her eyes and forced a smile. I always feel that no news is good news. I'm not willing to let go of that little bit of hope. Today's matter is strange, so I said it casually, causing your Majesty and me to worry again. The husband and wife snuggled up to each other. Although the Demon Empress appeared to have calmed down, how could the Demon Emperor not know his wife's situation? As strong as she was, it was rare for her to be so weak in his arms. Now, it proved that his wife's heart still hadn't let go. It's been so many years. If you can let go, then let go, the Demon Emperor said softly. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already let go or forgotten. The Demon Empress said indifferently. But a mother will never forget her own son. How can she let go if she doesn't close her eyes in peace? A cold light flashed in her phoenix eyes. I still can't forget about Little Seven's past. There's something fishy about it. Little Seven has always been obedient. Why would he enter the Chaos Realm so rashly? He must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances and was forced to enter. What was the scheme behind it? Taking a step back, Her Majesty Empress Enviwa had already predicted that Little Seven would have a predestined fate. She specially bestowed the Wuhuang sword to protect Little Seven. Even if something happened to him, the Wuhuang sword could send a message back. However, even the psychic Wuhuang sword didn't send any message back. The Wuhuang sword is a psychic divine item that accompanied Her Majesty Empress Enviwa to mend the heavens. Its providence is even higher than Little Seven's, and it's not something that ordinary people can suppress. Except for a few saints who can suppress such a monstrous providence. The case back then was full of doubts. It was because it was difficult to conclude the case that I had this hope. If Little Seven really died, how can you and I, as parents, not seek justice for our son? The Demon Emperor sighed and said, "We must seek justice for them. Second brother and I have discussed this matter countless times. Don't worry. The heavenly Tao will reincarnate. When the time comes to settle the score, no one will be able to escape." A cold light flickered in the Demon Emperor's eyes. He concealed the heavenly secrets with one hand and confused the three of us with the other. He set up such a monstrous trap just to kill Little Seven? The backup plan must be related to the demon court. I just don't know why he stopped halfway. Just as they were talking. Report. There was another sound. The Demon Emperor frowned and could not suppress his anger. What is it? In the place where our race and the demon race are fighting, the demon race has counterattacked. Not only did the evil dragon and dark phoenix appear to help, but the god-slaying spear also entered the battle and started a massacre. The Demon Emperor was stunned when he heard that. Now that even the demon race had begun to counterattack, wouldn't the demon race be surrounded by enemies from all sides? Orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 princes will lead the demon gods to battle. Once Luoho appears, the entire army will retreat and lure Luoho into the demon court. Yes. The Demon Emperor had already lost his composure. He was flustered and exasperated. He grabbed the void with one hand, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent flowed all over his body, as if it was about to soar into the sky and fill the world. Obviously, after receiving repeated reports, this demon race emperor who had always been calm, could no longer suppress his violent emotions. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent the frustration in his heart. After wandering in the starry sky of the outer domain for so many years, he had just returned and encountered such a thing. How could he endure it? Am I a soft persimmon that can be picked out and pinched by anyone who isn't a human or not? What a bastard. Just as he was infuriated, he felt a warmth in his hand. It was the Demon Empress' small hand that was holding his large hand, and her other small hand gently took the sword in his hand. She said softly, "You can't be angry and you can't panic. Now that the calamity has begun again, the heavenly secrets have been mixed up, and our race is facing enemies from all sides. Perhaps the current situation is intentional, waiting for you to fight in anger. It's rare for you to be calm. At a time like this, even if corpses are everywhere, you, the Demon Emperor, have to sit still and calm down. If you panic, then the entire demon race will not have a backbone to speak of. As long as you are still here and the He Tu and Luo Shu suppresses the destiny, the demon race will always exist. But if you are no longer here, the destiny will be snatched away, and the demon race will be completely finished." During the calamity, destiny was plundered. Now that our demon race has returned, our destiny is the strongest. Naturally, we are the targets to be plundered. No matter how the Demon Emperor arranges, no matter how much pressure the demon race exerts, their first target will always be you. It must be you. The Demon Empress Shihi was unprecedentedly calm. She said calmly, "Go back to your throne and don't go anywhere. Even if there are bad news, you have to stay calm. During this period, I will accompany you to guard the mountains and rivers." The Demon Emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the He Tu and Luo Shu left his hand and landed on the towering Fusang Divine Tree outside the window. In a flash, the unstoppable Great Sun True Flame rose from the Fusang Divine Tree. It shone brightly and shot up to the 9 levels of heaven. After a long time, it hung upside down from the sky. The legendary Hunyuan River Formation and Heavenly Cycle Star Formation were both activated, and their unparalleled power was ready to be unleashed. The universe collapsed and the heaven and earth hung upside down. I would like to see who is plotting against our demon race. At the same time. Thunder Eagle City. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were chatting with Yang Renjing's guard. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Previously, Yang Renjing had tried to find out about the origins of Zhuoxiaoduo and his wife. Now, it was Zhuoxiaoduo's turn to find out about the upper echelons of the demon race from the people around Yang Renjing. However, in view of Yang Renjing's humility, the demon saint beside him, the red-crowned demon saint, was not easy to talk to at first. After all, he was a zenith heavenly realm cultivator. He did not think much of the tiger demon couple who were only at the mystic realm. However, the red-crowned demon sage remembered that these two demons were the crown prince's guests, and Zhuoxiaoduo had thrown away his face to receive them, so he finally gave them some face. Then he learned that these two loved to listen to old stories, so the great demon simply opened his mouth and boasted a good deal. Although he said that he was boasting, he was actually not talking nonsense. This was because an old fellow like him had experienced too many things. He casually talked about ancient secrets and mysterious legends. Chapter 1342. It should be because very few people were willing to listen to their stories. Therefore, although the Red Summit demon sage was unwilling and impatient at the beginning, he didn't know where to start. Many memories were fermenting in his heart. Since it was rare for someone to be willing to listen, he might as well tell them to his heart's content that the Red Summit demon sage's stories were mostly self-centered bragging. Most of them were exaggerated. However, in the process of his narration he mentioned many names, deeds of many great demons, weapons and cultivation bases. Everything he said was true and not without reason. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian tried their best to remember, trying to find something useful from these clues. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed that Li Chenglong wasn't here. He was an expert in organizing information and gathering. He could achieve twice the result with half the effort. He and Zhuoxiaonian could only bury their heads in memory. They didn't gain much. This Black Cloud's great deity is so powerful? He can actually... Shouldn't this black tortoise saint be rather clumsy? He can actually move as if he's flying, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Cough cough. I misunderstood. Aren't there 365 demon gods under the demon emperor? What did you say just now? Oh, I'm ignorant. I only heard about it from others. Lord Red Summit is indeed awesome. Wow, you can even do that. Although Zhuoxiaoduo took the opportunity to ask a variety of questions, they weren't disgusting. Especially the timing of the questions, they were all perfect. It greatly encouraged the Red Summit demon sage to talk. The more the Red Summit demon sage talked, the more excited he became. For a moment he recalled the past. Now that he recalled it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy and the indifference of a bystander. However, the blood in his heart was surging more and more as he talked. Back then, we 48 demon gods laid down the incomplete demon god formation to fight against the Dipankara Buddha of the Western sect. That battle was so dangerous that, when we were unprepared, the Dipankara Buddha suddenly appeared in front of us. 36 sea-suppressing pearls instantly turned into 36 seas and fell from the sky. It was so vast that the land was. The demon sage's voice was distant as he spoke of the most dangerous battle of his life. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian listened attentively. At this moment, that red-topped demon sage was stunned for a moment and didn't finish his words. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian also faintly felt that the ground beneath their feet was shaking strangely. It felt like waves on a calm lake. However, how could the thick earth give off the feeling of slight undulations? Immediately after, a faint smell of blood faintly spread out, and a boundless murderous aura arrived at the red apex demon saint's eyes revealed a look of vigilance. His eyes slowly turned and he suddenly roared, "Oh no, it's the blood river." He stretched out his hand and swept up Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian. The moment he rose into the air, he returned to his original form. He was a huge white crane with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Just as the red-topped demon sage soared into the air, there was a soft boom, and an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zhuoxiaoduo subconsciously looked down and saw that the entire Thunder Eagle city had turned into a sea of blood. Usually, the so-called foul wind and bloody rain, the sea of blood and the sea of blood were just a metaphor. At this moment, it was really devouring living beings in front of the sea of blood. Countless demons were struggling and screaming in the sea of blood. Their skin, flesh and bones were being melted bit by the boundless sea of blood. Those with weaker cultivations were completely melted away in an instant, not even leaving behind a corpse. Looking around, the entire Thunder Eagle city, including the surrounding thousands of kilometers, was filled with a sea of blood that was wreaking havoc. After a while, countless ferocious creatures appeared from the sea of blood. All kinds of tentacles dragged countless struggling demons into the depths of the sea of blood. That there were also countless monsters that rose from the sea of blood with weapons in their hands. With a rumbling sound, a tragic battle immediately began. Countless demons used their divine abilities and fought fiercely with the sea of blood creatures that appeared. The Azura is attacking. Defend against the enemy. The Thunderhawk City Master, Thunderhawk King Lei Shan, even led a group of tens of thousands of Thunderhawks, flying over in a black mass with an extremely great momentum. However, just as the Thunder Eagles arrived at the battlefield, before they could really enter the battle, they saw two bolts of lightning descend from the sky, sweeping through everything. Two sharp sword beams, one on the left and one on the right, one dark and one dark, swept past. Swoosh. It was just a sound, but it was so intense that it tore the eardrums of countless demons. The tens of thousands of Thunderhawks that covered the sky were suddenly ambushed. Screams of agony rang out one after another. At least 7,000 to 8,000 Thunderhawks were slashed by the sharp sword light and were split in half from the middle. A large amount of blood rained down like a waterfall, and the remnant bodies fell into the underground blood river and were drowned. Under the sudden attack of the two terrifying sword beams, the Kudo Thunder Eagles were instantly annihilated. Even their essence souls did not escape. The remnant bodies that fell into the sea of blood were dragged and devoured by countless sea of blood creatures. Lei Shan saw the heavy casualties on his side, and his eyes were about to split open. He roared, and his body shook in the sky, turning into a giant sword and colliding with one of the sword beams. "I'll fight you to the death." His courage was commendable, but his strength was not. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Amidst his screams, blood splattered all over the sky, and he staggered back in the air, shouting in panic, "It's the Yuan Killer Sword. It's the Nether River Patriarch himself." As the sword forced Lei Shan back, the brilliance of the two sword beams became even more intense. With a circle and a cross, hundreds of Thunder Eagles were split in half, and they fell down with screams. Lei Shan roared, "Nether River Patriarch, you're the leader of a sect, but you suddenly launched a sneak attack on the younger generation. What kind of hero are you?" The void in front of them shook, and an old man in red clothes suddenly appeared. His eyes were malicious, and he looked at Lei Shan, saying indifferently, "You mean you want to fight me head-on? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Lei Shan screamed and retreated like lightning. Just now he had almost died on the spot. Lei Shan did not dare to act rashly. The other party waved his hand, and the two long swords seemed to be completely unrestricted by time and space. With a swoosh, the moment the sword light flashed, it had already pierced through Lei Shan's chest. Everything seemed to be so logical, so natural and smooth. A scream rang out. Lei Shan was seriously injured again. He tried his best to retreat, and his mind was almost in chaos. His remaining consciousness told him that the two swords had the effect of damaging the soul, and one of the swords had penetrated his monster core. He could only complain in his heart. "I knew that encountering Zhuyan was not a good thing. Now sure enough, I'm going to die." Just as Lei Shan was in imminent danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. "I'm here, Nether River, don't be presumptuous." In midair, a huge sun suddenly rose up and attacked the red-robed old man fiercely. The one who attacked was the ninth prince, Renjing. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose wildly with the ninth prince's attack. Even the blood sea below was evaporated into a blood-red mist that rose into the sky like billowing smoke. In the blazing sun in the sky, an extremely handsome three-legged golden crow strode with its head held high. Its two eyes looked coldly at the Nether River old ancestor in the distant sky. Following that, there were countless golden rays of the blazing sun flying wildly, constantly colliding with the two swords. Yang Renjing's grand blazing sun kept retreating with the crazy collision. The blazing grand blazing true fire became more and more blazing, and the golden rays of the blazing sun were countless, but it still could not stop the Nether River double swords. In just one exchange he had been forced to retreat, and it was difficult to maintain. Further away, thunder rumbled in the sky again, and a Kunping appeared with a world-shaking posture. Its eyes were like thunder and lightning as it stared at a certain direction in the eastern sky. It shouted, "Nether River, I'm here." Before its voice died away, it also rushed over. All the waves of the blood river along the way disappeared the moment the Kunping flew past. It was like a whale swallowing the sea. It was the unique ability of the Kunping Demon Master. As long as he swallowed any Dharma treasure in the world, it could be turned into his own combat power. It was even more powerful than the Tao Tai's innate ability of swallowing the world. The Kunping Demon Master never boasted about any Dharma treasure, because it itself was the biggest and strongest Dharma treasure. As long as he had the chance and time, he could even swallow Khanate spiritual treasures. The Nether River Old Ancestor raised his sword and sent the ninth prince, Yang Renjing, flying thousands of miles away. The other sword slashed the red-topped demon sage, who rushed over to help, until he was drenched in blood and instantly retreated hundreds of miles. Under Zhuxiaoduo's shocked gaze, the Nether River laughed wildly. Suddenly, a red gourd appeared in the sky. He turned upside down in the sky and formed the mouth of the gourd, facing the demons, and shouted, "Souls return!" With a buzzing sound, more than 1,000,000 demonic souls instantly soared into the sky above the blood sea and converged into a long river. No matter how they struggled or howled, it was useless. They all surged into the gourd. The sky suddenly darkened. Countless demons were suddenly dumbfounded when the suction force of the gourd appeared. Starting from the weakest ones, their souls were scattered and their bodies fell into the blood river. Fourth brother. A childish voice came from nowhere, but the red gourd that was swallowing everything suddenly trembled and stopped swallowing. The Nether River Old Ancestor's eyes almost popped out. "What's wrong with you? Why did he suddenly freeze up all of a sudden?" Whoosh. The Kunping Demon Master had already arrived in front of the Nether River. "Suck!" Mingi shouted. The red gourd suddenly shot out a beam of red light that covered Kunpeng. "You want to use this gourd to catch me? Nether River, the older you get, the more childish you become." The Kunpeng laughed wildly, and his already huge body grew bigger again. With a muffled bang, the red light was shattered by the Kunping Demon Master's powerful charge. The entire space trembled as a sound similar to glass shattering echoed out. The surrounding space within a radius of several hundred miles shattered and reassembled. The Kunping waved his hand and a long spear appeared in his hand. He came to the front of the Kunping at lightning speed and thrust his spear. Clang! The Kunping Demon Master held a sword in each hand and closed the door with a cross-shaped flower. He had already blocked the Kunping's spear, and two beams of sword light counterattacked like a volcanic eruption. Killing Yuan and Avicii, breaking life and eliminating sin, not tainting karma. Not falling calamity. Chapter 1343. Mingi and the Kunping Demon Master were already engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan, who had been casually arranged by the red-topped demon sage, had already quietly hidden in the void nearby to watch the battle. With their cultivation levels, they could not help but tremble when they saw such a fierce battle. What kind of godly combat power is this? I thought I was invincible, but now it seems I'm just a fart. However, the moment the red gourd appeared, Bai and Jiao suddenly showed an unprecedented state of excitement. They were ready to rush out. "Damn it, don't rush." Zhuxiaoduo was shocked and hurriedly stopped them. "Oh my god, if the two of you rush out so rashly, I'm afraid the two of us will really die here. That would be like giving away treasures to the two mighty figures in front of us." It was definitely impossible for them to rush out and play the hero. That would not be in line with Zhuxiaoduo's character setting. However, just watching them like this was also not in line with Zhuxiaoduo's character setting. The way that was in line with Zhuxiaoduo's character setting was naturally to quietly open the space ring and secretly spread out stacks of heavenly secret orders. He spread them out silently and left no traces behind. There was a great battle below. What a good opportunity to take advantage of it. The heavenly secret orders that he spread out would immediately turn invisible. As long as there was still life in the battle, they would be able to touch one of them. They would be invisible, traceless and traceless. Otherwise, Zhuxiaoduo's actions would be exposed immediately, no matter how stealthy they were. On the other hand, the benefits of this free ride were immediate. Almost as soon as he cast it out, he received luck points. In the beginning, for the sake of insurance, he only opened a small crack and scattered them out in 2s and 3s. Later, when Zhuxiaoduo realized that no one had discovered him, he became bolder and directly opened up his firepower, scattering them out in large swathes. There was no sound, and the atmosphere was abuzz. At this moment, the battle between Mingi and Kunping had reached its climax. Suddenly, countless clones of the blood god rushed out of the blood river and surrounded Kunping Demon Master from all directions. They assisted Mingi in besieging the Demon Master. As the clones of the blood god flew up and down, they almost formed a bloody barrier. The Kunping Demon Master roared and his body flashed. He used a rare technique, rock spreading its wings. An unprecedentedly powerful airflow swept across the area. Countless blood gods' illusions were sent flying like shooting stars. No one knew where they went. The Nether River Patriarch roared and a blood-red lotus appeared above his head. Boundless blood-red light flowed and protected the Nether River Patriarch. Layers of blood-colored petals spread out in all directions. The mighty power of the Kunpeng was no match for it. The blood-red lotus filled the sky and was everywhere. Even Zhuo Duo in the void was affected by this wave of impact and was sent flying countless miles away. The Kunpeng demon master grunted. He was the first to detonate the mighty power of the rock and sent countless blood gods' illusions flying. Although he was very powerful, his spirit had been destroyed. He couldn't move the blood-red lotus and was even surrounded by layers of blood-red lotus. However, the demon master was no ordinary person. He immediately changed his position and opened his mouth thousands of miles away, swallowing the infinite sea of flowers. That the two of them fought fiercely. Zhuo Duo, who was watching at the side, was scared witless. His heart was pounding and his soul was about to explode. However, he still couldn't control his impulse. I'll try just once. A certain daring person loosened his grip. 2 heavenly secret orders were sent out silently. Their targets were Kunpeng and Mingi. Boom. 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 The two of them who had reached the peak of this world felt something at the same time. It seemed like there was a great Tao aura probing them. Although this aura was faint, it was real. Especially the subtle feeling of being unable to resist, it was too real. At this moment, the two powerhouses were both shocked. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Boom. The two of them retreated to the left and right respectively. Their faces were filled with fear. The Kunpeng's left palm and Mingi's yuan slaughtering sword had created a sealed independent world space at the same time. The two of them, who were mortal enemies, didn't even need to say a word. They were still fighting to the death a second ago, and in the next second, they had reached an agreement to cooperate sincerely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were able to create a separate world with their peak cultivation. Just this move alone was equivalent to the creation of a world, the creation of the next miniature world. Although this process couldn't last for too long and could only last for a few seconds at most, it was only during these few seconds that this independent world truly existed and couldn't be faked at all. And in this miniature world there was only one thing: 2 thin pieces of paper. What's this? The Kunpeng stared and Mingi snorted angrily. They reached out to grab it at the same time. But at this moment there was another boom. The 2 heavenly secret orders suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. Since Zhuo's plate of creation was perfected and the heavenly secret orders were released, it was the first time they failed. On the other side, Zhuo Duo was immediately affected. His mind was shaken and he couldn't help but snort. Who's there? The Kunpeng shouted. Mingi didn't say anything. But 2 sword lights intertwined and cut through the void. Without any explanation, he killed decisively. This was Mingi. This was Mingi's way of killing. Fortunately, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Nian had both teleported into the Tower of Annihilation the moment Zhuo Duo let out a muffled groan. They were only a split second away from being killed by the 2 swords. Although the 2 experts had sensed something, they didn't get anything. They couldn't help but be suspicious. When they fought again, they didn't dare to use their full strength for fear that there would be other strong enemies nearby. At this time, more and more experts of the demon tribe came from all directions. The 9th prince led the experts of the demon tribe to kill from left and right. They were invincible. It was very different from the situation when they were slaughtered by the blood gods of the Blood Sea tribe. Mingi laughed and said as he fought, Kunpeng, your reaction this time is very good. You were obviously attacked by the ancestor, but you were still shocked but not panicked. You seemed to be calm in the face of danger and actively responded. Could it be that you were prepared in advance? Now that the mysteries of heaven were in chaos, no one could predict the sudden crisis. The ancestor Mingi was really curious at this time. How did the Kunpeng know in advance that there would be an attack? He stopped him almost immediately. If the ancestor Mingi launched an attack, the Blood Sea would continue to expand and the situation would be different. That alone was enough for the Nether River Patriarch to praise him for being awesome. The Kunpeng snorted. His eyes flickered and he said lightly, there is a reason for this. It's okay to tell you. It's just because Jian is here. Jian? The ancestor Mingi was stunned. Are you serious? The Kunpeng nodded slowly. The Kunpeng was telling the truth. He knew that Jian was nearby, so he was on guard. Now he hit the target by a fluke. Or it could be said that he hit the target by a fluke. Fuck. The ancestor Mingi rolled his eyes and scolded, this beast ruined the ancestor's plan. It's really a beast of misfortune. It doesn't harm itself, but it only harms others. It doesn't matter if it's family, friends, enemies or enemies. These words immediately caused the Kunpeng demon master to feel sorrow in his heart. Soon after, he felt like he had found a soulmate. Indeed, this fellow hasn't even revealed himself, but there are already mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the overall loss in this battle was not great, it was only the higher-ups. More than millions of ordinary demons died tragically, and they were all turned into nourishment for the Blood Sea. Especially the Thunder Eagle clan that had seen Zhu Yan face to face. Now, more than 85% of the powerful demons in the clan had died. Even the Thunder Eagle King, Lei Shan, was dead. If this was not a beast of misfortune, what was it? At this moment, the Kunping Demon Master felt lucky that he didn't find Zhu Yan in the previous search. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from seeing that beast? Then, misfortune would definitely befall him. How unlucky would it be? It was unimaginable. Even the Kunpeng who was at the peak of this world was 30% disgusted and 70% fearful of Zhu Yan. In a word, this bastard was a disaster. Whoever met him would be unlucky. He didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He was the enemy of the entire country. The Kunpeng didn't know that the Nether River Patriarch was even more fearful of Zhu Yan than he was. Not only had he seen Zhu Yan before, but he had also been unlucky after meeting Zhu Yan. When he heard that Zhu Yan had appeared here, he subconsciously wondered if bad luck was about to befall him again. Thinking of this, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He couldn't help but want to retreat. The Kunpeng had suffered a small loss in the battle with the Nether River. He knew very well that he was qualified to fight the Nether River, but it was impossible for him to defeat this old thing. Both sides were peak mighty figures in this world. They knew each other's strength. Since they couldn't keep each other here, they might as well end it here. With the same thought, the atmosphere became more and more peaceful as they fought. Zhuo poked his head out of the Tower of Annihilation again to see what was going on. He still had a lingering fear. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when the Heavenly Secret Order would be captured. The senses of these two almighty beings were so sensitive and their methods were so amazing. Not only did the Heavenly Secret Order not take effect, it was captured instead. At this moment, even Zhuo could feel that the battle was about to come to an end as he watched the shocking battle from afar. At this moment, a wild laugh suddenly resounded in the air. Tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A bright yellow figure stepped out of the sky above the battlefield. Although he appeared alone, he seemed to be leading an army of thousands of men and horses. That kind of glorious atmosphere made people have an impulse to kneel down and worship him as soon as they saw him. The appearance of a person was like the arrival of a king. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. He was supreme and he was the only one. With one step, the sea of blood was so frightened that it rolled backward. In an instant, it retreated like a receding tide. The awe-inspiring heavenly might made ghosts and deities flee. Dong Huang was here. In my knowledge, the three pristine ones, the demon ancestor, and the two sages of the west are at the same level. Dong Huang and the others are at another level. Mingyi, Kunpeng, and the others are one level lower. So I decided to write according to my own knowledge. Maybe it's different from what many people know. Just bear with it. Chapter 1344. Light radiated in all directions. It shook the void. It was glorious. Dong Huang stepped out of the void and smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Mingyi, did you come here to be beaten up because you knew that I was coming? Mingyi turned pale with fright. He waved his hand and the two swords returned instantly. However, everyone saw the change in his expression. Dong Huang? What? Why are you here all of a sudden? Dong Huang smiled sinisterly. If I didn't come here, how would I know how mighty you are? Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Mingyi turned and left without another word. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Now that the situation had changed, how could he leave just because he wanted to? Freeze! Dong Huang shouted. A small golden bell covered the top. Although Mingyi Patriarch turned into a streak of blood light and sped away, he couldn't escape from the small bell. In a flash, the small bell was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, it became incomparably huge and directly covered the entire mountain and river. However, with two clangs, Yuan Tu and Abi's swords clashed with the chaos bell, and both of them flew out. Fortunately, the two swords struck out and collided with the chaos bell, causing a momentary gap in the space covered by the giant bell, allowing Mingyi Patriarch to escape. However, even if Mingyi Patriarch reacted quickly and fled quickly, it was inevitable that 1 or 2% of the blood light was intercepted by the chaos bell and locked inside. The blood light was cut off. Mingyi Patriarch screamed miserably. Today is indeed a day of misfortune. Jian's fierce name is well deserved. I will kill you. Then the blood light soared into the sky and disappeared instantly. The countless blood god's illusions that didn't have time to escape collided with the chaos bell. The chaos bell emitted a dark yellow light, and the blood god's illusions instantly shattered into dust. The blood sea on the ground quickly dissipated, and the ones that didn't dissipate were sucked into the chaos bell. The bell of chaos was powered by Dong Huang with all his might. He wanted to kill the Nether River Patriarch in one fell swoop, covering thousands of miles of land. Although it did not kill the Nether River Patriarch on the spot, it still left a part of his Blood Lotus clone inside the bell. It was enough to reduce the Nether River Patriarch's combat strength by more than 10%, and he would have to recuperate for many years before he could recover. However, the range of the Bell of Chaos attack was too wide. The Kunping Demon Master, Zhuoxiao Duo who was watching the battle in the void, and the Space Exterminating Pagoda besides Zhuoxiao Duo were all enveloped within. Zhuoxiao Duo felt his vision darken. Suddenly the sky turned dark and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He knew that things were not going well. He had already fallen into an inexplicable crisis. And right in front of him, there was a tyrannical existence that was beyond his knowledge, the Kunping Demon Master. This was an unexpected calamity. Zhuoxiao Duo thought that he had hidden far enough. It was thousands of miles. How did he get in so easily? Is there still any law? Damn, this change is too exciting. Zhuoxiao Duo was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He subconsciously wanted to run into the Space Exterminating Pagoda. He was holding on to the fact that the Kunping Demon Master might not notice the thoughts of a small shrimp like him. As long as he could return to the Space Exterminating Pagoda in time, there was still room for him to turn things around. But at this moment he suddenly felt two tugs. It was Bai and Jiao who were holding on to Zhuoxiao Duo, not letting him go. Good boy. You can't wait to see me off when I'm old. Zhuoxiao Duo complained in his heart. He really did not understand what these two little guys wanted to do. This was a critical moment of life and death. Could they not make a fuss? And the answer came out in the next moment. Everything was clear. In the darkness, a red light flashed. A lotus petal was floating in the air, emitting a faint red light. It was very eye-catching in the boundless darkness. Mysterious, beautiful, powerful, yet lonely and without anyone to rely on. In the next moment, Bai and Jiao rushed forward like wolves and tigers. Eat it. Swallow it. Chew it. Ow ow ow. The Kunping Demon Master, who was also under the Bell of Chaos, noticed the lotus petal immediately and was overjoyed. That was Mingyi's original spiritual treasure, the 12th grade Khanate Blood Lotus. In his excitement he was about to capture it. However, at this moment two rays of light, one white and one black, suddenly appeared. Under the illumination of the light, there was an illusory figure beside them. Damn. The Kunping Demon Master was shocked. At this moment, his hair stood on end and he shuddered. In the sudden change just now, the three most powerful people in the world were fighting with all their might. His Majesty Dong Huang even activated the Bell of Chaos with all his might. Yet, there was still someone watching from the side and the three of them did not notice at all. What the hell was going on? What's more, he dared to sneak into the Bell of Chaos and take the millet out of the fire. So awesome. Who was it? Just as the Kunping Demon Master was shocked, the two rays of light, one white and one black, had already entangled the Blood Lotus petal. The Blood Lotus petal showed an unprecedentedly violent struggle. The red light surged and its power was unprecedented. However, the white light and the black gas had their own styles. They were obviously trying their best to devour the Blood Lotus petal. The Kunping Demon Master was shocked for a moment. Then he shouted angrily, "Put it down." While he was shocked, he instantly determined that these things in front of him were not a threat to him, even if they had a special origin. The moment he felt at ease, he opened his hand and clenched it fiercely. The Blood Lotus, the white light and the black gas were all first-class treasures. The Blood Lotus was obtained by His Majesty Dong Huang. If he took it recklessly, it would be a disaster. However, the white light and the black gas carried the power of yin and yang. If he took it, it would be his. This was not an accident. It was a great opportunity that fell from the sky. Just as the white light and the black gas successfully entangled the Blood Lotus, the Kunping Demon Master's hand reached out and grabbed the white light and the black gas. He clenched it fiercely. Little White and Little Jiao, the two gluttonous brats, were greedy for victory and did not know how to lose. They did not care about this change. Like toads that had their stomachs grabbed, they screamed, Mommy, save us. Zhuoxiaoduo could not care less about his opponent. He subconsciously attacked with his sword and tried his best to help. Just as he attacked, he regained his rationality. He realized that the sword was the sword formed by Zhao's feather. It was too hasty. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Zhuoxiaoduo let go of his worries and used the Flaming Sun Sutra, Grand Sun Primordial Fire, Elemental Fire Technique, Zhu Rong Primordial Fire and other fire elemental fire to their limits. In an instant, a mighty sun appeared in the sealed space of the Chaos Bell. The blazing sword light pierced the Kunping Demon Master's hand. The Kunping Demon Master was not an ordinary person. It was not that he could not dodge or block the attack. However, the moment the sun appeared, the Kunping Demon Master was dumbfounded. Oh no. Where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Damn, why is there a three-legged golden crow in the Chaos Bell? What the fuck is going on here? With a loud boom, the two forces collided violently. Zhao's feather could not be held together and instantly turned into fine powder. Zhuoxiaoduo also groaned. He was shocked by the huge force and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His internal organs were burning. However, he was able to create a gap and successfully save Little White and Little Jiu. He quickly retreated with the blood lotus petal. Bai and Jiu waved their tender hands at the same time. A patch of green and a patch of red light quickly merged into the Chaos Bell. Then they were brought by Zhuoxiaoduo into the space-exterminating pagoda. A huge amount of Khanate Chi suddenly burst out and covered all auras. The Kunping Demon Master retracted his hand and stared at the black hole on his fist that had been burned because he was caught off guard. That he fell into deep thought. What's going on? Why can't I figure it out until now? Brother Zhong, what do you think is going on? The Kunping Demon Master asked. Of course the Kunpeng was not stupid. The Chaos Bell was a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure and had its own artifact spirit. The Kunpeng's question was directed at another Chaos Bell that might know the problem. However, the Chaos Bell was still suppressed by Donghuang's full power. Its attention was on the outside world and it did not pay attention to the things that were suppressed in the bell. When it noticed, it realized that as a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, it had already accepted the other party's conditions. It had accepted a wisp of vitality, a wisp of providence and a blood lotus. Did I accept a gift? At that moment the Chaos Bell was stunned. What's going on? Whose gift did I accept? I just joined forces with Master and expanded with all my might. I was focused on chasing after the Netherworld River. Why did I accidentally receive such a huge gift? Does it have to be so exciting? It would not be too much to receive such a huge gift from the heavens 100 times a day. Just as he was about to confirm the situation and count his gains, he heard the Kunping Demon Master's question. You're asking me what's wrong? The Chaos Bell digested the benefits it had obtained. It did not say a word and made a fortune. What's wrong? I want to ask you what's wrong. If you ask me, who should I ask? Actually, as the artifact spirit of a Khanate numinous treasure, he had vaguely sensed it. At most, it was not that obvious. What made him really afraid was that there seemed to be a faction nearby that he was very afraid of. They had a lot of people. It was probably the first Khanate spirit root, right? He had to treat this matter carefully. Besides, Kunpeng, do I have to answer you just because you asked me? How embarrassing would that be? Therefore he chose to ignore the Demon Master's words. He should ignore it just for the sake of the generous gift. At that moment there was suddenly a bright light. Donghuang put away the Chaos Bell and looked over. He could not help but be stunned. Kunpeng, you put away the Blood Lotus? I have already confirmed that I have intercepted a portion of the Nether River Patriarch's intrinsic numinous treasure. Why is it gone? You Kunpeng actually dare to collect my spoils of war in my bell. You're defying the heavens. Donghuang's mood instantly worsened. Did I rush over to work for you? Donghuang slanted his eyes. One of them was bigger than the other. He felt upset. Tsk. Kunpeng, you're quite fast now. Chapter 1345. Your Majesty Donghuang, please understand. How would I dare to take your Majesty's things? Kunpeng hurriedly clarified. Something else happened. Then he recounted the matter. Just as he was halfway through his sentence. Wait. Donghuang interrupted. Grand Sun Primordial Fire? The Demon Master was stunned. What's wrong? Why are you so shocked? Donghuang immediately ordered, Little Bell? Yes. Restore all the previous changes. Don't let go of any flickering shadows. All right. The Kunping Demon Master wanted to hit someone. You, the Chaos Bell, are looking down on me too much? You ignored me when I spoke to you just now. Now you agree so clearly. Are you looking down on me, Kunpeng? Little did he know that the chaos bell was also cursing. This fellow is really big. If I turn into a pot, I wonder if I can be stewed in a pot? Light flickered in the chaos bell. With a buzzing sound, all the light and shadows were gathering and restoring. However, the illusory figure and the two rays of light did not leave any traces. In the end, only a small amount of powder was gathered. However, this small amount of powder was mixed with the aura of the three-legged golden crow. Although it was very small, it was real. Dong Huang looked at the powder that was sealed by the aura of the chaos bell and sensed it carefully. His eyes flickered as he said calmly, "Can you restore it further?" The chaos bell moved again. It began to compress, shape, and trace the origin. In the end, a small feather floated in the air. It was only the size of a sesame seed. Dong Huang took a deep breath and sensed the power of the feather. He had indeed sensed the aura of the three-legged golden crow, but he still did not have any impression. Vaguely, there seemed to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Dong Huang was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. Then he said solemnly, "Keep it well. Don't scatter it." The meaning of that sentence was very clear. It was not easy for him to condense it. If it scattered again, there would be no traces or smell left. The chaos bell spirit agreed. Kunpeng watched from the side and was confused. "Kunpeng, look here carefully. I think my elder brother and sister-in-law will ask you about this. Try to recall and sort out what happened in the short period of time you were in the clock." Dong Huang patted Kunpeng's shoulder and said, "I'll leave this place to you. I have to go back immediately. I'm afraid that you're not the only one who was attacked." "Your Majesty, don't worry. With me, Kunpeng here, nothing will happen." "Heh." Dong Huang nodded his head. He glanced at the Thunder Eagle city that was already in ruins. He lifted the bell of primal chaos and instantly transformed into a yellow light that sped away. Dong Huang came and left in a hurry. Even after a fierce battle and an exchange of words, they didn't stay for more than 5 minutes before leaving. He came so abruptly and left in such a hurry that even after Dong Huang left, Kunpeng was still in a daze. He felt that everything that happened today was weird. He subconsciously transformed into his human form and scratched his head. Yes, he had to admit that it was easier to scratch a human's head. Damn, is this the time to think about whether it's easy or not? Now I should be thinking about what's wrong. First there was Mingi. His sudden attack was indeed unexpected and caused considerable losses. But compared to what he had lost, the losses of the lower echelons of the demon clan were nothing. Mingi had lost a Khanate numinous treasure. He had lost a petal of the 12th grade red lotus of hellfire. Since ancient times, all the Khanate numinous treasures in the world had been destroyed except for the 12th grade golden lotus of the Western sect's Taoist Jianghu, which had been devoured by the demon race's mutant Taoist one by chance. Today, another numinous treasure was damaged. Indeed, the calamity had arrived. Anything possible or impossible had happened. Well, the 12th grade lotus throne had always been known to be invincible when standing on it. The only two damaged numinous treasures were both 12th grade lotus thrones. If he met Mingi again in the future, he must focus on the red lotus of hellfire. It didn't make sense that the Taoist one could devour the 3rd grade golden lotus throne, but his swallowing heaven and earth couldn't devour the red lotus of hellfire. Damn, he had digressed again. Now was not the time to plan for Mingi's red lotus of hellfire. The key question now should be, well, how did the red lotus petal get lost? His Majesty Dong Huang didn't get angry. Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the Grand Sun True Fire Sword? And who was that illusory figure? Also, what was the aura of the two supreme grade numinous treasures, one white and one black, that he had regarded as his own? God has mercy on me. I, Kunpeng, am not willing to let go of external objects. It's just that all the numinous treasures in the world have owners. This time I finally encountered two, but I missed them. Needless to say, it must be that bastard Juyin who caused me to miss the numinous treasures. So many questions lingered in the mind of Kunpeng Demon Master. Then he scratched his head subconsciously and frowned gloomily. There are so many questions, but I can't figure out any of them. And His Majesty Dong Huang, for what reason is he here? Why is he here? It's too baffling. You said you were coming, but you should have told me earlier. If I knew you were coming, I would have used my life to entangle Mingi. Then you would have aimed for an opening and attacked with all your strength. Even if Mingi didn't die here, the loss would be much greater than now. All right. His Majesty only listened to half of my report. I didn't have time to say the other half. This is so depressing. I haven't finished my report. Why are you running? The enemy is gone. Why are you in such a hurry? Kunping Demon Master felt more and more depressed. After blowing a gust of wind in the air, he barely managed to blow away the depression in his heart. He landed and shouted, "Sort out the casualty data." In a faraway place, Thunderhawk King Lei flashed as his body was almost split in half. His body was covered in blood and he was on the verge of death. Even the Yuan Killer Sword had pierced a hole in his Fey core as golden light constantly dissipated. Ninth Prince Renjing carried him and ran over. Demon Master, Lei Yishan is dying. Kunping Demon Master rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to save him. If this bastard didn't bring Zhu Yan here, there was a 99% chance that this battle wouldn't have happened. But after thinking carefully, it seemed that Mingi was more unlucky than him. He couldn't help but calm down. Let me see. The Battle of Thunder Eagle City. Thunder Eagle King Lei Yishan was seriously injured. The Thunder Eagle tribe suffered 13,000 casualties. More than 90% of their experts were killed. The Thunder Eagle tribe could not recover from this setback. If they wanted to rise again, it would take at least 3,000 years. Without 3,000 years, the Thunder Eagle tribe's young eagles would not be able to grow. It could basically be announced that this tribe was eliminated from this calamity. Only a half-dead Thunder Eagle King was left with less than 1,000 experts. They couldn't even set up the Thunder Eagle formation, which was the most threatening to experts. How could they talk about combat strength? Coupled with the fact that the Blood Sea had wreaked havoc in the vicinity of the Thunderhawk City, tens of millions of demons had died an unnatural death. It was bound to become a place of great danger, and very few demons were willing to settle down here. The decline of the Thunderhawk clan was more or less a foregone conclusion. In this unforeseen event, apart from the Thunder Eagle tribe's heavy losses, the 9th Prince Renjing was slightly injured, and the demon sage Danding was seriously injured. The rest didn't suffer any major losses. Furthermore, the Azura tribe that came to attack this place did not have it easy either. At the very least, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had perished under the Kunping Demon Master's suction force. Furthermore, when the Eastern Sovereign appeared, he illuminated the entire universe and incinerated the heavens and earth. Another few million Azura tribe members had been taken away by the Bell of Chaos. There was also a large number of Blood Gods clones in the Blood Sea. Tens of thousands were killed on the spot. Comparing the two, the overall result of this battle was that the Ashura tribe's losses were more severe. If Dong Huang had pursued them, the Ashura tribe's losses would have been much more severe. However, the situation was clearly good just now. Unexpectedly, Dong Huang didn't continue to pursue them. The 9th Prince Renjing stood in midair, his face pale. He suddenly thought of something. Then, where are Hui Pao and Hu Ermio? The red-crowned demon saint was taken aback. This time the attack was unexpected, so I brought the two of them with me. But when the Nether River appeared, I intercepted them, and casually threw the two of them away. Now, why are they gone? Could it be? The 9th Prince Renjing's face instantly twisted. Could it be that they're dead? He hurriedly landed and searched around the devastated area. However, how could he find them? Actually thinking about it, it made sense. With the two tigers' shallow cultivation, even if they did not fall under the first wave of the Blood Sea surprise attack, how could they escape from the Blood God's child's rampage after that? There were very few survivors below the sky-soaring realm in Thunder Eagle City, and they could be counted with one's fingers. Sigh, clues. The 9th Prince sighed as he stomped his feet. On the other side, the Netherworld River rode on the bloody light and ran for his life. He was so anxious that he was like a fish that had escaped a net. He didn't know how far he had run. Suddenly, a black light appeared in front of him and Buddhist light soared into the sky. The benevolent and holy intent on the other side illuminated the world. A benevolent Buddha dressed in pure white monk robes stood together with a figure shrouded in black gas. The Buddha was handsome. His body was tall and straight, like a jade tree in the wind. However, a faint buzzing sound could be heard from the black gas. Martial Uncle Netherworld River. The monk was gentle and polite. Vajra Buddha. The Netherworld River Patriarch panted. I don't dare to be addressed as such by Martial Uncle. The monk smiled. That Kunping Demon Master didn't chase after you? Things have changed. Dong Huang suddenly came. It's already very fortunate that I was able to escape alive. The Netherworld River still had lingering fears. In the distance, a black gas soared into the sky. The figure of the fiend ancestor, Rahu, flashed. His eyes were like lightning. Dong Huang Tai actually came personally? The Thunder Eagle City is a small place, but it has received the blessings of both Demon Master Kunpeng and Dong Huang Tai. How lucky. Why didn't Dong Huang chase after you? It's because Demon Master Dong Huang is gathered in the same place. I can only focus on escaping. I really don't have the heart to care about anything else. The Netherworld River couldn't understand why Dong Huang didn't chase after him. Although the exchange of blows was short, he could clearly sense Dong Huang's anger. He could also sense Dong Huang's determination to pursue him. However, he didn't chase after him. This matter was truly odd. The matter of setting up a trap to kill the Kunpeng has come to an end. Chapter 1346. The matter of setting up a trap to capture and kill Kunpeng has come to an end. The fiend ancestor Rahu's voice was indifferent. He was a little disappointed. He had planned many times and moved on all sides to capture and kill Kunpeng. He did not expect that because of Dong Huang's arrival, all his efforts would be in vain. Although Kunpeng could almost match the Demon Emperor Dong Huang in the demon race, the word almost destined him to be inferior to the Demon Emperor or Dong Huang. Be it his cultivation level or equipment configuration, he was inferior. Fighting against Kunpeng was a sure-win situation. Now that they had to fight against Dong Huang Tai, even though they still had the advantage, it was impossible for them to kill or capture Dong Huang Tai. Unless one of the fiend ancestor Rahu, Patriarch Nether River, and the Vajra Buddha was willing to self-destruct and severely injure Dong Huang in one go, it would be possible for them to succeed. However, how could the three of them do such a thing? Moreover, according to the seniority of the pugilistic world, the fiend ancestor was Dong Huang's elder. The fiend ancestor's combat strength was higher than Dong Huang's. He also had the god-slaying spear in his hand. He was enough to pose a considerable threat to Dong Huang. However, Dong Huang's chaos bell was not to be trifled with. If they fought alone, the most likely outcome would be that both sides would be injured. Then they would retreat and recuperate. It was impossible for both sides to die. It's a pity that the five sides attacked together to kill the Demon Master, Kunpeng, and cut off an arm of the Demon Court. While the Demon Court lost a general, they were still targeted by everyone. Who would have thought that the Dong Huang would arrive at such a coincidence and cause the situation to suddenly become unbalanced? The Vajra Buddha was a little regretful. This is probably fate. There's nothing we can do. The others nodded in unison. At such a subtle moment when the heavenly secrets were chaotic, even the most powerful cultivator would lose the possibility of predicting the past and future. Now that Dong Huang had rushed over, they could only attribute it to a coincidence. However, it was this coincidence that destroyed an important plan of the Buddhist, Fiend, and Azura races. This time Mingi had personally fought. His original plan was to capture the ninth prince, Renjing, and immediately leave. In that case, the Demon Master Kunpeng would definitely chase after him. The Kunpeng's speed was at least one of the top 5 in the world. It was impossible for Mingi to escape from his pursuit. But Mingi's purpose was not to get rid of the Kunpeng, but to go to a suitable place. Once he arrived at the right place, the four masters would attack together and kill the Kunpeng. The plan was based on the actions of the 5 parties. Then it was led by Mingi himself. Layers of arrangements were made to lure Kunpeng into the trap. Originally it was going smoothly. It was about to reach the final stage. However, the sudden arrival of Dong Huang and Tai made the whole situation unbalanced and difficult to continue. After this incident, if they wanted to set up another trap, even if the other party was slow to realize it, they would definitely be on guard. It would be difficult for them to succeed. Everyone sighed, bowed, and left on their own. Mingi walked the fastest because he had to go back and heal his injuries. During the conversation just now, he didn't reveal the fact that a petal of his life-blood lotus had been cut off. If he was really exposed, there was a high chance that the 3 people in front of him would suddenly have evil intentions and kill him. Although everyone was working together, who would not be on guard against each other? Those who were not on guard would be the true idiots. He might end up being another Kunpeng. In fact, he might end up worse than the Kunpeng. After all, there was no other peak powerhouse in the Blood Sea aside from him. The demon ancestor turned into black smoke and rushed to the fiendish demon battlefield. The Vajra Buddha focused on the black smoke beside him. "Fellow Taoist, where are you going? Why don't you return with me?" A buzzing voice came from the black smoke. "I just returned and am not familiar with this place yet. I would like to take a look around." "All right." The Vajra Buddha chanted a Buddhist proclamation and turned into a flash of Buddhist light before vanishing. The black smoke gradually expanded, and buzzing sounds gradually filled the world. Suddenly, a swarm of huge black mosquitoes appeared. They covered the sun and the sky as they swept out, instantly covering a radius of 1,500 kilometers. All of the living beings in this area had their life essence depleted in an extremely short amount of time. The black smoke dispersed and a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man revealed his face. His face was filled with a relaxed and comfortable expression. This bloody food is still the best. After so many years, I have been tied up by those Western baldies to chant scriptures every day. My mouth is so bland. Countless black mosquitoes returned like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Let's look around a bit more. It is not easy for me to come out. I have to eat my fill. Just as that person was about to leave, he felt strange for some reason. Why are there some divine soul fluctuations so strange? He excitedly opened the compound eye of the heavenly mandate, which could see divine soul fluctuations, and looked over. Hey, who is that? It's two human babies. Their skin is so soft and tender. Not bad. With one look I can tell that they are delicious. He saw two human youths in the distance, currently concealed. They were rushing over and returning at top speed. Who else could they be but Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian? Naturally, these two did not know that an ancient ferocious beast was waiting for them, drooling over them. The two of them walked over in a relaxed manner. Previously, Zhuoxiaoduo had luckily escaped from the Bell of Chaos. He had hurriedly met up with Zhuoxiaonian and escaped immediately after the battle. Thunder Eagle City was in ruins. The number of life forms in the city was less than 10% of its original number. No demons noticed them at all, and they had escaped very smoothly. Although this trip was full of danger and obstacles, we gained quite a lot. It was worth the price of the ticket. Zhuoxiaoduo was very satisfied. Although they did not gain anything specific from this trip, in fact, just seeing the battle between the peak experts at close range was already a great benefit to the two of them. Moreover, they had heard a lot of gossip about the demon race from the red-top demon saint. In the end, Bai and Jiao even snatched something good. Although they did not know what it was after it entered the Tower of Annihilation, whether it was the Wahuang sword, the god-slaying spear Yan Shirsi, or Shao, all of them threw themselves at it without any regard for their lives to get a share of it. Although Bai and Jiao tried their best to stop them and snatch a share of it, a lot of it was still divided among them. At this moment, Little White and Little Jiao were puffing their cheeks and sulking. The more obvious change was that the luck of the entire Tower of Annihilation seemed to have increased a lot because of this, and its effect was more outstanding. They flew over this forest in the sky. Zhuoxiaonian suddenly frowned and said, "The death aura in front is very strong. It seems to be a land of death." Upon hearing that, Bai and Jiao, who were still feeling depressed, immediately perked up. "Where is it? Where is it?" Yan Shirsi, who had absorbed a lot of demonic chi and was already starting to take shape, also needed the death aura to grow. Hearing this, he immediately appeared. "Where is it? Where is it?" Actually, there was no need to say anything. They could see it as soon as they came out of the Tower of Annihilation. There were no signs of life in the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers in front of them. It was full of death aura. It was really a land of death. Countless fragments of soul power floated in the air, dispersing bit by bit. Seeing this, Bai and Jiao were overjoyed. Without a word, they turned into two rays of light, one white and one black, and merged into one and rushed out. A wisp of demonic chi followed closely behind, neither close nor far. In the forest, the dark and skinny Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, looked ahead with a smug smile. The little guy in front of him did not notice him at all. He even released his spiritual treasure. Devouring the death aura? Not bad, not bad. Haha, isn't this my opportunity? He could feel from afar that the three spiritual treasures were not bad. Perhaps they were not as good as the golden lotus, but they were more suitable for him to devour. Looks like I'm in luck today. Little White, Little Jiao, and Smoking Shirsi, who were charging forward, were halfway there when the three of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. There seemed to be danger ahead. And it was a big crisis. The three immediately stopped and shouted, "Mama, come quickly. Let's go together." In fact, they were secretly communicating with each other. "Mama, there's an ambush ahead. I'm scared." Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were stunned. "An ambush? Are you scared? I didn't notice that." Following which, a piece of heavenly secret order flew out soundlessly. He laughed. Slow down, wait for me. Ha ha ha." Zhuoxiaoduo was especially careful when releasing the heavenly secret order this time. He quietly approached the danger on the other side without being discovered. He did not know if he was lucky or the other side was too careless. Zhuoxiaoduo quickly checked and found out the other side's origin. Blood-winged black mosquito, a primordial beast, a connate mutant. It died in a disaster. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He had heard countless legends about the blood-winged black mosquitoes, but they were all limited to the ancient gossip. He did not have much respect for them. However, since the other party was able to survive from ancient times until now and was waiting to ambush him, even if he did not have any respect for them, he still had to be afraid. He had to be careful. He could not be careless about such an old monster. However, it seems like this death by calamity can work a little. Seeing the Heavenly Secret Order's comments, Zhuoxiaoduo started to think of a plan. Maybe its disaster? At this moment, the Huahuang sword, who knew what was going on outside, kept chirping in the space-destroying tower. It's the blood-winged black mosquito? Zhuo, think of a way to put this guy into the space-destroying tower. Put it into the space-destroying tower? Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Although he had begun to plan how to deal with the blood-winged black mosquito, his main idea was still the Grand Sun Primordial Fire, Wu People's Primordial Fire, and the Path of Fire Incineration. This is an ancient ferocious beast. You can't handle it outside. The Sword of Empress Enviwa was a bit anxious. With your current cultivation base, you are far from being able to release my full power. Even with Whitey and the others, you are still no match for the blood-winged black mosquito. If you try your best, you will die, and all your treasures will fall into the hands of the blood-winged black mosquito and become its food. The only thing you can do now is to lure this guy into the space-destroying tower. You can defeat it with your power as the Master of Heaven and Earth and the Path of Fire. No way, this mosquito is so powerful. Chapter 1347. Zhuoxiaoduo was startled. The blood-winged black mosquito is an ancient ferocious beast with countless clones. I don't know if it's its real body or its clones. Anyway, let's kill it first. Huahuang's sword said urgently, make a decision quickly before it's too late. Remember, you must lure the blood-winged black mosquito into the Tower of Annihilation. Leaving even one mosquito outside will cause endless trouble. You don't know how terrifying ancient ferocious beasts are. Will it work? Don't make the tower explode. Zhuoxiaoduo hesitated. It's okay. I just swallowed a blood lotus petal. I can handle it. It seems like I have to collect more blood lotuses. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind and secretly opened the Tower of Annihilation to its limit. It was no different from opening a big hole in the void. Then he shouted anxiously, come back. Come back quickly. Something's wrong over there. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed forward with Zhuoxiaoyan. It seemed like he was going to help Bai Jiao and Yan Shirsi. Following Zhuoxiaoduo's roar, the black and white lights stopped in their tracks. Yan Shirsi, who was following behind them, also stopped. Bai turned around. Mama? What's wrong? Zhuoxiaoduo ran as fast as he could and said anxiously, quick, come over here. To me. Bai pretended to be hesitant. There's delicious food over there. Zhuoxiaoyan said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Come here quickly. Her voice was unusually sharp and it was full of unwillingness. Bai Jiao and Yan Shirsi looked at each other and ran away together. On the other side of the mountain, the blood-winged black mosquito was about to leave when it saw the great opportunity in its hands. It immediately leaped up. Then a black cloud came to the sky above Zhuoxiaoduo and the others. In the blink of an eye, countless black hands descended from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. The entire space was instantly sliced into pieces, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. It was completely unrelated to the outside world. Tens of millions of gigantic black mosquitoes blotted out the sky all of a sudden. They were about to intercept Bai Jiao and Yan Shirsi. A ball of blazing fire swept out like a dragon, and it seemed like it could burn the world. Zhuoxiaoduo had used all his strength. Fire converged and burned the world. Following that was a cloud of white, misty cold air. This was ice and fire, one on the left and one on the right. They surged for thousands of miles. One side sealed the world in ice, while the other side burned the city with raging flames. In the middle of the intersection of ice and fire was a completely empty space. It was like a spacious road. Little White, Little Jiao, and Yan Shirsi followed this passage and fled at top speed. Crackle. Countless blood pool black mosquitoes were incinerated by the confluence primordial fire, and fell to the ground with popping sounds like beans being fried. As the black smoke rose, the aroma of meat filled the air. On the other side, the blood pool black mosquitoes were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground. They turned into powder as soon as they hit the ground. The extreme ice could freeze everything and turn them into dust in an instant. Seeing the power of the fire and ice, a black sword light rushed out of the black cloud. It was Mosquito Taoist who was holding a sword. The long and thin black sword was made by him with his sharp beak. The sword was long and narrow, but it was very powerful. It had the ability to take people's souls, shatter their souls, and devour their flesh and blood. It was also indestructible and could destroy spiritual treasures. Zhou Xiaoduo yelled, "Nian Mao, take me and run." Then he took out the 99 cat hammer, which he hadn't used for a long time. The 1,000 souls nightmare hammer was ready to be used. Two beams of light, one white and one black, rushed towards Wuxiaonian, but in fact they rushed into the 99 cat hammer. Yan Shirsi rushed into Zhou Xiaonian's hands. Zhou Xiaonian yelled and activated the Moon Sutra to its maximum power. The blood pool black mosquitoes in the sky were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground like meteorites. Along with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. Zhou Xiaoduo's body turned into a giant that was thousands of feet tall. The hammers in his hands turned into two hills. As he waved them, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers seemed to come alive. One hammer rose up and pointed at the sky. Then a black hole appeared which made the space tremble. The other hammer pointed at the ground. Another black hole appeared which made the space shatter. With just this one exchange, the aura of the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer was formed. With a thunderclap in the sky, a gate of hell was formed. Thousands of ferocious ghosts rushed out, screaming. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly understood the state of mind of the flood which when she held the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. That was I am invincible in the world. The two beams of light spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind that connected the sky and the earth formed a force field. Boom. Crack. Then the hammer collided with one Taoist priest's sword fiercely. The sky was shocked and the ground was shaking. Many of the mountains on the ground began to shake violently, and then collapsed with a loud rumble. Yes, it was collapsing. It was not just collapsing and collapsing. Rocks flew into the sky and raging waves hit the shore. One Taoist priest thought that it would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect his opponent to have the cultivation of the Zenith Heaven realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Zenith Heaven realm cultivation. It was almost at the peak of the Zenith Heaven realm. What's more, his opponent's weapon was super. It was a head-on collision. Even though when Taoist priest's cultivation was higher, he was still pushed back hundreds of miles with a muffled groan. The giant blood-winged black mosquito trembled violently. When Taoist priest was furious and his ferocity was burning. With a shake of his wrist, the long sword that was bent straightened instantly. "Junior, you have angered me." With a shake of his body, he turned into a giant thousands of feet tall. Holding a black sword that was like a pillar supporting the sky, he fought with Zhou Xiaoduo. The method of Dharma Laksana was not limited to the Wu people. In fact, any cultivator above the Zenith Heaven realm could use it. It was just that the effect of each cultivator was different. Whoosh. Zhou Xiaoduo stood in the air. Without any distractions, he used the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer with all his strength. Wherever the hammer passed, the space would shatter again and again. The clanging sound could be heard for thousands of miles. The space cracks even spread thousands of miles away. Many weak demons passing by were swallowed by the space cracks before they could make a sound. The 99 cat hammer kept colliding with one Taoist priest's sword. Facing this famous fierce beast from the antiquity times, Zhou Xiaoduo did not retreat at all. Instead, he fought fiercely with a high fighting spirit. The two giant hammers and the purple flames that kept gushing out of Zhou Xiaoduo's body almost burned a big hole in the sky. As when Taoist priest fought, he sent out numerous doppelgangers as if he was dealing with other enemies. They surrounded and attacked Zhou Xiaoduo from all directions. According to one Taoist priest's judgment, he did not need too many doppelgangers. He only needed one doppelganger to bite Zhou Xiaoduo once and that would be enough. But this unique fighting style that he had relied on to become famous, which had always been successful, actually had no effect on this freak in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dodge at all. He fought fiercely and attacked fiercely. So many mosquitoes want to bite me? Come on, come on, come on, come on. I am covered in genuine fire of different colors. Why don't you try to bite me? As Zhou Xiaoduo expected, even though countless bloody winged black mosquitoes rushed up, they were directly swallowed by the genuine fire of different colors. Many of them were directly turned into fuel. After a while, even when Taoist priest began to feel sorry for him. He had sent out so many doppelgangers but they failed to bite him. On the contrary, the flames on this guy's body were becoming stronger and stronger. This was simply thinking of this, when Taoist priest roared and called back all his doppelgangers. The fundamental reason why he no longer maintained the fixed strategy was that he found that his doppelgangers did not work on the man and the woman in front of him at all. The woman directly turned the mosquitoes into ice, which was better. Although most of them were turned into powder when they fell to the ground, there were always some that escaped and had a chance to come back. But this man directly used his doppelgangers as fuel. As soon as he called, the remaining bloody winged black mosquitoes rushed to him. But most of them had been killed, and some had been turned into ice, lying quietly on the ground. That when Taoist priest waved his sword like the wind, constantly spewing out clouds of black gas. Since the birth of the Khanate realm in antiquity times, this is the first time I have used my real strength in a head-on battle. This guy in front of me will definitely not be my match if we fight for a long time. Although he is full of vigor and strong in combat, when it comes to foundation he is still much weaker than me after all these years. I am confident that I can exhaust him to death. As long as his spiritual power is not enough, I will take advantage of it and bite him. As long as I bite him, all the treasures in his hands will be mine. They will all be mine. These are all primordial spiritual treasures, the primordial first spiritual root, and the doppelgangers of the god-slaying spear. What the fuck? Damn it. I'm going to make a fortune today. I will not let them go. These are all my opportunities. I can't miss them. If I let them go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Not only can I not let them go, I have to end the battle quickly. This battle had caused a great disturbance. It was no less than the battle between the Kuanping and Ancestor Nether River. If someone else came, the benefits would inevitably be shared. That would be very bad. When Taoist priest made up his mind, the sword in his hand turned into sword mountains and sword prisons and kept falling. Looking from afar, it was as if a mountain of swords was falling from the clouds above the 9 heavens, smashing down without stopping. The feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking was so real. Zuoshaoduo had performed the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer to his heart's content and used all kinds of genuine fires to the limit. He had used all his skills to resist when Taoist priest, but he was still at a disadvantage. It was an indisputable fact. The primordial ferocious beast was indeed powerful. Chapter 1348. The more Zuoshaoduo fought, the more he realized one thing. The so-called hidden strength, the so-called trump cards in front of this level of existence, it was just a joke. Impossible. His opponent was like a mountain pressing down on him. If there was even the slightest mistake, it would be the end of his life. There was no luck. In front of this kind of cultivation, hiding one's strength could only exist when they were evenly matched, or when he had the upper hand. Indeed, he could calmly think about what trump card he should use to end this battle. But when faced with a truly formidable opponent like the one in front of him, this kind of pervasive chain of attacks from all directions, and he had fallen into a situation where he was in a solid disadvantageous position, the only thing he needed to consider was how to use all of his methods and barely hold on. As for whether he should hide or not, there was no time for such thoughts. 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. The power of light and heavy. Flaming Sun Scripture. Grand Sun True Fire. Primordial Fire Technique. Zhu Rong was really angry. His maximum output was thrown out without any hesitation. Except for the Starry Sky Eternal Stone, which he could not spare, everything else that could be used was out. The crazy sound of collision shook the surrounding mountains and rivers, causing them to collapse. The more Zuoshaoduo fought, the more uncertain he became. Too strong, too abnormal. When had he ever met such an abnormal sword? If not for the battle today, someone told him that there was a sword that could meet his hammer head-on thousands of times without any damage, he would not have been able to do it even if he was beaten to death. This is fucking cheating. What happened to the promised divine weapon? What happened to the promised number 1 in the world? This was probably Zuoshaoduo's shallow knowledge. At this level, the enemies he met basically all had weapons that were not inferior to his 9-9 Kitty Hammer. What's more, because the 9-9 Kitty Hammer had not fully matured, there were many weapons that were far superior to the 9-9 Kitty Hammer. For example, the demonic ancestor's god-slaying spear, Donghuang's Bell of Chaos, the demon emperor's mountain river sword, and the famous weapons of various immortals and Buddhas. Seeing that Zuoshaoyan had already reached the edge of the void opening of the Tower of Annihilation, Zuoshaoduo, who was almost out of strength, roared. The flames of various colors that were flowing out of his body rose again and burned fiercely, causing a large area of the space to collapse. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the limit as well. Immediately, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard, and the light of the sun and moon dimmed. The mosquito Taoist on the opposite side was even angrier. It was just a fight, but this guy seemed to be afraid that no one knew he was fighting. He made such a big scene. This was too big of a commotion. Those guys better not come. He couldn't help but feel more and more anxious. If it were Vajra Buddha, fiend ancestor Rahu, any one of them would be able to take away a Khanate numinous treasure. Disregarding everything else, the demon ancestor would have to retrieve the god-slaying spear soul no matter what, right? Then what am I left with? The most important thing is that I can't afford to offend anyone. I can't afford to offend anyone. Thinking of this, the mosquito Taoist roared. He actually used the demonic power of the origin to break through his own limit and launch a large-scale attack. He saw that the iron-headed guy, who had been attacking fiercely without retreating even half a step, turned around and ran away at this critical moment. He turned into a streak of fire with a whoosh. Damn it, he ran away? How dare he run away? The mosquito Taoist was so angry that he laughed. How dare you run away when the battle has reached this stage? Why did you only think of running away now? If I let you run away, I would have lived my life in vain. With a flap of his wings, he leaped into the air and tore the space apart to chase after Meng Qi. Zhuo Duo used his maximum speed to run away. The streak of fire was like a hurricane. Tight wind. Run. The Zhuo shouted, run. The spirit-snatching sword, which had been accumulating power for a long time, flashed in the air. In the extreme cold of the world of ice and snow, Ying Jian turned into an ice phoenix. With a phoenix cry, he flapped his wings and rushed toward the mosquito Taoist. Boom. Mosquito Taoist was afraid that he would lose his target, so he didn't dodge and crashed into the snow phoenix, smashing it into pieces. However, his black face also turned red. Apparently he had paid a great price to deal with this attack. But his eyes were still staring at Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yan in front of him, without even blinking. Obviously, the power of frost was far less powerful than the power of raging fire on the mosquito Taoist. Run. Zhuo Duo took Zhuo Yan and rushed toward the space-destroying tower. The mosquito Taoist's black sword flashed and the sword light flew hundreds of miles. He had already caught up with Zhuo Duo, but the sword light was smashed into pieces by Zhuo Duo's hammer. The mosquito Taoist's speed had reached the limit. In a flash, he followed the sword light and caught up with Zhuo Duo. But Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yan had already reached the opening of the Tower of Annihilation. With a shout, they rushed forward with Zhuo Yan and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, when Taoist rushed into the void in front of him without hesitation. Disappeared? How could it be? But even if it's an illusory formation, what do I have to fear? Whoosh. Zhuo Duo, Zhuo Yan by Jiao Yin Shirsi and the Mosquito Taoist. In less than a tenth of a second, they all entered the space-destroying tower one after another. It was almost as if they were squeezing, crowding, and stepping in front of each other as they entered. At this moment, the Wahuang sword finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, it was so close. Dong Huang was worried about something, so he tore the space apart and rushed back. On the way back, he met the two venerables of the Western sect. The other party had wanted to form a good relationship with Dong Huang, but before he could finish his sentence, he realized that it was Dong Huang who had spoken. He cursed in his heart. Without saying a word, the two of them ran in different directions. Dong Huang didn't care about it. He just killed one of them casually and didn't chase the other one because he had run far away. The most annoying thing in his life was the Western sects. You and I are fated. But there was no need to kill all of them. After all, he had to keep them alive to report a message to intensify the conflict. Or he had to keep them alive to report a disgusting message. Dong Huang didn't need to read any other information to know that it was a conspiracy of the Western sect. The traces were very familiar. It was the usual method of the Western sect. They had been used to it for countless years. They would provoke everyone, attack one side, and then convert a wave of people. The others might not have any gains, but the Western sect would definitely have a lot of new troops. Their power would grow day by day. Therefore there was really no need to guess. Dong Huang couldn't be bothered to think about it. I'll just kill him and be done with it. The further root cause was probably the powerful attack of the Grand Master of Heaven previously. He had intimidated the Western sect and forcefully searched for the disciples of the sect that had been kidnapped during the God-confirmed tribulation, causing the Western sect to suffer great losses. That was why they provoked everyone and worked together to target the demons, who were the most powerful among the races. The other races, which were relatively weaker, had considered the difference in strength between them and the demons. Since the Western sect had taken the lead, they would take action. In fact, if Dong Huang had not arrived by accident and killed the Patriarch of the Nether River during the Battle of Thunder Eagle City, the chances of Kuan Peng escaping with the 4 experts they had set up, especially with the fiend ancestor holding the fort. Anyway, the opposition had already been formed. Who was afraid of who? Moreover, although the route was with the Grandmaster of Heaven, Dong Huang did not dare to do so. Secondly, he felt that the other party was not wrong. Thirdly, it was all the Western sect's fault. You were bullied and couldn't bully back, so you came to bully the demons? This was simply unreasonable. Dong Huang had long been impatient. Dong Huang rushed back to the Demon Emperor Palace at lightning speed. On the way he took the time to check. Yes, Zhao's feather was still there. He strictly ordered the Chaos Bell to be kept safe and then barged into the Demon Emperor Palace. Your Majesty, Dong Huang. Before the messenger could finish his words, Dong Huang had already rushed to the front of the Demon Emperor's throne with a cold aura around him. Brother, sister-in-law, there's a situation. There's a big situation. The Demon Emperor frowned. Calm down. What's the situation that makes you like this? I captured a little of the three-legged golden crow aura that appeared in Thunder Eagle City and condensed it into a feather. I've already brought it back. You'll know the problem when you see it. Dong Huang's voice was anxious. However, you have to be careful. You can only check it once. You can only check it once? What do you mean? The Demon Empress was a little solemn. The person who held this feather previously used the true fire of the Great Sun to condense a sword and fought with the Kuan Peng. Although he forced the Kuan Peng back, the feather immediately turned into powder. Fortunately, their fire was carried out in my Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell reacted in time and gathered it again. However, it had already shattered. In the end, it was only the size of a sesame seed. The only thing to be thankful for is that its aura has yet to dissipate. Its aura has yet to dissipate. The Supreme Masters of the Demon Clan narrowed their eyes at once. It's good that its aura hasn't dissipated. As long as its aura hasn't dissipated, we can easily lock onto that fellow's identity. What's his background? He actually dares to impersonate our Golden Crow royal family. Let's go to the Fusang tree. The Demon Emperor immediately made a decision. Then the couple and Dong Huang flew up together. In the next moment they were already on the Fusang tree. The surrounding true fire of the Great Sun immediately isolated all external detection. Here, even if the heavenly secrets are not chaotic, no saint can eavesdrop on our conversation. Even if the Tao ancestor wants to do it, it will be in vain. Now that you're awake, even if the Golden Crow aura you brought can dissipate at any time, there's still enough time for us to identify and investigate. Alright. Second brother, take it out. Alright. Dong Huang carefully took out the Shao feather from the Chaos Bell. Outside, there was the pure true fire of the Great Sun that belonged to Dong Huang, carefully protecting it. The Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress were calm. They even felt that Dong Huang's cautiousness was a little ridiculous. Could it be that second brother had been frightened to death? It's rare to see someone so cautious to this extent. The title of the book has been changed to Imperial Tao. There's no need to say anything. I really don't want to deal with the trouble. Moreover, the most important thing is that the copyright of the word heterodox is not easy to sell. Everyone knows. I'm working hard to write. I'm preparing to save up and give my brothers a good burst of 10 chapters. Chapter 1349. However, the suspicions in the hearts of the Demon Emperor and his wife were also rapidly growing. Dong Huang was not a reckless person. For him to go through so much trouble and pretend to be serious, the matter behind it must be very serious. Could it be that the Golden Crow had really appeared in this world again? But was this possible? Could it be that the calamity had begun again, and such a thing that should not have happened could actually happen? However, no matter how strange it was, the truth was about to be revealed. Looking at the feather that Dong Huang carefully held out, the Demon Empress he could not help but laugh. Tai, is this necessary? Even when your nephew was born, I don't think you've been this careful. Dong Huang Tai smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law, this. You still have to confirm it yourself. There may be some differences, but I really can't tell. I don't know if I'm wrong. Take a look for yourself. This. Dong Huang stuttered. The Demon Emperor was stunned. The Demon Empress also realized that Dong Huang's words had a hidden meaning. Furthermore, he had made his intentions very clear. The Demon Empress' body trembled as she thought about it. She cried out, "Second brother, you mean?" "No, I didn't say anything." Dong Huang quickly shook his head. "I just want you to take a look at it. The three of us can identify it together." The Demon Empress' eyes were filled with anxiety as she stared at the swaying Great Sun True Fire. Her beautiful face turned from red to pale and then from pale to red. Whoosh! The great sun true fire spread out. Inside was a vacuum cover the size of a human head. Xiao, the three-legged golden crow feather the size of a sesame seed, floated up and down. The demon emperor's eyes were wide open. He almost stuck his eyes to the feather, but the demon empress reached out and threw his eyes aside. Then, he hurriedly moved closer and stared at the bright yellow feather. However, at a glance, his eyes were already filled with tears. Second brother. Second uncle. You. Shiha's lips trembled. Did you feel something? Dong Huang coughed. Hesitation could be seen on his square and dignified face. After a while he said, "It's really been a long time. I don't dare to say that I can confirm anything. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of bringing Ling Yu back and making you confirm it with your own eyes?" If it was in the past, the demon empress would definitely scold him. But now Shiha had no time to curse. She just stared blankly at Zhao's feathers floating inside the cover. He wanted to break the barrier several times, but his hands were trembling and he didn't dare to make a move. Finally he pleaded, "Second brother, please open it." At this moment, the demon emperor had already jumped up from under the tree. With a nervous look on his face he asked, How is it? However, both of them ignored him. Dong Huang coughed and said, "Okay, I'll open the shield now." The monster emperor was nervous and quickly said, "Let me protect him." Shiha said in a trembling voice, "Let me check." The three of them had a clear division of labor. However, with their cultivation, such a small matter required the three of them to divide the work. It was obvious that this matter was extremely important. Dong Huang took a deep breath and used his divine perception to stir the Dong Huang bell. The bell responded instantly and opened the shield. The feather floated out quietly without its restraints. At the same time, the monster emperor's spiritual energy and the power of the grand sun primordial fire surged out and carefully protected the feather. His spiritual energy even lifted the feather up. The demon empress took a deep breath and stretched out her slender hand. She carefully held the feather in her palm. With just a touch of her spiritual energy, the Zhao's feather immediately exuded a pure demonic aura. Without a doubt, this was the aura of the three-legged golden crow that belonged exclusively to the royal family. Sensing this unfamiliar yet extremely familiar aura, Dong Huang and the monster emperor were men. After so many years, too many things had filled their hearts. At this moment, they only felt a faint sense of familiarity. However, the demon empress' tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She held the feather as if it was the only treasure in the world. Her tears kept flowing, but her spiritual energy still gently stroked the feather. The feather lay obediently in her hand without any resistance. However, this feather had long disappeared from the world. It only appeared now because of the power of the Bell of Chaos and the Grand Sun Primordial Fire. That was why it could exist for so long. Then as time passed, it finally began to dissipate bit by bit, turning into light spots and slowly disappearing. Oh! The demon empress roared and detonated her demonic energy to the limit. She did not hesitate to consume her cultivation to protect this feather. However, that feather was something that had long been broken. No matter how powerful she was, even if she was willing to sacrifice her cultivation, she still couldn't keep the feather intact for a long time. It kept dissipating and finally, it completely dissipated. In the end, there was nothing in the demon empress's jade white palm. There was nothing left. There was no trace at all. The demon empress was lost. She looked straight at her palm where the feather had been. Throughout the entire process, the three of them did not make a sound. After a long time, Dong Huang coughed and was full of anxiety. He was afraid to break the silence and said carefully, "Are you sure? Do you recognize?" The monster emperor coughed and looked at his wife's expression hesitantly. He said, "I am 80% sure. This should be seventh brother's feather." The demon empress suddenly stood up and completely exploded. "Bastard. What do you mean by 80% sure? What should this be? What should be? Dijun. Are you out of your mind? Can't you recognize your own son's aura? You. What kind of face do you have to be a father? How can you not be despised?" The monster emperor Jun was in a sorry state. He said, "It's really because of the time. It's been too long. I was just trying to be safe. I didn't dare to say it with certainty. 80% is already very high. If I really said it with certainty. So what if you said it with certainty? Shouldn't you say it?" The demon empress said angrily, "Even if another 100 million years pass. This is also my son's aura. Even if another billion years pass, I won't be wrong. But as a father, you don't even dare to say a word of truth. Tell me, what's the use of having someone like you?" She paused and suddenly burst into tears. "My son is not dead. My seventh brother is back." He burst into tears, tears streaming down his face. She cried so loudly as if she wanted to vent out all the grief and longing that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Dong Huang and the monster emperor looked at each other and sighed softly. Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Children were their own children, but men's hearts were always not so meticulous. Although they would feel sad for a long time after the death of their children, as time passed, the original memories would slowly disappear in men's hearts, become faint and indifferent. But it was different for women. If their children were by their side, they wouldn't do anything. Instead, they would be impatient. They would scold them today and beat them tomorrow. But if one of them disappeared, then this child would forever be in their mother's heart and couldn't be erased for the rest of their lives. As time passed, that child's image would become clearer and clearer. It would become a pain that couldn't be erased from the bottom of their hearts. Even if that child wasn't the most outstanding one among the children, after passing away in their mother's heart, it would only become more and more beautiful. It would surpass all the other kind of beauty. "It's my seventh brother. My Cheong. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong." The demon empress burst into tears, venting the depression that had accumulated for countless years. After a long while, her sorrowful voice began to linger with the joy of regaining what she had lost. Dong Huang coughed. Under his elder brother's forceful gaze, he gathered his courage and asked, "Sister-in-law? Big sister. As a brother I have to ask you. Are you sure?" The demon empress flew into a rage and kicked him out. She said angrily, "How can I mistake my own child? Do you think I'm a fool like Dijun? Even his own son was suspicious of him? If you weren't sure, would you go through so much trouble to turn back and ask me? He's unworthy of being a father, and you're also unworthy of being an uncle." The two brothers looked embarrassed. "You two are a pair of bastard brothers. Even if I made him wear a green hat, with such a pure gold crow bloodline, who could make him wear a green hat?" The demon empress scolded. She became more and more agitated and spoke more and more carelessly. The two brothers looked even more embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, be careful with your words." Dong Huang Taiyi's forehead was sweating, and his eyebrows were twitching. "How would I dare? Get out of here." The demon empress was furious. Dong Huang ran out in a sorry state. "And you get out of here too." The demon emperor followed in Dong Huang's footsteps and ran out in a sorry state as well. Standing under the fusang tree and listening to the mournful cries above, the two brothers sighed and patted each other's shoulders. "Big brother, it's been hard on you. I only know now that marrying the demon empress and becoming the demon emperor is actually so difficult. Second brother, it's good that you understand. Sigh, so many years have passed. It's your great fortune that big sister is willing to marry you. Are you trying to act innocent in front of me? If big sister doesn't like you, what do you think you did? As the demon emperor, how can you talk behind someone's back? Damn. You. The demon emperor widened his eyes. He wanted to act as the big brother and reprimand his brother who hadn't acted like this for a long time. However, he heard a sobbing voice above his head. "Tai, where did you find your nephew?" Dong Huang said, "Ahem, Thunder Eagle City. I'm going to bring him back. I'm going now." The demon empress was resolute and said without any doubt, "My son has been wandering in a foreign land for so many years. I don't know how much he has suffered. That's why he didn't die and almost died. I must bring him back and make it up to him. Ahem, bring my nephew back. That's for sure. I heard that it was because he had a fight with the Kunpeng? That's why he destroyed this feather?" The demon empress immediately recalled this matter and was furious. "Why did the Kunpeng hit my son? How dare he?" Chapter 1350. Ahem, that's not the case. There is indeed a reason for this. When Kunpeng realized that something was wrong, he had already held back. Otherwise, this feather would not have been preserved. Dong Huang Tai hastily explained everything. Otherwise, Kunpeng would probably be tortured to death by the demon empress with just this explanation. Back then, when the seventh prince went missing, the demon empress almost stewed the Kunpeng demon master. Now that it happened again, the demon empress probably did not even need to do it personally. Kunpeng would have suicidal thoughts. She quickly explained to him. "Snatch the treasure? The red lotus of the Nether River? How dare you, Kunpeng? How dare you compete with my son for the treasure? Dong Huang sweated profusely. Even Kuan Peng couldn't snatch that treasure. My son is really awesome. Even an expert like the Kuan Peng demon master can't defeat him. The demon empress looked proud and gratified. Dong Huang and the demon emperor looked at each other and felt a little tired. Anyway, they couldn't say anything now. They just had to shut up. Everything would be easy to talk about when the demon empress calmed down. However, if he said something that was caught red-handed, it might really turn into a nightmare for hundreds of thousands of years. I want to set off immediately. The demon empress was impatient. She was overflowing with words and took action. No. Dong Huang and the demon emperor said at the same time, the Western sect is setting up a trap there. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. So what if it's dangerous? The demon empress narrowed her eyes and said indifferently, do you think that I'm a weak human woman? Do you want the three of us to have a fight first? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker? No. That's not what I meant. The demon emperor sweated profusely. Dong Huang's forehead was covered in sweat as well, and he finally thought of a reason and said hastily, presently the biggest problem isn't if we should immediately leave for Thunderhawk City, the biggest problem is. After Ye Qiong and the Rock exchanged a palm strike, they immediately fled into the distance, and we don't know where they've gone to now. Moreover, after so many years there has been no news of Ye Qiong. Even her destiny soul tablet has been shattered. Where did the huge strangeness of the past come from? How can we enter a dangerous place before we have a clear understanding of these matters? Even if you aren't afraid, Ye Qiong is. It's not safe for the child if you suddenly make a move. At the very least we have to figure out where Ye Qiong is now, what force she belongs to, or which direction she's in. Only then can we make a move. Dong Huang tried his best to break down the crumbled pieces and analyze the situation. The demon emperor chimed in, that's right. That's right. That's right. Second brother is right. That's right. That's right. After a long time the demon empress finally calmed down. He took a few deep breaths and his eyes flashed. You too, from today onwards, pay close attention to any news about my son. Once you discover anything you must inform me immediately. If you dare to hide anything from me, Dijuan, I will divorce you immediately. Emperor Jun was shocked and blurted out, really? You. The demon empress was instantly enraged. She was truly enraged. The grand sun primordial fire rose all over her body, and even the demon emperor palace was engulfed in flames. I will never leave. The demon emperor roared, no matter what, I will not. Second brother. Second brother. He turned his head. Dong Huang was already one step ahead of him. He ran away without a trace, without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Dong Huang had already returned to Dong Huang Palace, but he could still hear Emperor Jun's voice. Second brother, save me. Please persuade your sister-in-law. Second brother, you have to testify for me. How can I be that kind of? Dong Huang nimbly raised the soundproof barrier. I finally escaped from this place and you still want me to go back? Big brother, you are not only handsome but you are also dreaming. Once he made up his mind, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. On the other side, Zhuoxiao Duo led Zhuoxiaonian, Bai Jiao and Yan Shirsi into the space exterminating tower like a swarm of bees. Behind them, the mosquito Taoist was almost chasing after Zhuoxiaoduo's tail. However, as soon as they entered, heaven and earth turned upside down, and yin and yang became chaotic. An unprecedentedly blazing grand sun primordial fire surged, and with it, the space exterminating tower was shut down. Swoosh! Xiao turned into a grand sun in the sky, and the unstoppable true fire blocked Zhuoxiaoduo's back and collided with the mosquito Taoist. It was completely disregarding its own safety. Its mission was only 1 second. It only needed to fight for 1 second. It only needed to give Zhuoxiaoduo enough time to turn around after entering the space exterminating tower. Zhuoxiaoduo, Little White, Little Jiao, and Zhuoxiaonian Yan Shirsi had just entered the Tower of Annihilation. They split into two and stood up, watching as the door to the Tower of Annihilation closed. Then, a loud explosion shook the entire space of the space exterminating tower. Zhao's grandson in the sky was smashed into pieces by the mosquito Taoist. Jia, Xiao screamed miserably as she was sent flying 8,000 li away like a rubber ball. Her body slammed heavily into the mountain, smashing countless spirit herbs along the way. She even smashed a hole that was no less than a few dozen meters deep into the mountain. Lying in the hole, he was dying. His head tilted and he passed out. Before he passed out, he only had one thought, Mama, what did you do to provoke? Black smoke was rising from the cave entrance in spirals, proving that although Xiao Xiao was injured, she was still alive. The mosquito Taoist felt his blood boil after being hit by Xiao. Xiao was a pure-blooded member of the royal family. He was blessed by the heavens and had a natural advantage over other members of the demon clan. Although the mosquito Taoist was also a Khanate spirit, he was still restrained by the fate of the royal family that Xiao carried. Moreover, the collision was so sudden that even if the mosquito Taoist could bear it, he still felt uncomfortable. He paused for a moment. However, the mosquito Taoist was a tycoon in the untainted land, a top figure in the world. He stopped and looked around with a cold smile. Seeing that there were mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth, he sneered, "So it's a paradise. Do you think you can trap me here?" He looked around and said calmly, "It's a good place. I have to thank all of you for thinking that you're smart and self-righteous. Now, I declare that this place is mine." Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian were in the sky. They turned around and faced the mosquito Taoist with their hammers and swords in their hands. They looked calm, but their hearts were unprecedentedly heavy. The guy in front of them was really difficult to deal with. No wonder he was an ancient fierce beast, a primordial alien. When they fought with him before, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian both used their full strength without holding back, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Instead, they felt that it was difficult to use their strength and were constantly being suppressed. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation since they started their cultivation. Moreover, that was under the situation of the two of them working together. One must know that when the two of them worked together and complemented each other, their strength would increase exponentially. The guy in front of them was an unprecedented enemy, but now he was in the Tower of Destruction. Hee. Mosquito Taoist? Bloodwing Black Mosquito? A primordial alien? Zhuxiaoduo looked at the mosquito Taoist and said calmly, "Surrender. Surrender and hand over your primordial spirit. This is your only way out. Given the foresight of your primordial world senior, do you really think that the land is limited to blessed lands and grotto heavens? I'm not afraid to tell you that this place is a world of its own. It's out of this world." Surrender? The mosquito Taoist laughed and said, "You? A world of its own? Yes, this place is really a world of its own. It's not just a paradise. But where are the sun, the moon, and the stars? Where is the way of heaven in this world? It's just an incomplete world. How dare you force me to surrender? You human brat, are you dreaming? Do you really think you can bully me at will?" Zhuxiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that you want to die." The mosquito Taoist shook his head disdainfully and said, "I can't even see the tiny primordial merit. How can this be?" Before the mosquito Taoist finished his words, something happened. The sword light shot up to the sky, shining brilliantly. A magnificent sword light shot up to the sky and formed a bright yellow palace in the air. The light and the color were so sacred that they seemed to be purifying the world. The next moment, an unparalleled power came to this world. As the Wuhuang sword showed up, a spiritual strength rippled in the void. "Mosquito, why don't you surrender now that you see me?" Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa? The mosquito Taoist was shocked. His face turned pale and he was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. "I surrender." "You're the Wuhuang sword? Only the sword is here? Damn it." Tuer scolded loudly, "Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa is not here. You're just a sword spirit. How dare you ask me to surrender? How dare you threaten me? I said I'd sacrifice you and give you another primordial spiritual treasure." He was almost scared out of his wits by the Wuhuang sword. He quickly found that there was only one Wuhuang sword here, and the person he was most afraid of was not here. Instantly, his trembling heart calmed down. However, he almost peed in his pants just now that it was so shameful. It was such a great shame that he had to kill all the creatures in front of him to wash away his shame. I was actually frightened by a sword. My entire body was still covered in cold sweat, but that fear had now turned into anger. Are these living beings in front of me prepared to suffer my anger? The Wuhuang sword was also trembling with anger. "You're looking down on me? No, you're looking down on me, right? I've fully recovered and my strength is much stronger than before. I wanted to show off and show everyone that you're all weak, so I had to show up. But I didn't expect that I didn't scare the mosquito, and it had the opposite effect. It was so shameful." Chapter 1351. Mosquito, you're courting death. The spiritual power of the Wuhuang sword shook the void. "Ah! When I break this space and capture these two human brats, even your Huang sword will be mine. Do you think you're still the sword of Empress Hua in primitive times? Bah. Mosquito Taoist shook his hands and the 12 pairs of giant wings on his back suddenly flashed. A sudden buzzing sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo's spiritual power was connected with Xiaolong's. With the help of Xiaolong's power, he merged with the space of the Tower of Annihilation to the greatest extent. Then he shouted, "Listen to my command in this world. Don't touch this enemy's spiritual power. Heaven and earth, kill him together." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was the first time that Xiaolong had done this, but he still tried his best to control it meticulously. Before his voice had died away, the spiritual qi in the space of the Tower of Annihilation showed signs of rolling backward, and was rapidly drawn away from Mosquito Taoist. This showed that from this moment on, the spiritual qi in the Tower of Annihilation would only be supplied to Zhou Xiaoduo, and would not be replenished by Mosquito Taoist at all. If this guy used up all his strength, he would become a dry corpse. Mosquito Taoist smiled faintly. "Don't try to trap me with such a petty trick." After saying that, his body flashed and hundreds of thousands of Mosquito Taoist appeared. Each one looked exactly like the original Mosquito Taoist. They were tall and thin and held black swords. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Then thousands of Mosquito Taoists jumped up together. "Let's end this quickly. I don't like to waste my breath. I'm used to opening my mouth to say hello." Boom. Zhou Xiao's mind raced. He activated the Zhu Rong genuine fire in his body and shouted softly, "Zhu Rong fire of heaven and earth." With a light boom, the whole space of the Tower of Annihilation was suddenly filled with Zhu Rong genuine fire. There was no place where Zhu Rong's fire did not burn, and the primordial fire burned the enemy. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo were in the burning atmosphere. As the flames burned, they controlled the genuine fire and fought with Mosquito Taoist for the second time. In this second battle, the situation was vastly different from the previous one. Previously, even when the ice and fire were intertwined, it was still just the two of them exerting themselves to the limit and joining forces to resist the enemy. Now they were relying on the Tower of Annihilation to gather the power of the entire space to strengthen themselves to the maximum limit and weaken the enemy. The situation of the battle immediately tilted. Although Mosquito Taoist had many incarnations, they were just incarnations after all. They didn't have the power of the original body. Once they fell into the torrential Zhu Rong true fire, they immediately let out miserable shrieks. Although they were barely able to survive, they were barely surviving. When Taoist snorted with surprise in his eyes. "It's Zhu Wu's fire." Just now, Zhou Xiaoduo had used the convergence of flames in order to achieve the highest output. When Zhu Rong's genuine fire merged with other flames, its lethality was undoubtedly very high. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation, it was not eye-catching. Thus, when Taoist did not recognize it. After all, he had never fought with Zhu Wu in person. However, at this moment when he was in the complete Zhu Rong's genuine fire, he recognized it immediately. Zhu Wu is dead. What's the use of passing down the knowledge of the genuine fire? When Taoist shouted, all his incarnations returned to his original body. However, the countless black swords didn't leave at all. They stayed by his side like hedgehogs piercing into the sky, and charged at them aggressively like tanks. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were not afraid at all. They rushed forward together, and with the help of the power of the Tower of Annihilation, they started a fierce battle with Wen Taoist in his strongest state. At this moment, the 99 Kitty Hammer and the Spirit Snatcher Sword combined strength and gentleness, and the combination of ice and fire, they cooperated seamlessly. The two of them joined forces and managed to tie with Wen Taoist in a short time. The Tower of Annihilation was even more powerful. Endless spiritual qi rushed into their bodies like a tsunami, quickly replenishing their energy. However, Wen Taoist could only hold on with his own strength. Although he had spoken arrogantly just now, Taoist Wen didn't realize how sinister this move was until the fight started. For the first time in his life, he felt that he didn't have any supply at all. He was fighting in someone else's territory. Right now, he could still deal with the situation without winning or losing, but he had already given it his all. This kind of peak condition could not be sustained for long, and this was only a draw. After a while, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position, and the more he fought, the worse it would be. When Taoist realized that he couldn't stay here for long, he forced Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan to retreat, and then rushed out quickly. However, it was too late for him to realize this. With a soft sound, the Huang sword directly turned into a brilliant sword qi. The magnificent sword of merit had cut off a part of Wen Taoist's fate with only one strike. Xiaolong, who was temporarily attached to the Wuhuang sword, hurriedly swallowed the fate. Ah! When Taoist was extremely angry. Who is it? Who is it? Come out! Despicable thing. There was a hidden one. And this hidden one could even swallow the fate that he had cut off. When Taoist was the only one who sucked blood, absorbed the essence, qi and spirit of living creatures, and devoured the spiritual essence of spiritual treasures. He didn't expect that there was someone who could swallow his fate. For a moment, when Taoist was completely annoyed. When Taoist was not afraid at all if it was only a battle of consumption. Even if the opponent had a supply and he didn't, he was confident that he could hold on until the end with his hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Even if he had to wait until the two human babies' hair turned white, he was absolutely sure that he could win. The Wuhuang sword was a sword of merit which could cut off the fate. This was a concern, but he was not afraid. As long as he won, he could still take back the fate. After all, it was just a temporary loss. As long as he won, even the fate of this world would belong to him. Why should he care about the temporary loss? But now, there was a special existence beside him that could swallow the fate. This change made Taoist one terrified directly. If the fate that had been cut off was swallowed and refined again, it would never come back. When Taoist's roar shook the void. But how could Xiaolong come out? Xiaolong had just taken a bite of Wen Taoist's fate. Although it was very nutritious, he was still not used to it since he had never swallowed this kind of fate before. He needed some time, so he immediately followed the Wuhuang sword to digest it. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still fighting with Wen Taoist. Seeing that the situation was not good and the situation was gradually becoming more and more balanced, Mosquito Taoist dared not to hold back anymore. He played all his trump cards and fought with all his strength, intending to end this battle as soon as possible. All kinds of magic treasures were used. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were caught unprepared. As Wen Taoist fought with all his strength, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan tried their best to keep the battle line stable. But the space for them to move was getting smaller and smaller. This battle turned the world upside down. 2.5 hours had passed since the beginning of the battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were getting more and more tired and embarrassed. It was difficult for them to continue. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. Then they were suppressed to 40%, 30%, 28%, 19%. Now they were almost completely beaten up. Shit, hurry up. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was red as he urged Wen Taoist to hurry him up. Xiaolong finally finished digesting the fate from Wen Taoist. He flew up again with the Wuhuang sword, rushing back and forth in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Wen Taoist was so angry that he shouted furiously, "Don't come here." At this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand at an unimaginably fast speed. The god-killing spear. Yan Shirsi. Although Yan Shirsi had completed his transformation, he was still not strong enough to participate in a battle of this level. Even if he did, he could only make one attack at most. However, this one attack was enough to have a considerable impact on the battle. Yan Shirsi turned into a shining light spot and rushed into Wen Taoist's sword light at an incredible speed. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and it actually pierced a hole through a black sword along the way. Whoosh! Yan Shirsi's desperate attack pierced through one of Wen Taoist's wings. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out into the distance. The god-killing spear Yan Shirsi was extremely focused on this attack. He used too much strength and couldn't stop in time. In the end, with a puff sound, he drilled into the mountain with half of Wen Taoist's wing. It made sense. What kind of mountain could withstand such a powerful penetrating force that could pierce through half of Wen Taoist's wing? Why, bird. It was supposed to be "I'll go," but the sound of it sinking into the mountain was so muffled that it became bird. However, none of them cared about this detail. They had to seize the opportunity quickly. Wen Taoist snorted. Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammers fell fiercely. Wen Taoist blocked with his long sword, but a crisp sound was heard. That black sword was actually broken. After a series of fierce battles, the black sword, which had collided with the hammers countless times, was broken. In fact, it was not surprising. Although Yan Shirsi was only one person, his foundation was the god-killing spear. His attack was not an ordinary one. The black sword was damaged by the god-killing spear. Naturally, it couldn't bear the heavy bombardment of the 9-9 kitty hammer anymore. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had succeeded in his attack, was still hurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. A stream of cold air came like lightning. Wen Taoist shook his body and another sword appeared in his hand. He blocked the spirit-seizing sword, which was one step behind Zhuxiao Duo. However, at this moment something unexpected happened. The ice spirit suddenly appeared on the spirit-seizing sword. This was the first time the ice spirit had appeared since the battle with Wen Taoist. Once it was spat out, it would be extremely cold, and extremely cold, the number one cold air in the world. Wen Taoist had been prepared for this. As a primordial almighty, he was experienced and knowledgeable. A divine weapon like the spirit-seizing sword must have a sword spirit. Otherwise, how could it withstand his black sword? Thus, even though little Lil Duo's appearance was abrupt, he was still not surprised. He tilted his head and the space whirlpool, which he had set up earlier, sucked in the breath of cold air. Then he threw it out casually. The sword in his hand struck Zhuxiaoyan and sent her flying. However, at the moment when the two swords collided, Zhuxiaoyan was sent flying. However, a white light suddenly rushed out from the spirit-seizing sword and pounced on Wen Taoist. Then Wen Taoist's body started to burn. However, this time the flame was different. It was a cold flame. The silver-white flame froze and burned at the same time. The ice became tighter and tighter and the flame became more and more violent. Wen Taoist screamed, "Ice flame! Ice flame! Ancient Phoenix!" His voice was full of fear. "Who are you? Who are you?" Chapter 1352. Mosquito Taoist had never imagined that the beautiful girl in front of him had so many trump cards. Since the beginning of the battle, the young man had been showing all kinds of tricks, trump cards, and unexpected attacks. His face was full of cunning, which was very annoying. Moreover, between the two of them, the position of the human youth as the main attacker was also very obvious. Not only was he more powerful, but he also had more weapons. He was cunning enough, and his trump cards were numerous. On the other hand, the human girl had a gentle and cold expression on her face since the beginning of the battle. She was clearly a well-behaved and honest girl, an ice beauty in the cliché. And this kind of girl would usually disdain to use underhanded methods to ambush others. But who would have thought that the girl, who looked innocent, was even more cunning than the boy? Since the beginning of the battle, she had launched 3 sneak attacks. First, she used the god-killing spear. Then she used the extremely cold color. Then she used the extremely cold air, which made it impossible for Mosquito Taoist to defend himself. What was more, she used the unique skill of the Phoenix tribe which had never been used before, Ice Flame. This was the supreme unique skill of the royal family of the Phoenix tribe. Compared to the Nirvana True Fire, this Ice Flame was more lethal. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, and if it wasn't for the fact that this girl's cultivation wasn't up to par, and that she hadn't mastered the Ice Flame yet, he was afraid that this Ice Flame would have burned him into ashes and melted him into ice chips. Damn it! Were all the people in the untainted land so cunning? This was not something that could be described as heartless. Mosquito Taoist regretted it, but his body was more honest. His body flashed crazily and countless black spiritual power gushed out like volcanoes. He tried his best to get rid of the Ice Flame, but he was inevitably at a disadvantage. He tried his best to resist the continuous attacks of Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan. However, the exchange of offensive and defensive positions was a foregone conclusion. Mosquito Taoist was in a state of being beaten. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he expelled the Ice Flame from his body. However, his momentum was much weaker than before and he was no longer as powerful as before. A big stick suddenly appeared and smashed Taoist one like a mountain. When Taoist staggered. When he turned around, he saw an indomitable and ferocious giant ape, holding a big stick, smashing him again. When Taoist could completely withstand this kind of attack. But it didn't stop him from being shocked. Zhu Yan! Zhu Yan! The Mosquito Taoist roared, his eyes full of panic. Why are you here? Of course he knew Zhu Yan. They were both beasts of primordial chaos, but he never had any dealings with Zhu Yan. If he had met Zhu Yan earlier, Zhu Yan would have been sucked dry by Taoist one. Later, when Zhu Yan became notorious, Taoist one did not dare to meet him face to face. He had always avoided them whenever he could. Who would have thought that he would actually face them head-on here? Furthermore, it was an enemy. Fuck you. The Mosquito Taoist cursed loudly. Why am I so unlucky? It turns out that you are hiding here. Suddenly he felt despair in his heart. Originally, there was still a tiny bit of hope that they could escape, but now, even that tiny bit of hope was gone. There was actually a beast of misfortune lying in wait here. This damn bastard. Just as he was feeling panic and despair. Whoosh. Then, the Wahuang sword fell like lightning and hit Wen Taoist hard. Crack. 3 big black wings flew away from his body. Xiaolong rushed up like a wolf and devoured it crazily. Good stuff. Good stuff. Another big piece of luck was cut down by the sword of virtue, and then it was devoured by the existence that he didn't see at all. Zhu Yan raised his big stick high, roared, and smashed it down again. The mosquito Taoist's heart was trembling violently. He was really scared this time. If this went on, he was afraid that he would really die here today. So he roared again, "Stop!" But Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan had finally regained the upper hand. How could they stop now? This was the best time to kill him while he was down. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer roared again, and the gates of hell reopened. After this fierce battle, Zhuxiaoduo's understanding of the battle had increased by leaps and bounds. Zhuxiaoyan was the same. She had never fought with such a powerful enemy before. They had been at a disadvantage since the beginning and their lives were at stake. The feeling of being suppressed, forged, burned, and oppressed. Their martial arts potential was like weeds after the rain, wildly growing at this moment. All kinds of understanding, skills, and moves were getting better and better. How could the mosquito Taoist ask them to stop? Stop what? You're such a mischievous, ugly man. You're dreaming. Kill him. Zhuxiaoduo swung his hammer crazily. Now that he had gained the upper hand, it was time for him to follow up with another attack. After battling for so long, Zhuxiaoduo suddenly had a new understanding of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. He suddenly leaped up, and in less than 2 seconds he executed the entire set of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer twice in succession. At this moment, it was not only the collapse of heaven and earth, but also the beginning of the world or the end of the world. The mosquito Taoist roared. The black sword in his hand was broken again, and his head was smashed by the hammer. Then the Spirit Snatcher sword pierced through the mosquito Taoist's body 3 times, and the ice flame burned again. Whoosh! The mosquito Taoist's head grew out again. Zhu Yan's big stick fell down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Jian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The mosquito Taoist shouted shrilly. He hated no one now. He only hated Zhu Yan. If it weren't for you, the son of a bitch, I wouldn't have been trapped here and couldn't escape. Do you think you still have a chance to become a ghost? It was not someone else who said that but Zhu Yan. You. The mosquito Taoist was furious. Shut your stinky mouth. Oh. It would have been better if someone else said that, but Zhu Yan's words were fucking. His mouth had been blessed by the way of heaven. I hate you so much. The Wuhuang sword kept flashing. More than a dozen swords flew back and forth between the mosquito Taoist's body. The god-slaying spear also took the opportunity to break through the defense of the mosquito Taoist's body and rush out from the other side. The mosquito Taoist's broken body retreated hundreds of miles, and the black light kept flashing crazily that the smashed head grew out again in an instant. But his body was so broken that he could barely stand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen and his eyes were full of despair. Bullies, this is too much. The mosquito Taoist was indignant. Can you be any more shameless? This place is yours and the way you fight is a group fight. Those who participate in the fight are either the most powerful members of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Wu's True Fire, or Khanate Spiritual Treasures. One hits the body, one burns the soul, one cuts the fate, and one swallows the fate. You guys have a clear division of labor. What the fuck? And the weapon has the Starry Sky Eternal Stone. The injury caused by the weapon required merit points to heal. I'm a Khanate ferocious beast. How many merit points do I have after so many years? And Zhu Yan. And this thing is suppressing the fate. Cutting off the cause and effect. What made the mosquito Taoist speechless the most was the thing that made him feel disdainful before, but now he was speechless. You guys even mobilized the spiritual chi in this space to such an extreme. I can't even absorb some spiritual chi to heal myself. I can only hold on by consuming my own foundation. Who could stand such a shameless way of fighting? The mosquito Taoist was seriously injured, and his fate had been swallowed by the enemy. With so many losses, he had no strength to resist the enemy's strength and earth chi. A white light flashed in front of him, and a ball of ice flame came at him again. On the other side, Zhu Rong's true fire was condensing on the hammer. I'll fight you to the death. The mosquito Taoist roared, and the ferocity of the ancient ferocious beast in his bones was completely aroused. With a roar, the light of Buddha shone from his body. Bathed in the light of Buddha, he seemed to be burning in another way. Then he rose into the air and rushed towards Zhuxiaoduo fiercely. It's one thing that I can't win today, but I'd rather die than drag this guy down with me. Zhuxiaoduo roared and his body spun rapidly. Then the mosquito Taoist was shocked to find that damn it. The pair of hammers had turned into two mountain-like meteor hammers. "You're blocking me from getting close to you?" With a boom, the hammers smashed down like a thunderbolt. A whirlwind with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers flashed in and out of the whirlwind. Like a storm, it attacked the mosquito Taoist from a distance. On the other side, Zhuxiaoyan didn't attack anymore. She asked the sword spirit Xiao Duo to control the spirit-snatching sword. The sword flew back and forth gracefully, aiming to find the loopholes in the mosquito Taoist's defense. As long as there was a chance, it would strike. The Huahuang sword also flew back and forth. When there was a chance, it would strike and only take away a piece of fate. Xiaolong just kept eating to his heart's content. The god-slaying spear Yen Shirsi was also looking for a chance. When he found a chance, he rushed forward with all his strength to create more holes. Juyin flew in circles with the big stick in his hand. When there was a chance, he would strike fiercely. And Xiao Duo finally pulled itself out of the cave. It flapped its wings and flew in the air. This time it didn't turn into the sun. Instead, it condensed the grand sun true fire into a flaming sword. It flew back and forth, waiting for a chance to strike. Maybe it was because the attacks in front of him were so magnificent and colorful that when Daoist completely ignored Little White and Little Jiao, who were hiding in the 99 Kitty Hammer. Every time when Daoist attacked, Little Jiao would sneakily take a breath of when Daoist chi of soul and power of primordial spirit. Puff, puff, puff. Clang, clang. The mosquito Taoist's mouth was bleeding. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to fight back. Dozens of black swords were broken. Suddenly, with a loud roar, he was hit in the chest by another hammer. Perhaps it was because the injuries were too severe, but a gigantic red-winged black mosquito reverted to its original form and rolled several hundred meters away. It lay on the ground and twitched like a dead bat. "Stop, stop. I surrender," the mosquito Taoist cried weakly. "Don't accept its surrender," the Huahuang sword shouted. "I've collected 3 chapters. I can use them tomorrow. I'm hardworking, right?" Chapter 1353. The sword of Empress Enviwa slashed twice and cut off a large amount of fortune. Her spiritual power shook the void as she shouted, "This kind of primordial ferocious beast thinks too highly of himself. He will never submit to anyone sincerely. Besides, compared to his surrender, kill him." Xiao Duo knew what it meant. He didn't plan to leave him alive. He swung his hammer and attacked. Mosquito Taoist struggled to fly up. Then he shouted desperately, "If so, let's go together." Then his body swelled up. It seemed he was going to explode. Xiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan knew it was time to retreat. A gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. When such a strong man exploded, even if he was seriously injured, the power would still be earth-shattering. It wasn't strange that he could kill Mosquito Taoist with one blow. But at this moment, Mosquito Taoist's body, which had swelled up to the extreme, suddenly deflated weirdly. Mosquito Taoist shouted in horror, "Get out! Get out!" Xiao Duo was stunned. Who was he asking to get out? What did he mean? Was it a bluff? The next moment, a shadow appeared on the huge black mosquito. She had a slim figure and a high bun. She looked at Mosquito Taoist coldly. "Mosquito, you deserve this. Get out? Do you think I'll get out? Please, get out, get out." The Mosquito Taoist roared in despair, his voice hoarse. "You didn't want me to get out before. Why are you begging me to get out now?" The shadow woman sneered, "What goes around comes around. Today I'll trap you and prevent you from exploding. I'll turn your body into a precious material for refining weapons. I'll turn your original soul into a spirit for refining weapons. I'm going to make your luck vanish completely. I'll make sure your soul will never be reincarnated. Mosquito, don't even think about exploding. As long as I'm here, all your attempts will be in vain." Mosquito Taoist spat out blood. He said furiously, "Do you think they'll let you go if I die? You'll become their puppet too. Even if I become a puppet, it's because of karma. At least it's better than being imprisoned by you all these years." Her body swayed, but suddenly a golden light burst out, completely freezing the body of the blood-winged black mosquito. She looked up at Xiao Duo and said, "Kill him. Extract his primordial spirit. Extract his soul. Extract his innate luck. Extract his source energy. This big mosquito is very useful. Human kid, you've struck gold today. Ah, I feel so happy right now. Ah, I've been wronged for countless years. Today I finally spat it out." The woman's virtual shadow froze the Mosquito Taoist's body and laughed wildly. She looked very happy. The cat spirit sword appeared in Zhuxiaoduo's hand. With a flash of cold light, it was aimed at Mosquito Taoist's head. The Mosquito Taoist was severely injured, and his primordial spirit was locked. He could not resist at all and was killed on the spot. Then Zhuxiaoduo started to extract his primordial spirit. The Huahuang sword was an experienced commander. He called out to Xiao Bai, Jiu Yen Shirsi, Xiaolong and Xiaoduo. All the divine artifacts lined up and were distributed according to their contributions. The Mosquito Taoist's body was still shining. Although he was dead, his body was still stubbornly condensed into one. It did not disperse. It'll take some time for the precious materials to disperse. The woman floated out of the Mosquito Taoist's body. Don't worry. He's already dead. At this moment, it's just that his luck hasn't completely dissipated. Okay. Senior, please. Zhuxiaoduo accompanied the woman's shadow to sit in the living room. The woman's shadow had an extraordinary origin. She was able to stop the Mosquito Taoist from exploding himself at the last moment. However, she was only a primordial spirit after all. She posed no threat to Zhuxiaoduo and the others. Senior, may I ask who you are? Zhuxiaoduo pushed out a bottle of laurel honey and opened it considerately. The woman's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, "Thank you. It was the best thing for primordial spirits." His soul directly leaned against the bottle, and in the blink of an eye, the bottle of laurel honey was completely clean. The woman's primordial spirit's shadow became visibly more real. Sitting upright on the sofa, his movements were extremely calm. That kind of graceful and calm demeanor of an expert who was proud of the world was fully displayed. May I ask, how many years have passed since the God investiture calendar of the primitive era? The woman's shadow finally asked after a moment of silence. The God investiture calendar of the primitive era? Zhuxiaoduo scratched his head and looked at Zhuxiaoyan. However, Zhuxiaoyan was also confused. God investiture calendar of the primitive era? What's that? This question was really profound. Even Li Qinglong, who was familiar with the history of astral souls, might not be able to answer it, let alone the two of them. Zhuxiaoduo racked his brains and recalled that he seemed to have read a book called God Investiture in his dream. But his memory was really blurred. It was as if he had never read it. If it weren't for the two words God Investiture, he couldn't connect the dots. But was there any connection between that and the real world? If he said it casually, would it give people a far-fetched feeling? Was he going to tell them that he had a dream and was actually alive hundreds of thousands of years ago? Zhuxiaoduo thought for a while. He felt that the possibility was really low. He'd better not embarrass himself. The woman's shadow sighed softly. It seems that it's been too long. So long that people don't even remember that era. Her eyes turned into melancholy. Zhuxiaoduo asked carefully, "May I know your name?" He had asked this question just now, but the woman didn't answer. Obviously, she didn't want to answer. However, Zhuxiaoduo was really curious and couldn't help but ask again. The woman was lost in thought for a while and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just a remnant soul. What kind of name can I have? If I tell you my name in the past, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my master and my fellow disciples?" She looked at Zhuxiaoduo and said apologetically, "Little friend, please don't ask any more. Please save some face for this poor Taoist." Zhuxiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "If you have something to hide, I won't ask." The woman smiled and said, "But no matter what, you're my benefactor. No matter how you're going to deal with me, you've freed me. This karma must be paid." Zhuxiaoduo understood the meaning of her words. Obviously, she was testing how he was going to deal with her. He waved his hand and said, "The fate of the world belongs to karma. You've escaped from the disaster and you're blessed in the future. If you have any inconvenience, just tell me where you're going and I'll find a way to send you back. If you really don't have a place to go, you can stay here with me. As for the method of rebuilding your body, I can also do my part." Zhuxiaoduo didn't make it too clear, nor did he say that he was going to die. Now it was the world of great battles. If this woman belonged to the astral souls and was hostile to the human tribe, Zhuxiaoduo would still fall out with her and deal with her. And with this woman's intelligence, she naturally understood the meaning behind his words. This brat, is he trying to recruit me? His appetite is quite big. The woman broke into a smile and said sweetly, "Little friend, you've helped my remnant soul to survive. I really have no place to go at the moment, so I'll be thick-skinned and stay with little friend for the time being. If little friend has any questions about cultivation, you can ask me for advice." With such an ending, both sides were naturally happy. Zhuxiaoduo was not stingy. He gave her a few bottles of laurel honey for her to recuperate. Anyway, it was just a primordial spirit and it was imprisoned. It was not a threat. Then he went to check his gains. At this moment, the mosquito Taoist was truly dead. His soul had dissipated. A great way was integrated into the space of the Tower of Annihilation, causing the space of the Tower of Annihilation to undergo a qualitative change. In midair, black clouds started to form. Vaguely, there was a sense of yin and yang, and the Tao was overflowing. The great way from the great ancient demon can cause such a change in the Tower of Destruction. It's really unexpected. But it's a good thing. It won't be too much even if there are more sections. No one knew better than Zhuo how many things his Tower of Destruction had devoured. Now, it was unexpectedly nourished by a great way and achieved such results. It was beyond his expectations. He was especially eager for the future. In this world of great battles, there were many primordial strongmen like one Taoist priest. If he could. Wouldn't it be wonderful? In addition to the Taoist connotation of the Great Way and all kinds of good things that had been shared by the family, the inner elixir of one Taoist priest, which was kept by the Huahuang sword, was the top thing left by one Taoist priest. Senior, may I ask what is the use of this thing? Or how to use it? This is the inner elixir of one Taoist priest, and at the same time, it is the accumulation of his essence. If you try to figure out this inner elixir with your own divine soul, you can absorb one Taoist priest's lifetime experience and various divine senses. You can even comprehend one Taoist priest's technique of thousands of incarnations from it. But it depends on the user's cultivation and a little bit of luck. It may not be possible to get what you want. The woman's virtual shadow was full of emotion. She said, since the untainted age, when Taoist priest rarely walked around the world with his original appearance. I didn't expect that this time he came out with his original body. It's really the time and destiny. In the cultivation tribulation, if you are not a sage, how can you avoid the tribulation? Those bones and wings. How to use them. Those are the best materials for refining spiritual treasures. One Taoist priest's cultivation has reached the almighty realm, and he is also a special species in the untainted age. His body is full of rare treasures. Even a drop of essence and blood can play a great role as long as it is used properly. I see. What's this? Zhuo saw Xiao and the others gathered together and seemed to be fighting for something. He couldn't help but be curious. Which one of these babies was not arrogant? But now, they turned against each other because of something? What could be so precious? Chapter 1354. Bai Jiao, Xiao Duo, Yen Shirsi, and Huahuang sword all gathered together and looked at each other with hostility. No one was willing to back down. Zhuo Duo hurried over to take a look and found that they were arguing about the 3 floating lotus flowers. Bai Jiao and the others all pounced on the lotus with a look of, this is mine. It wasn't just Bai and Jiao who were like that. Even Xiao Duo and Huahuang sword were like that. Even Yen Shirsi, who had never dared to compete with the crowd when he encountered something good, was not willing to back down now. For the sake of these 3 lotuses, these little fellows had all shown signs of turning against each other and breaking off all relations. In particular, Bai and Jiao were already secretly contacting Jiao Mai. His meaning was clear. If you dare to fight with me again, I'll give you a blow with my hammer. That the lotus was truly beautiful, so beautiful that Zhuo Duo fell in love with it at first sight, almost following in the footsteps of his family. It's actually 3 beautiful lotus flowers. These 3 lotus flowers are faintly connected. It's even more rare. Just this holy and noble appearance alone doesn't seem like something that a devil should possess. The female silhouette couldn't help but sigh. This thing was refined after Taoist Wen's death. Obviously, although Taoist Wen had been working hard for so many years, he had never really refined the treasure of the Western sect. This is a really good item. It's at the level of a top-tier innate numinous treasure. This is the 3rd grade of the Western sect's 12th grade golden merit lotus, which is used to suppress providence. It is filled with merit chi. As she spoke, the woman's shadow realized something. Although the merit treasure was swallowed by Mosquito Taoist by chance, how could it be refined by such a vicious demon who was full of sins and had slaughtered countless creatures? Sin and merit were opposites to each other. If Taoist one could refine the golden lotus of merits, it would be really strange. The root of the problem should be that the golden lotus of merit had a tribulation that was covered in dust. It was using Taoist one to experience a tribulation. This thing. What exactly is it used for? Zhuo Duo frowned as he picked up the virtuous golden lotus and asked subconsciously. The woman's phantom smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to explain, her eyes suddenly widened. Because she could clearly see that from Zhuxiaoduo's chest, there was a piece of jade with an incomplete shape that was quietly floating out. It emitted a swirling black and white light. Then, the black and white light enveloped the third-grade golden lotus. In the blink of an eye, the third-grade golden lotus was enveloped by the black and white light and disappeared. Clang clang. The Wuhuang sword froze in the air, dumbstruck. The god-slaying spear fell to the ground with a clang and remained motionless. Wah! Xiao Duo, bye-bye, and Jiao. The four little fellows could not take it anymore. They sat down on the ground, kicked their legs and cried. That was the most delicious thing in the world. Oh, how could it suddenly disappear? Mama, you have to compensate me. The four little fellows cried with tears streaming down their cheeks. Zhuxiaoduo himself was also stunned on the spot, dumbfounded. Because this change was something that even he himself had not expected. His plate of creation did not absorb the third-grade golden lotus. Instead, it had completely melted, absorbed, and eaten it. What should he do? Compensate? How could he compensate? Now, even if Zhuxiaoduo smashed his plate of creation, he would not be able to compensate for it. However, such an outcome was right in front of their eyes. Seeing the good food in their mouths disappear for no reason, how could these little fellows be willing to let it go? Previously, when they asked for help in the battle, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Now that they had something good, they did not even share it. How could this be? One by one they kicked their short legs and cried. Their tears flowed out like a river. Only Xiao was different from the rest. While the others were crying with 2 legs, it was the only one that was crying with 3 legs. Suddenly, the plate of creation shone with a strange light. Suddenly, 5 rays of light surged, one for each of Xiaoduo, Bai Jiao, and the god-slaying spear. Then it disappeared from Zhuxiaoduo's body again. Obviously, it felt a little embarrassed to take it all by itself, so it wanted to share some of the good stuff. The Wuhuang sword. Where's mine? Where's mine? Damn it. Every one of them got one, but I didn't? Is it true that only children who cry get candy? Is it too late for me to cry now? Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The Wuhuang sword was so angry that its stomach was about to explode. It flew back and forth in the air. It flew back and forth. I won't accept this. I want to have mine too. Mine. Why can't I have mine? Everyone has mine, so why can't I have mine? However, no matter how it flew back and forth, the plate of creation did not appear again. Although the plate of creation had already given some benefits, it was still not enough for Xiao and the others. How could you swallow all of it and only give us this little bit? Their labor was not that cheap. Therefore, it kicked its legs and cried. There was another person who was stunned. It was the illusory figure of the woman. This ancient almighty who was only left with her primordial spirit looked at this scene and her beautiful eyeballs bulged out. They even exceeded the limits of her eye sockets and floated up and down in front of her face. This sudden shock was so great that it was about to shake her soul out of her body. These 3 words were circulating in her mind. It was not that she did not want to shout out in shock, but that she was so shocked that she could not shout out. The plate of creation. It's actually the plate of creation? Oh my heavens! Master, this disciple has truly seen the world today and has broadened my horizons. I actually saw the plate of creation. Even the Tao ancestor did not collect the complete plate of creation. Although the plate of creation in this kid's hands is not complete, it seems to be mostly complete and has a prototype. The illusory figure of the woman staggered weakly. Luckily, I'm only in primordial spirit now. If my physical body was still here, I'm afraid that I would be so shocked that I'm only left with my primordial spirit now. Don't say that shock doesn't kill, it's just that the shock isn't enough. On the other side, the 3-legged golden crow Xiao, who was kicking its legs and crying, suddenly blinked its eyes after the plate of creation completely swallowed the golden lotus of merit and the green light fused into its soul. Then, it mysteriously stopped crying. After that, it sat there like a silly duck. It seemed to have thought of something and its eyes were filled with confusion. And it continued to be confused. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian persuaded it and promised it a lot of good things. Then it finally stopped kicking its legs and crying. It got up one by one, rubbed its eyes and went back to its duties. It finally stopped crying. It's so tiring to coax children. Zhuxiaoduo sighed in his heart. Then he picked up a storage ring on the ground. Well, this was also specially left by the Wuhuang sword for him. It was one Taoist space ring. After all, they could not use it even if they wanted to. Zhuxiaoduo casually opened it and immediately cried out in surprise. The illusory figure of the woman had expected this. She smiled and said nothing. Zhuxiaoyan looked over and could not help but widen her pretty eyes. She said in surprise, so many good things. When Daoist's wealth was too great, it was not that Zhuxiaoduo and his wife had not seen the world or had not seen many good things. There were so many good things. After the return of the demon continent, more than 40% of the super resources in the 3 continents were sent to the space exterminating tower by the big shots. With Zhuxiaoduo's wealth, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the richest man in the 3 continents. But now he saw Daoist Wen's collection. There were so many magic treasures, all kinds of spiritual materials, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of elixirs, and many other good things that he didn't recognize. There were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. Even though Zhuxiaoduo was a nouveau riche, he still felt uneasy when he saw the things in the ring. So many. There were simply too many of them. For a miser like Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan, who had been led astray by Zhuxiaoduo didn't see any benefits from the virtuous golden lotus at all. Instead, it was the piles of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that made the couple extremely happy. We're rich. We're really rich now. We're rich all of a sudden. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes were spinning, and his fingers were trembling as if they were convulsing. My young friend, you're really blessed. The illusory figure of the woman's voice was full of emotion. As a senior from the untainted land, the woman knew Wen Taoist's divine sense very well. Only she knew how difficult it was to catch Wen Taoist's real body. Even a sage might not be able to catch Wen Taoist's real body with certainty. Which fierce beast from antiquity times did not have many life-saving methods? How could it be so easy to catch its real body? However, the little guy in front of her had killed Wen Taoist by accident. Daoist Wen's death could be said to be muddle-headed and inexplicable. Even when he died, he didn't know who his opponent was. Even the person who killed Taoist Wen might not know what kind of person he had killed. Now his space ring had fallen into the hands of his enemy. The golden lotus of merit, which he had refined for hundreds of thousands of years without any results, was now a gift to someone else. God's will. This is God's will. Everything is retribution once the cause and effect backfire. Seeing the enemy she had fought for hundreds of thousands of years die in front of her just like that, a look of bewilderment appeared on the woman's face. Was he really dead? Was he dead? Why had Wen Taoist Mosquito worked so hard all his life? Who did he work so hard for? Wen Taoist Mosquito had wreaked havoc all his life, and now he died in such an obscure way. Chapter 1355. I don't know if I should ask. Senior, what kind of fate do you have with the blood-winged black mosquito? You have 2 souls living in one body. It's not as simple as 2 souls living in one body, is it? Zhuxiaoduo said with surprise in his eyes. The woman's shadow shook her head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I knew you would ask this question. I believe you won't be at ease until you figure it out. Senior, you've stopped Wen Taoist priest from exploding himself. You've already made your stand clear. How can I doubt you? Zhuxiaoduo said sweetly. I'd be a fool to believe you. The woman curled her lips and then looked up. She said sadly, Wen Taoist priest and I were both primitive monsters, fierce beasts. My foundation may not be as strong as the blood-winged black mosquito, but my teacher fixed this shortcoming of mine. Speaking of teacher, the woman's shadow looked sincere and bowed to the sky. That was also the beginning of the cultivation tribulation. I was tainted by the mortal world and controlled by someone. I was supposed to return to the West like my fellow disciples. But the blood-winged black mosquito took advantage of this and swallowed my body. The woman's shadow clenched her teeth and said, the blood-winged black mosquito's cultivation was much lower than mine. The gap between us in the primordial spirit realm was huge. If I wasn't restrained by external forces, how could the blood-winged black mosquito do anything to me? I see. Zhuxiaoduo understood. Although the blood-winged black mosquito swallowed my body by chance, my primordial spirit also entered the body of the blood-winged black mosquito with my body. It gave me a chance to live and even gave me a chance to possess the fierce beast. However, although the fierce beast's foundation was shallow, its foundation was strong. As a primordial fierce beast, it was born and bred. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get what I wanted. But my primordial spirit was always stronger than the mosquito's, so it was impossible for it to refine me. Because of the calamity, my primordial spirit has always been restrained by the sage. Before this beast dies, even if I want to, I can't break free. We've been entangled like this. In the beginning, our 2 primordial spirits would often fight each other. Later on, I knew that there was no hope for me to escape, so I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I would only come out to cause trouble when he was comprehending the great Tao or when he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Strictly speaking, after so many years, the progress of this mosquito's cultivation is actually relatively limited. He never dares to rashly make a breakthrough because once he does, he will attract the heavenly tribulation. Under the heavenly tribulation, if I cause trouble for him, he will only end up turning into ashes. Only when his cultivation reaches the point where he has no choice but to make a breakthrough and the heavenly tribulation is unable to do anything to him will he make a breakthrough. The woman's virtual shadow said indifferently, "It has continued like this until today. Finally, I've been waiting for an opportunity. It's injured and exhausted. It has no other choice but to self-destruct. But how can I let it self-destruct when it has no other choice? Wouldn't that kill me as well?" I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know how many times he had said these words today, but he still couldn't help but yearn for these secrets of the antiquity times. Ordinary people had enemies. After a few years or decades, even if they didn't die, their enemies would die. Even for cultivators who had stepped into the Tao, it would only take them a few hundred years at most. But look at the powerful figures in the antiquity times. They couldn't help but admire them. A grudge, a layer of karma, had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years without ending. Until today, people didn't even remember the world they were in, not to mention them. They were still entangled in grudges, fighting endlessly. This perseverance, this mentality, it really made me rejoice in their misfortune. By the way, among the treasures seized by the mosquito Taoist, is there anything that you used to carry with you? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. The woman's virtual shadow smiled and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan lovingly. She said, "You're a clever girl. You want to use this method to spy on my roots. Unfortunately, when I died, my belongings were already taken away by the Western religious sect. This mosquito was not strong enough to take my treasures." I see. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then, in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, the woman's virtual shadow actually began to teach the couple how to improve their cultivation. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation methods, tactics, and hammering skills, the woman praised him and gave him many suggestions. Every time she pointed out the key points, the more Zhuo Xiaoduo learned, the more he felt that this woman was truly unfathomable. Not to mention the two of them, even his parents and even Great Flood, which were inferior to this woman in terms of knowledge and experience. Even the most powerful cultivators in the astral souls, such as Chan Sheng and Elder Wan, were inferior to this woman. Probably because of the fear of the unknown, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more surprised and scared. Such an existence could actually be schemed to death back then. Then what kind of dangerous world was the so-called Great Desolate World? Now those experts from back then had all returned. Moreover, after so many years of tempering, their strength had probably increased greatly compared to back then. What kind of enemies would the human clan of the astral souls have to face? Occasionally they would ask her name, but the woman's virtual shadow would still smile. In the end, she had no choice but to say, "You're my saviors. You don't have to call me senior. If you want, you can call me Sister Yun." Sister Yun. Sister Yun. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were, of course, obedient. They called her Sister Yun sweetly and respectfully. After all, for such a powerful cultivator, even if her body had been dead for countless years, her primordial spirit still existed. Her eyesight, experience, and knowledge were many times better than others. The direction of your cultivation is basically correct. Sister Yun guided the two of them in the Void Extermination Tower for a whole year. She had been correcting them in various ways. Finally, she talked about improvement. To be honest, she was really surprised. She was surprised from the bottom of her heart. Especially when she knew the real age of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, she was even more shocked. How could they reach the Daluo realm at such a young age? Is this still the untainted world that I'm familiar with? The untainted world could easily be tens of thousands of years old. Any cultivator with a little bit of fame would feel embarrassed to talk about it if they did not have tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience. According to Sister Yun's knowledge, only the disciples of the major sects during the investiture of the gods could be compared with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. However, most of those disciples were famous for the treasures and secret techniques they inherited from their masters. When it came to cultivation, they could not be compared with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. With such good seedlings in front of her, Sister Yun's own inheritance also adhered to the idea of teaching without discrimination. She really put in all her effort to teach Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiao Yan. It was no different from teaching a disciple. Thanks to Sister Yun's guidance, Zhuxiao Duo felt as though his combat prowess had increased by at least one-fold. This was also related to the atmosphere and environment of the world. Based on the original geography and geology of the astral souls, cultivators who had reached the Daluo realm were already outstanding. They were at the top of the world and could not use their full strength. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause a catastrophe. In other words, Daluo realm cultivators should either not use their full strength. Even if they did, it was best not to use their full strength. This layer of shackles indirectly made it difficult for Daluo realm cultivators to improve. Otherwise, the three continents had been fighting for a long time and there was only one, the flood, which, yes, Father Zhuo and Mother's was final progress was largely due to the transformation of the mortal world. In addition, Zhuxiao Duo had given them an additional surprise. Could be said that it was a gift from the heavens. As for Sister Yun, she was an almighty during the time of the investiture of the gods. She did not scoff at the top of the three continents, the astral souls and the other continents. With her knowledge, she was able to guide and correct Zhuxiao Duo and his wife's path of cultivation. Naturally, they were able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Even so, the breakthroughs and improvements that Zhuxiao Duo made in the past year were still inconceivable to Sister Yun. She found it hard to comprehend. In her opinion, Zhuxiao's rate of improvement could only be described as unorthodox. However, she had personally inspected Zhuxiao's cultivation. Although it was not an orthodox martial art, it was still the same as the legacy of the celestial sect. It was definitely not an unorthodox martial art. This was strange and bizarre. Your path of cultivation is not wrong. Your combat strength is also very impressive. Although you would be soft-hearted occasionally, under the influence of your weapon, such soft-heartedness is not a big deal. Sister Yun smiled and said, "This weapon of yours can be said to be the most merciful weapon. Therefore, I do not have any good suggestions for your path. Your foundation is very solid and you are moving in the right direction. All you need to do is to work hard and run forward step by step." Xiao Duo. Sister Yun's evaluation of Zhuxiao Duo was very high. Zhuxiao Duo was beaming with joy. Zhuxiao Yan also felt proud and smiled. "As for you, little Nyener." Sister Yun's expression was somewhat serious. "You really do not have any memories? Not even the slightest bit?" "I really don't." Zhuxiao Yan widened her eyes. "How can I have any memories? I am not another person. You don't know. The ice flame in your body has a strange origin. It is somewhat strange. If it is not the primordial phoenix's child, then it is the ancestral Tao's backup plan." Sister Yun frowned and said to the two of them, "Because of this, the two of you should be more careful in the future." Zhuxiao Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Zhuxiao Duo instantly became nervous. He quickly asked, "Will there be any problems? Will my wife be taken back by them?" Chapter 1356. That's not necessarily the case. Sister Yun smiled. The so-called scheme is ultimately just a part of the plan. Now that you and your wife have attained the grand heavenly realm, your cultivation base alone, and considering your young age, is more than just shocking. Such progress will definitely exceed the expectations of the person who laid the plan. 99% of the original plan will fail. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Even in the primeval age, this phrase is still a saying of wisdom, an undefeatable iron law. I understand. I will work harder in my cultivation. I will not let my wife run away. Zhuxiao Duo breathed a sigh of relief. But little Nyin, you have a fatal weakness. Sister Yun sighed. Soft-hearted. Soft-hearted? Yes. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, you are already ruthless and merciless enough. However, when faced with these old things from back then, it is too easy to arouse your pity, or perhaps a sense of acknowledgement. Almost all the old people of our time were experts at manipulating people's hearts. When facing such enemies, it is too easy for people like you to sympathize with them. But once such emotions appear, it is a sign that you will be defeated, and you will never be able to make a comeback. You must pay attention to this. In the Eldritch era, apart from one's own camp, there is no affection to speak of. Back then we used to respect our senior uncles and senior uncles. We listened to their orders and obeyed their orders. But when it comes to the cataclysm, when it involves our fundamental interests, we are still afraid that we are not ruthless enough. At this point, she suddenly felt a sense of loss and sighed softly. They are really merciless. Zhuxianyan took a deep breath and said, I understand. Sister Yun smiled and stroked Zhuxianyan's hair. Kindness is a good thing. But kindness in battle is taboo. No matter who it is, no matter what relationship you have with them, as long as they stand against you, what you need to do is to kill them. Kill them without hesitation. That is the greatest respect to the word enemy. Yes, I'll remember it. After saying that, Sister Yun's mood turned gloomy. She remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Now, it's no longer the world I'm in. Master, senior brother, junior sister. Where are you now? I wonder if I'll be able to see you again in this lifetime? After obtaining the Tao connotation of the Great Way from Mosquito Taoist priest, a great amount of luck, many scraps of the root bone, and a large amount of essence blood, the Tower of Void Extermination had a great change again. Now, the difference between the time flow inside the Tower of Emptiness and the time flow outside was as large as 3 years. After devouring Taoist Wen Soul, Bai and Jiao grew up a lot. Although they still looked like babies in their human forms, when they turned into gourds, they looked like melons that were about to ripen and fall off. In short, they were full of texture and very pleasing to the eye. In addition to the changes in their appearance, the power they could exert was at least 10 times stronger than before. Their combat strength was off the charts. God-slaying spear Yen Shirsi also benefited a lot. Not only did he absorb all the death chi and devil chi from Mosquito Taoist priest, but he also absorbed a part of Mosquito Taoist priest's soul power. Not only did he complete the transformation, but he also improved. After this battle, Xiao Duo's foundation was also strengthened dozens of times. With a casual spit of his mouth, he could freeze the space thousands of meters in front of him completely. This kind of extremely cold air seemed to have reached a certain limit. It was slowly evolving into an ice flame through a kind of qualitative change. However, when the little guys recalled that the 3 lotuses had been devoured, they pouted and looked very aggrieved. As for Xiao Duo, during this period, apart from growing up a lot, he didn't show any signs of becoming smarter. Sometimes he acted muddle-headed, and sometimes he even seemed a little deranged. At first, Xiao Duo was concerned about this. However, according to Wuhuang's sword, this was probably a sign that the 7th prince was about to regain his memory. Now, many disorderly memory fragments were intermittently recalled, causing Xiao Duo's memory to be chaotic. However, this kind of thing could only depend on himself to slowly adapt and force himself to get through it. There was little room for external forces to control it. When he got through it, perhaps the wise and powerful 7th prince of the demon clan, Ye Qiong, would officially return. Ye Qiong. Xiao Duo expressed his heartfelt dissatisfaction with this name. What a lousy name. It's dumb and poor. It doesn't even have a good name. Xiao Duo expressed that he didn't have the strength to complain. I really don't know if the demon emperor and his wife are good at naming. Not only did they give their son a dumb name, but they also called him poor. Xiao sounds better. Wuhuang's sword was the one who really didn't have the strength to complain. The name you gave. How dare you praise yourself? You're a textbook example of a bad name. How dare you make fun of other people's names? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Forget it. I already knew that this guy was extremely shameless. It's not a matter of a day or two. It's meaningless to complain about it. There's nothing new about it. Comparisons are odious. Names are worthless. I don't want such an inauspicious name. His name will be Xiao from now on. It must be Xiao. Xiao Duo said resolutely. Wuhuang's sword flew back with a whoosh, trying to digest its benefits. Although the sword of Empress Enviwa didn't get any of those treasures, and the sword of Empress Enviwa didn't get any of the benefits from the creation disc, she still got a lot of heavenly merit after killing Taoist Wen. Most of these virtues were concentrated on the sword of Empress Hua. This made the Wuhuang sword strength improve to a certain extent. Wuhuang's sword wasn't greedy. For an innate spirit treasure like it, being able to break through the inherent bottleneck and breakthrough was already extremely precious. It was clear about its roots, and it was even more clear about its level. At its level, it would be extremely difficult for it to advance by even a millimeter. Now that it could improve so much, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Besides, even if those guys come back, I'll take Xiao, Bai, Jiao, Yen Shirsi and Xiao with me. We'll gang up on them. Who can withstand it? Wells. Whenever Sword of Empress Enviwa thought of her awe-inspiring look, she couldn't help but laugh. Life was getting better and better. Xiao Duo patrolled the area as usual. Except for some spiritual herbs that were damaged during the battle, nothing else was lost. In short, everything was improving, becoming stronger, and developing in a good direction. Unexpectedly, he couldn't help but have a feeling that, I am now invincible in the world. However, this good attitude was shattered by Sister Yun's words. Should I say it or not? My senior and junior brothers can beat you up in one move. One move? Beat me up? So strong? Zhuo seemed to have calmed down. However, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, if you're so strong, can you tell me your name? Open my ears. Little brat scram. Sister Yun scolded him without holding back. This little bastard, after being together for more than a year, he had never stopped trying to find out about her background and identity. The more setbacks he faced, the more courageous he became. He was tireless, defeated in every battle and defeated in every battle. Such a despicable little thing. If it was in the past, they would have captured him back to Golden Turtle Island and beaten him up together, 800 times a day. Their senior and junior brothers had a lot of heads. They didn't believe that they couldn't beat him up. Let's go out. It should be about time. Zhuo calculated the time. Almost 1 day has passed in the outside world. Even if there are people who came to check this place out, they should have left by now. That's true. Zhuo was starting to panic. The flow of time inside this heavenly abode of yours is different compared to the outside world? Sister Yun was surprised. We have been here for more than 1 year, but only 1 day has passed in the outside world? Who was Sister Yun? Naturally, she knew what a space-type magic artifact was. Back in the day, the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the heavenly abode was the most basic of operations. However, the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the heavenly abode was too big. Additionally, wasn't this heavenly abode a little too big? This was beyond the scope of a blessed heavenly abode. It could even be considered as an independent little world. Ever since I fused many of Taoist mosquitoes' fragments into this space, 3 years inside the heavenly abode is only 1 day and 1 night outside. At present we have been here for almost 2 years. But in truth it is only around 20 hours outside. Zhuo felt smug and he bragged. At any rate, it was rare to see such a look of shock on Sister Yun's face. Sister Yun could not stop herself from sucking in a breath of cold air. She couldn't help but be shocked by the difference in the flow of time. This kind of treasure was almost comparable to the private domain of a saint. And yet, such a treasure had fallen into the hands of a mischievous kid who was only at the grand immortal stage. Was this a stroke of luck, or was this a pearl cast before swine? Let's go out and have a look. Sister Yun, right now our foundations are very. Zhuo was still feeling puzzled. I have suppressed my primary essence for who knows how many times. Why does it sound like my primary essence is even weaker compared to your primary essence back then? What is that supposed to mean? Why is there such a big difference? It's very simple. The current rhythm of this world is vastly different from the past where you were born. After exiting the void extinguishing tower, Sister Yun looked at the world before her. The mountains and rivers, a look of frustration appeared on her face as she said, back then the worldly spiritual energy here was tens of times, no hundreds of times more than this world's spiritual energy. How are you going to compare? Chapter 1357. That is only for ordinary places. Take the blessed lands and grotto heavens as an example. The spiritual energy there is thousands of times greater than that of the ordinary world. Let's put it this way. Back then, by inhaling the spiritual energy of an immortal's abode and not dying, ordinary humans would be able to live a long life of 100 years without suffering any calamities. You once asked me whether the so-called immortal peach and ginseng fruits in the legends really exist, and whether they can really make people immortal and have the same age as the sun and the moon. Now I'll tell you that they do exist. Not only that, just by smelling the smell of the ginseng fruit, you can increase your lifespan by 360 years. This is not a mystery, it's common sense. For ordinary humans, if they were to live for 1 hour within an immortal's abode and not die, they would be able to transform their bodies and possess a considerably high talent for cultivation. Those are things that you people cannot comprehend or even imagine. However, back in ancient times, they were still common knowledge, the most common of things. So, that is how it is. Zhuo nodded his head repeatedly. Then, he was unable to stop himself from revealing a look of longing. That kind of environment was truly the life of an immortal. If only I could go to that place. There is no need for you to be so envious of others. Take this space-type magic treasure of yours for example. What is it called again? Void Extermination Tower? What a terrible name. It is so terrible that people do not even want to mention it. Sister Yun ridiculed him. For such a wonderful treasure to be given such a name, seriously. Cough cough. Please continue. There is no need to mind these minor details. It is just an example. For example, the spiritual energy within this space of yours is undoubtedly much stronger compared to the outside world. At the very least, it is hundreds of times stronger. Ordinary humans who enter this space of yours will not be able to obtain any benefits. Instead, they will be unable to withstand the unprecedented amount of spiritual energy and their organs will rapidly deteriorate. Do you understand? Sister Yun smiled. Thus, for many ordinary humans, the so-called immortal destiny is just a difficult calamity to overcome. However, once they overcome it, they will be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, transcending the mundane. I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded his head. Although he didn't have a clear understanding of this point, he still knew that an old ginseng could kill a person if it was eaten. Sister Yun's primordial spirit was in a floating state. She could only stay by Zhou Xiaoyan's side. She did not possess the ability to walk. It was unknown what kind of shackles had been placed on her primordial spirit. Even after so many years she had not been able to break free. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, together with Sister Yun, soared into the sky and headed east. As Xiaoqin advanced through the vast clouds, the wind howled. Thousands of mountains and rivers flashed by under his feet. Sister Yun, how can you break free from the shackles of your primordial spirit? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with concern. However, no matter how many times he asked, he did not receive any reply from Sister Yun. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Sister Yun's face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. Tears flowed down from her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. However, the moment the tears flowed out from her eyes, they turned into smoke. Her body was trembling so violently that she was almost unable to maintain her silhouette. It looked as though she would collapse at any moment. Zhou Xiaoyan quickly sent out a stream of her divine sense to help Sister Yun stabilize her mind. At the same time, she ensured that her silhouette would not dissipate. She felt puzzled. What is going on? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and saw a sword light in the distant horizon. The sword light connected the heavens and the earth, illuminating all directions. The sharpness and brilliance of the sword could only be unbreakable and unbreakable. Only domineering and resolute. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of li away, they could still clearly see the magnificent sword light that connected the heavens and the earth. It was splendid and magnificent. Zhou Xiaoduo could not stop himself from sucking in a breath of cold air. Who is this? Just by looking at the sharp sword light, Zhou Xiaoduo felt as though his entire body was being cut apart. Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly sense that if he were to fight against this sword light, all it would take was a flash of sword light to turn him into ashes. That the sword light flashed for a good quarter of an hour before disappearing. Even so, Sister Yun continued to stare blankly at the sword light. Her body was still trembling. After a while, she suddenly crouched down and covered her face with both hands as she sobbed bitterly. She cried without caring about anything else. It was as though she was a child who had been bullied outside and had suddenly reunited with her parents. That feeling of grievance instantly poured out. She could not stop it. She covered her face and pursed her lips like a little girl who had been bullied. Master. 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 She sobbed. Master. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the spot where the sword light had disappeared. They could sense the fearless sword intent that faced the heavens and the earth. It was as though they could sense the powerful will of the sword's owner. They could hear only one sentence. I am back. There will be no wavering. There will be no retreating. Those were the words that the sword light was declaring to the world. He was making a promise. To the heavens and the earth. To everything. An oath. A declaration of war. Master. Sister Yun cried out hoarsely as tears rolled down her cheeks. She stood up, her eyes still staring at the sword light. There was a look of determination on her face. I want to go back. My master is summoning me. I want to go back. I want to go home. Sister Yun said softly. However, there was a look of determination in her voice. Her eyes stared unblinkingly as she whispered, Xiaoduo, please send me there. As long as you can send me there, I will agree to any conditions. I swear an oath with my Tao heart. I will keep my promises until the day I die. Xiaoduo, please send me back. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent. After a long time, he looked at Sister Yun's pleading eyes and slowly said, All right, I will send you back. I do not want to wait any longer. I want to go back now. Go back now. Sister Yun trembled as she looked at the sword light, her face filled with fervor. My master is back. My master is back. My master has returned. Zhuxiaoyan supported Sister Yun with one hand. Then, together with Zhuxiao Duo, they tore through space and sped toward the sword light. Their objective was clear. The sword light would flash across the sky for a quarter of an hour every 6 hours. Although there was no sound, the sword light continued to illuminate the world. That alone was enough to explain everything. Countless clouds and mists gradually rose from all directions. Countless people, countless living creatures, all of them roared. With their lives, with their souls, they roared with all their might. Let me go. I want to go back. My master is back. In the wilderness, who dares bully the immortals of our Jie sect? There were also some who tried to stop them, ridiculing them. What Jie sect? It was long gone hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if we go back, what's the point? However, countless living creatures continued to soar into the sky. They resolutely flew toward the sword light like moths to a flame. There was only one goal, one destination. Because of that, countless forces began attacking them midway. Countless battles broke out in the sky and powerhouses were constantly being killed. At the right time, a 5-colored light shone in the sky. The disciples of Jie sect have returned. Those who dare to stop them will become eternal enemies. They will not rest until they die. The disciples of Jie sect have returned. Those who dare to kill will become eternal enemies. They will not rest until they die. Waves of powerful mental strength surged back and forth in the vast space. Warning from all directions. Zhuxiao Duo looked at the vast sea in front of him. Even with his current cultivation base, he couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. This Jie sect, where did they come from? They were so powerful and crazy. Among the 9 clans there did not seem to be a Jie sect. But now, from the looks of it, it was as if they were going to become enemies with the entire world. They did not care about the demons. They did not care about the humans. They did not care about the Western sect. They did not care about the Dao race either. They did not care about the spiritual race, the demon race, the Wu people. They even dared to say that they did not care about the heavenly Dao. Where did this bunch of lunatics come from? Looking at the vast sea and listening to the shouts, Sister Yun's expression became more and more excited, more and more urgent, and more fanatical. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the sword light in front of her. She did not even want to talk to anyone anymore. Her eyes were shining. As long as she could go back, even if she died at the place where the sword light came from, she would gladly endure it. No complaints or regrets. Closer. It was getting closer. They had already arrived above the vast sea. Master, I'm back. Sister Yun called softly. As they got closer and closer to the place where the dazzling sword light was, they could see the wind and clouds surging. On the other side, a fierce battle was unfolding. All kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and golden Buddhas were attacking with all their might. And from that direction, there was a group of people fighting to the death, advancing towards the other side. As the battle continued, more and more creatures were bathed in blood. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and their bodies fell into the vast ocean. Colorful lights flashed one after another. From Zhuxiao's point of view, it felt like a party was being held in the distant horizon. Red and green lights swayed back and forth. However, screams and roars were shaking the void. There was also a rain of blood pouring down, sprinkling on the world. On an island in the middle of the sea, a green-robed Taoist was standing on the highest peak of the island with his hands behind his back. He allowed the wind to blow his hair and clothes to flutter. The green-robed Taoist had long eyebrows, a tall and straight figure, and a handsome face. There seemed to be the stars in the sky rotating slowly in his eyes. It was impossible to see his specific expression. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Or he seemed to be waiting. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the boundless void and see the battles that were caused by the return of the celestial race. His hair, which was originally evergreen, had turned white. This kind of white was caused by the exhaustion of the saint's blood. Even he himself could not recover. Perhaps when he was changing, he could change at will. However, once he returned to his original appearance, the white hair would appear again. He was unwilling to recover. Because this was a concern in his heart. They were extremely angry and sorrowful. Chapter 1358. Through the endless void, the green-robed Taoist had already seen the fierce battles. However, he did not help. He only waited quietly. He waited for his disciples to return. This was a tacit understanding and also a game. His opponent was also looking at him quietly. You asked me for your disciples and I released all of them without missing a single one of them. This is what I promised you and I did it. However, if others don't want them to return and stop them, they can't blame me. After all, that's the matter of the younger generation. Everyone had long been entangled with karma and grudges. Previously, when they were all in the Western sect, there was always a sense of kinship and they could not really attack. Now that they were returning, there was no more kinship to speak of. If the younger generation wanted to settle the score, could you stop them? To end karma and resolve grudges, life and death were naturally fated. Wealth and honor were in the hands of the heavens. Therefore he stood there and waited for the disciples to return. If he still needed to personally receive them when they returned, the disciples would probably commit suicide in shame the moment they stepped onto the island. The first battle after Jianghu's return. The disciples of Jianghu could not return home with their own abilities. That was already the biggest joke in the world. The disciples could not afford to lose face. Their master could not afford to lose face. And that breath was the crux of the schemes of the various parties. Before stepping onto Penglai Island, the saint would not attack. Then he would leave all the disciples of Jianghu behind before they stepped onto Penglai Island. The 4 war drums rumbled. Countless factions were stopping the disciples of Jianghu who wanted to return. The number one sect that had shaken the primordial world back then still had its prestige. Once it was revived, how could other factions survive? Who would dare to let them revive? Naturally, they had to do their best to strangle the last bit of life. In the sky, a majestic palace flashed. Countless lightning bolts descended and struck the people of the various factions that blocked the way. At the same time, countless lightning bolts descended and struck the returning disciples of Jianghu. The sky was also in chaos for a while. All sorts of classic curses appeared in an endless stream. The many experts who suddenly appeared, who were suspected to be heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, formed a situation of internal strife. They each led their own troops and fought each other. Fuck your ancestors. You're not human. Despicable traitor. Bastard. Who had ever seen immortals fight? The scene in front of him was a real fight between immortals. Moreover, it was a fight between immortals that was particularly crazy. In the blink of an eye, a large number of figures had already descended. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned red. Intense rumbling sounds of explosions rose and fell without end, causing the world to shatter into pieces. Even the 5-colored divine light was covered by the explosions. Countless numinous treasures were fighting, colliding, exploding, and disappearing. As the spirit treasures exploded one after another, the shockwave spread throughout the world. A painful path was forcefully blasted open, and a golden cloud suddenly rushed into the sky. Then a calm voice sounded, Dipankara Buddha, Junior Brother Samantabhadra, Junior Brother Manjushri, Junior Brother Julu-san. Now that we've come this far, do you still want to be stubborn? A heavy voice said, Senior Brother Duobao, you're no longer the exalted one of the world, so how can we not settle our old scores? That calm voice said indifferently, settle the old scores of the past? All right. Then let's settle it. Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, please show me your skills. A sharp and irritable voice said furiously, you still have the face to talk about the past? How dare you talk about the past? A Buddhist chant sounded and a voice said, kill that peacock first. The irritable voice laughed wildly and rushed to the sky. Kill me? With just a few rotten eggs like you? Come, whoever takes a step back today is a son of a bitch. Probably because they were still too far away, the deafening sound reached Zhuxiao Duo and the others. The volume of the sound was already very soft. Sister Yun smiled with tears in her eyes and she muttered, you little bitch, son of a bitch. Did I offend you? The auspicious cloud came very quickly. As it fought, it rushed toward them, unstoppable and majestic. One by one, golden Buddhas appeared in the sky and joined the team to stop it. However, the auspicious cloud continued to rush toward the other side, forming a straight line, and no one could stop it. Although we suffered a great loss back then and had no choice but to scatter, now we have to fight our way back in a straight line. We can't deviate even a little bit. A young Taoist in the middle of the group held a long sword. Every time he swung his sword, a pursuer would fall. His sword was fast and ruthless. Another burly man was charging left and right with an unstoppable courage. Those who took the initiative to confront him were all fighting with their bare hands. As long as they had weapons in their hands, their weapons would disappear without a trace after being flashed by his 5-colored divine light. However, sometimes he dashed too fiercely, and it was inevitable that his direction would deviate. Then he would retreat and charge again. Even if he was injured, he didn't care. He shouted and fought with high morale. This is the return of the disciples of the Order of Jie? Zhou Xiaoduo watched without blinking. His blood was boiling. Suddenly, the young Taoist in the sky opened his hands. With a loud bang, countless mountains and seas appeared out of thin air. It was a great world that appeared in this world. Following that, countless soldiers and horses lined up in formation in all directions, ready to attack. Enter, enter. With a shout, all of the enemies that were in his way were sent into this great world. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Another legendary divine skill had appeared in the world of mortals. However, all the returning disciples of the Order of Jie were no longer stopped. They rushed into the East Sea. Penglai Island was in front of them. After going through so many hardships and battles, they finally returned as they wished. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion on the surface of the sea. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm finally couldn't withstand the full-force attack of countless mighty figures and exploded. Countless figures appeared in the sky. However, when he looked over, he saw that the disciples of the Order of Jie had already arrived on Penglai Island. This battle had come to an end. Those who attacked rashly would provoke the sect master of the Order of Jie and get into trouble. All of them put away their weapons and bowed solemnly. Congratulations on your return, senior brothers and junior brothers. We will meet again in the future. The young Taoist turned his head. He seemed to have no reaction to the destruction of the Buddhist kingdom in his palm. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He said calmly, "Everyone, the calamity has begun again. Everyone is a guest who is going through the calamity. In the future, the primordial world will be our battlefield. There will be a time for the grudges and karma of the past to be resolved. Let's see how it goes in the future." Senior brother Duobao, why do you have to be so aggressive? Victory and defeat are commonplace. Why do you have to worry about it? Everyone should be at ease. There might be battles, but it's serious when it comes to hatred. Hee. Even if you have a glib tongue, can you hide the fact that you are shameless? The young Taoist waved his sleeve. Take care. Today is the first time we have returned. Everything on the island is simple and crude. It's inconvenient to entertain guests. Everyone please go ahead. The people in the air chuckled and bowed towards the top of the mountain. Goodbye, Uncle Master. On the top of the mountain, the green-robed Taoist put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He did not even look at the people in front of him. He said calmly, "From today onwards, I am no longer your Uncle Master. Uncle Master, you are too serious. The return of the disciples today is a joyous occasion. I don't want to lower my status and make things difficult for you. However, it's fate that you came to my Penglai Island. This will be the last time you are safe. In the future you might be captured. Or you might come to the island after killing me. From today onwards there will be no more Taoist Shangqing. I am the sect master of the Order of Jie." As soon as he said that, the world suddenly trembled. In the void, countless golden lights descended and slowly gathered on Penglai Island. The people in the air quickly retreated after bowing. The young Taoist who was the leader looked at the green-robed Taoist who was standing on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned red and he slowly knelt on the ground. Disciple Duobao, together with my junior brothers and junior sisters, greets Master. May Master live a long life. Behind him, thousands of disciples knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. They did not show any negligence. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grand Master. The green-robed Taoist was the Grand Master of Heaven, one of the three pure ones, Taoist Shangqing. However, he floated in front of everyone and looked at his disciples in front of him. His expression did not change, but he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "It's been hard on all of you all these years. As long as Master returns safely, I will have no regrets. Duobao, I'm here. From today onwards, you will personally guard Penglai Island. Yes, do as you deem fit. Everyone will rush to help and welcome your junior brothers and sisters back to the island." Yes. Taoist Duobao hesitated for a moment and said, "Many junior brothers and sisters have been taken in as mounts. They're all disciples of the saints. Master, the disciples are indignant." The meaning behind Taoist Duobao's words was very clear. He was asking what to do in such a situation. From today onwards, other than me, the disciples of Jie School don't have to give anyone face in this world. The Grand Master of Heaven emphasized the words anyone. His tone was extremely desolate. Yes, Master. Taoist Duobao slowly stood up and turned around to face his junior brothers and sisters. He said in a low voice, Master has returned. The disciples of Jie School have returned. Today, without the consent of the world, Jie School will be re-established. Among the thousands of great Tao, we will seize a chance of survival. Kong Xian. Yes. Raise the flag. The rest of you, restore the scenery of Penglai Island and the old green Turing Palace. Tell the world that whoever dares to stop the disciples of Jie School from returning will gather and fight to the death. Yes. Penglai Island was suddenly enveloped by endless auspicious clouds and seven-colored light. The entire Penglai Island was constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded by more than 100 times. The disciples of Jie School chatted and laughed as they busied themselves. As they laughed, they raised their hands to wipe their tears. Jie School had finally returned. Chapter 1359. Everyone from Jie School tried their best to get busy. Usually they could clean up the place with spiritual energy, but now they had to clean it up with their hands. They were back. They were finally back. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships. Although they had gone through many interceptions. Back then, 3,000 people had been swept away to the west. Now, less than 1,500 of them could land on Penglai Island. They had lost more than half. That was a heart-wrenching loss. They were all the old members of Jie School. However, they were back in the end. The fellow disciples who had died along the way should be happy. Because they had seen hope. They already knew that their master had returned. They could die without regrets. Junior brother, don't worry. We're back. Jie School will be rebuilt. Master will return as you wish. Senior brother, we're back. Don't worry. Junior sister. Countless incense sticks and candles rushed up from Penglai Island. The disciples of Jie School laughed with tears in their eyes. Now they were just recovering and recuperating. However, it was not difficult to return to the original grand occasion of 10,000 immortals. Because Jie School was still around. As long as Jie School was still around. As for hatred, revenge, cleaning up the sect and so on. Now they had not reached that stage yet. However, that day was definitely not far away. And at this moment, Zui Xiaoduo and Zui Xiaoyan escorted Sister Yun to the outside of Penglai Island. The Taoist guarding the door was burly and mighty. It was Supremacy Kong Xian who had led the disciples to fight in all directions. At this moment, there were many things waiting to be done in Jie School. No one at the door listened to them. There were not many people who knew all the disciples of Jie School. That was why Kong Xian had to wait here. Kong Xian felt that someone had arrived. He was about to ask, "Who are you?" The moment he raised his head, he stood there in a daze. He was completely stunned. Sister Yun smiled with tears in her eyes. Kong Xian, why? You don't recognize me after seeing me? You were still scolding me just now. Why aren't you saying anything now? Kong Xian immediately leaped straight up and yelled, Sister Guiling, it's fourth sister. Fourth senior sister is back. Fourth senior sister is back. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Penglai Island. Countless disciples of Jie School appeared. Taoist Duobao jumped out, and even sect leader Tong Tian floated out. Everyone's faces were filled with pleasant surprise. It was because the death of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit back then was obvious to all. Even the Grand Master of Heaven did not expect that his disciple was still alive and in the human world. There would be a day when the master and disciple would meet again. Now that he heard that the Turtle Spirit Goddess had returned, he was overjoyed. Master. Sister Yun, who was also the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, slowly knelt on the ground in midair. Before she even opened her mouth, tears were already rolling down her cheeks. This disciple has been unfilial. I haven't been able to serve you for many years. This disciple has been unfilial. The Grand Master of Heaven looked at the Goddess of Turtle Spirit, who was in her essence soul state, and sighed softly. You're not unfilial. Back then as your master, I couldn't protect you. Master. The Goddess of Turtle Spirit sobbed. The Grand Master of Heaven raised his hand, and a ray of green light shot out and entered the Goddess of Turtle Spirit's essence soul. The power of the saint that had sealed the Goddess of Turtle Spirit for hundreds of thousands of years instantly melted like snow and disappeared. A ray of Buddhist light instantly dissipated. You've lost your physical body and only your essence soul is left. However, after countless years, it might not be a long-term creation. Let's see how Master will reconstruct your physical body and the great Tao of the universe for you. Thank you, Master. Then the goddess of turtle spirit turned around and pulled Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxianyan over. She said, Master, I've been entangled with the essence soul of the blood-winged black mosquito and could not escape. Fortunately, this young hero and his wife killed the blood-winged black mosquito. I was lucky enough to escape. When he said that, Taoist Duobao, Kong Xian, and the others suddenly raised their heads and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxianyan. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This young couple could actually kill the blood-winged black mosquito? Is it so fantastical? With the attainments of Duobao and the others, even if the world collapsed and the continent sank, it would be rare for them to frown. At that moment they revealed such a shocked expression. It could be said that it was the first time in so many years. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you for sending my senior sister back. Kong Xian held Zhuoxiaoduo's hand tightly and shook it repeatedly. His gratitude was beyond words. He was really grateful, the kind of gratitude that could not be described. Please take a seat inside. Duobao also had a sincere expression of gratitude. The disciples of Jie school had always cared about each other. After being together for so many years, they were already closer than biological brothers. Seeing the goddess of turtle spirit, who should have died many years ago, appear again, be it Taoist Duobao or Kong Xian, they were so happy that they were about to explode. The Grandmaster of Heaven sized up Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxianyan. Slowly the expression in his eyes was replaced by interest. He could not see through these two little fellows. It seemed that everything was clear at a glance. Everything was clear, regardless of age, foundation, cultivation base, strength, everything was clear. However, his Tao heart told him that this clarity was false. This was just a facade. However, he could not tell exactly what was fake. That feeling was really strange, but it was real. The Grandmaster of Heaven was very sure of that. Little friend, our Jie school owes you this favor. The Grandmaster of Heaven sighed. Taoist Duobao and Kong Xian took a deep breath and their expressions turned solemn. Our Jie school owes you. Perhaps Zhuoxiaoduo did not know yet, but Duobao and Kong Xian knew how important it was for their master to say that sentence personally. It was not an exaggeration to say that the world had been overturned. The goddess of turtle spirit's eyes reddened. She bowed and said, Thank you, Master. She was not thanking the Grandmaster of Heaven for the favor he had given her, but for the debt he owed her. Because of her, the entire Jie school owed her a huge favor. That made the goddess of turtle spirit's heart surge. In an instant, she felt that the hundreds of thousands of years of suffering were all worth it. Zhuoxiaoduo did not feel anything. In his opinion, it was nothing more than me saving a person. The elders of this person's sect said that they owed me a favor and would definitely repay me in the future. How simple is that? Isn't that just a facade? I understand, I really understand. I seem to have experienced this kind of thing more than once or twice. In the past, the heads of the Wan clan, Xiang clan, Zhen clan, and many other clans seem to have said similar things. They said it with sincerity, certainty, and sincerity. However, in the end it seemed to be useless. Who asked this young master to improve too quickly? Although the person in front of him was a peak mighty figure in the world and was many times stronger than the family heads in the past, it was fine to listen to those words. If one took them too seriously they would lose. You're welcome. Zhuoxiaoduo sounded a little uneasy, but he still tried his best to reveal an innocent, kind, and honest smile. It's only right for us to send Sister Yun back this time. We hit it off with Sister Yun at first sight and can get along well with her. Previously, Sister Yun gave us a lot of pointers in our cultivation and benefited us a lot. Senior, you said that you owe her something. I don't dare to accept it. We're all friends. Why do you say that you owe her? Taoist Duobao's eyes widened. This fellow. Seems like he doesn't know who my master is? There's actually such a weirdo in this world? Or could it be that this world has forgotten us to such an extent? Kong Xian also turned his head and coughed repeatedly. This little fool, do you know what a huge opportunity you're pushing away? The Grandmaster of Heaven really revealed an interesting smile this time. Because he realized, this kid really doesn't seem to know who I am. That's interesting. That's even more interesting. Isn't this an iron fool falling from the sky? Little friends, what are your names? My name is Zhuoxiaoduo. This is my wife, Zhuoxianyan. Ahem, she's my parents' adopted daughter. We're not related by blood. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed to answer, as if he was afraid that others would misunderstand something. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The Grandmaster of Heaven was especially happy. Open the main door of the Green Turing Palace and invite the two of you in. Xiao Duo and Little Nian are sending the turtle spirit back. This is a huge matter of the sect. We can't neglect it. Duobao, prepare 2 meditation cushions for the 2 of you to sit on. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. He grabbed the essence soul of the goddess of turtle spirit and disappeared first. Kong Xian and Duobao had unprecedentedly complicated expressions. The main door of the Green Turing Palace had never been opened casually. In the past, when the eldest senior brother of Chan's school, Guang Qingzi, visited the Green Turing Palace, he had only entered through a side door. Throughout history, there were only 2 martial uncles who could receive his master's personal instruction to open the main gates of the Green Turing Palace. Just this point alone had a very different meaning. It seemed that this kid had immediately won master's favor after sending his junior sister back. Moreover, he had given out 2 meditation cushions at once. What is this? This is a position. Position. Kong Xian's eyes turned red that this little fellow is really lucky. Please? Taoist Duobao waved his hand. Behind him, all the disciples of Jie school lined up neatly on both sides of the road until they reached the door of the Green Turing Palace. At the right time, 2 white cranes descended from the sky and turned into 2 boys. They were clean and stood in front of the door. Each of them held a horsetail whisk. All the disciples of Jie school bowed at the same time. Welcome, esteemed guests. A hint of nostalgia flashed across Taoist Duobao's face. In his eyes, there seemed to be endless years of smoke that flickered. Back then, if there were guests, the momentum of Jie school. Shaking his head, Taoist Duobao stopped thinking about it and said warmly, please. Chapter 1360. How could this be compared? If the previous black tortoise Dao body was a high-quality flawless white jade, then the current Dao body was the best quality mutton fat jade. How could this be compared? The difference was like heaven and earth. There was no way to compare at all. Kong Xian was so envious that his eyes turned blue. Master really likes senior sister. I'm extremely envious. Damn, my Dao body was destroyed, but I can still have such benefits. Although I'm the first peacock in the world and the 5-colored divine light rarely meets a match, I'm limited by this body. My highest achievement is only the peak of the sage to be, and it's difficult for me to become a saint. I also want to be like this. Broken. The Grandmaster of Heaven's voice sounded with a smile. Kong Xian, if you want to follow suit, it's possible. It's not difficult for me to reconstruct your body. Kong Xian's spirit was lifted. Master, are you serious? The Grandmaster of Heaven said, of course, but the 9 mysterious wood has been used up. I only have a little wudong wood left. Kong Xian's eyes were fixed and he looked depressed. Then forget it. I suddenly feel that being a peacock is not bad. The 5-colored divine light rarely meets a match. It's quite good. Ha ha ha. Even the goddess of turtle spirit laughed out loud. Xiaoduo looked at the harmony between the master and disciple and could not help but smile. He had long forgotten about the previous topic. Inexplicably, he felt that the atmosphere between the master and disciple was similar to the atmosphere between him and Zhuxiaonian with his parents. That kind of easygoing, amiable, but mixed with a thick kinship that even the heart and soul could not melt. Thank you for saving me. The goddess of turtle spirit walked over and slowly knelt on the ground. She was actually bowing. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian were shocked. They wanted to avoid and stop her, but they realized that they could not move at all. They could only passively accept the bow. They could not help but look embarrassed. The Prime of Tongtian said slowly, my 2 little friends, you don't have to feel ashamed. You deserve this bow. You deserve it. Then he said, show me your twin hammers. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. Senior, how did you know that I was using a hammer? Then realization dawned on him. Sister Yin must have told you. The goddess of turtle spirit pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you still need me to say it? What doesn't he know? Zhuxiaoduo chuckled. He took out his twin hammers and offered them up with both hands. Tongtian looked at it and smiled. He waved his sleeve and a white light and a black light went into the 9-9 cat hammer. He said, this is the primordial yin-yang qi that I obtained in the past. I'll give it to you. The corner of Kong Xian's mouth twitched again. It was sore. Master, I'm jealous again. Although Zhuxiaoduo did not want to expose himself, Bai and Jiu went crazy when they saw the primordial yin-yang qi. They lost their rationality and revealed their true forms. They ran out happily without caring about anything else. Bai hugged the white light with a blissful expression. Jiao hugged the black light with a satisfied expression. The moment the two gourds came into contact with the primordial yin-yang qi, they transformed again and approached their fully mature state. The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled faintly. There was nothing wrong with his expression. Taoist Duobao and Kong Shen's eyes flashed. This is a gourd? Zuoxiao Duo was speechless. He looked at Duobao and Kong Shen with a look that said, "Why are you so surprised?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Of course this is a gourd. Could it be a cucumber?" This gourd looked so obvious. Who could not tell that it was a gourd? These two almighties were actually making a fuss over nothing. This is a gourd. Listen to him, he's asking like a retard. Zuoxiao Duo felt disdain in his heart. Duobao and Kong Shen were speechless. They were all smart people. How could they not know what Zuoxiao Duo meant? But is that what we mean? This kid was handsome and had delicate features. Everything about him was good except for his mouth. Could it be a cucumber? I really want to ask you how you can say that. Now that I see him, I feel a little itchy. What should I do? The Grandmaster of Heaven said to Zuoxiaoyan, "Show me your sword." Then he waved his hand at the soul-snatching sword. A small ice cube appeared in his hand. The moment the ice cube appeared, the temperature of the entire Penglai Island dropped sharply. Ice Xiao exclaimed and came out of the soul-snatching sword. The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled and threw the ice cube over. Ice Xiao hugged it excitedly. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of ice freezing could be heard. The Ice Soul Little Duo was actually frozen by that block of ice. Little Xiao Duo hugged the ice cube and had already merged with the ice cube as if they were one. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaoyan widened their eyes. Oh my god. Today was a miracle. The ice spirit could be frozen. Is this a joke? This ice soul's cultivation is still shallow. When it completely digests this piece of ice, its cultivation will be almost enough. The Prime of Tong Tian smiled and said, "You can put it back into the sword to help it digest it slowly." Zuoxiaoyan did as she was told. Suddenly she had a flash of inspiration and said, "Senior, is this ice cube the first ice cube when the chaos was first created?" The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled and said, "Little girl, you are quite knowledgeable." This sentence was particularly meaningful and lingered for a long time. Zuoxiaoyan blushed and said, "I don't know why I suddenly had this idea." The Grandmaster of Heaven laughed heartily, and his eyes were clear. He said, "Well, since you have such an opportunity today, if there is something you can't handle in the future, I will help you." The Saintess of Turtle Spirit's body trembled and she hurriedly said to Zuoxiaoyan, "Hurry up and thank my master." Zuoxiaoyan felt blessed and bowed down. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." The Grandmaster of Heaven laughed. Zuoxiaoyan looked at his spirit-snatching sword and felt that the frozen little duo's heart was filled with ecstasy that was about to explode. A smile appeared on his face and the iceberg melted. It was magnificent. Zuoxiaoyan, on the other hand, was focused on her 99 kitty hammer. She watched the two little fellows, one white and one black, rolling around with the yin and yang energy. She revealed a motherly smile, but it ruined her original handsome appearance. Looking at Zuoxiao's expression, the Grandmaster of Heaven could not help but laugh. He stared at the two gourds for a moment and suddenly smiled again. Then he waved his hand and a purple-yellow gourd floated out. Bai and Jiao were stunned when they saw it. Then they shouted excitedly, "Fifth brother?" The purple-yellow gourd was very surprised by the change in front of it. With a whoosh, a naive young man's face appeared from it. He scratched his head and looked at Bai and Jiao hesitantly. He said naively, "What the hell? You two got married later? What's going on?" Back then wasn't our mother uprooted by Empress Hua?" The people around them were overjoyed when they heard this question. So, this is how gourds talk to each other? Even though everyone present was knowledgeable and had a good memory, they still felt that their horizons had been broadened again. Well, Zuoxiao Duo and his wife thought that they were knowledgeable and had a good memory. So, they had to explain it here. Bai puffed up his cheeks and rolled his eyes. It said that it was a withered vine that was uprooted, and the spiritual root was not uprooted. Bad fifth brother, are you looking forward to our mother being uprooted? You unfilial son. No. I didn't mean that. The purple-yellow gourd was obviously a little naive. It was happy and excited, and its words were not conveying its meaning. Suddenly, it stretched out its hand and took out two Xiao Qilins from the gourd. One was red and the other was blue. "Come look at my partners. We can play together." It lifted the two fist-sized Qilins by their necks as if they were two rabbits. Seeing this, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but touch the back of his neck. Zhuoxiaonian also subconsciously looked at the back of Zhuoxiaoduo's neck. It was probably because of this scene that both of them had a very familiar feeling. The three gourds huddled together and whispered something. The two Qilins ran between the three gourds and then squeezed into a corner to talk. The purple-yellow gourd seemed to give something to Bai and Jiu, and it seemed that Bai and Jiu also gave something to the purple-yellow gourd. Anyway, after a while, the three gourds shook together and rolled around. It could be seen that these three brothers would be very happy. In particular, the purple-yellow gourd kept sighing. I didn't expect that there would be a female gourd among us. It's so beautiful. It's even more magnificent than the creation of the world. Jiu frowned and tried to persuade it. Fifth brother, were related by blood. It's impossible for you and Bai to be together. In human terms, it's called. What's it called? It's not a good word. It means that it's impossible. The purple-yellow gourd was speechless. Can't you be a little more pure? Where did you learn such filthy thoughts from? Think about our roots. We should be high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Look at you, you're just messing around with all living beings. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed. He was speechless and sat up straight. At this moment, Taoist Duobao said, Master, the current situation. The entanglement of the past. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and Kong Xian pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The Prime of Tong Tian pondered for a while and finally said, Forget it. Let's just talk about it today. Xiao Duo and Little Nian are also here so they can listen together. It's okay to spread my thoughts to the three continents in the ancestral land. Yes. The past, the present, and countless things. The Prime of Tong Tian sat on the lotus platform and faced the 5 people in front of him, 3 disciples and 2 guests. Chapter 1361. From the moment the Grandmaster of Heaven started to preach, golden lotuses continuously appeared in the void. They floated down and landed on the 5 of them. They slowly disappeared and merged into their souls. It was the Saint's Tao preaching. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky. Every heavenly flower had a bit of Tao essence circulating. What happened back then is not right or wrong. The Grandmaster of Heaven said slowly, although there are grudges, everything is caused by people. It's different because of emotions. If it's right or wrong, there's nothing. The goddess of Turtle Spirit was indignant. She said, Master, the 2 from the Western sect. The Grandmaster of Heaven sighed softly. They are not wrong. Eldest senior brother has a stable footing and established Ren school. He does not need to scheme and can exist forever. Therefore, eldest senior brother advocates inaction. That's because there's no need for it. The so-called living beings, the so-called races, no matter how they transcend in the end, they will eventually transform into humans. Turtle Spirit, why did you transform into a human female immortal when you transformed into a mystic turtle previously? Do you understand the logic behind this? The sect master asked. The goddess of Turtle Spirit broke out in cold sweat. I didn't think too much about it back then. Only today did I vaguely understand after hearing Master's words. Yes, it's actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it's just people. The Grandmaster of Heaven said calmly, for example, the people of the Western sect, the demons, the spirit race, the people of Chan school, and the people of Jie school. Have you ever heard of the West of the Western sect? The spirit of the spirit race? The Chan school of Chan school? The Jie school? Is that so? Never. Even Khanate life forms will end up in human form when they walk in the mortal world. For example, your junior brother Kong Xian. Could it be that when he's with you, he's always the peacock that shines in the world and often spreads its tail? Also your senior brother Duobao. Taoist Duobao covered his mouth and coughed dryly. He who had always been calm actually looked embarrassed. In any case, I have been a Buddha for many years. Master, please leave some face for me. The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled. As expected, he did not expose his eldest disciple's shortcomings. Instead, he continued, for example, when the immortals gather, you can't be turtles, peacocks, rats, wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. Is that scene even worth watching? Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian subconsciously made the connection, but they couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He felt that what this senior said was not only vivid but also humorous. Just a few words were already fascinating. He did not see a black line flash across Taoist Duobao's forehead. In the end, he still couldn't avoid it, although it was rather subtle. But back then, eldest martial uncle's choice was. The goddess of Turtle Spirit continued. Yes, but that still has nothing to do with right or wrong. The only difference is our standpoint. The Grandmaster of Heaven said warmly, from the perspective of Rin school, if Jie school prospers, the living beings will be plunged into misery and suffering. What about second uncle? What your second martial uncle did was to go with the flow. There was no right or wrong. He just happened to stand on your first martial uncle's side. It said that it was a battle between the Chan school and Jie school back then. In fact, it's a far-fetched generalization. How can there be any benefits to compete between the two sects? Since there are no conflicts of interest, why talk about opposing each other? Back then, during the calamity, our Jie school lost. That's an indisputable fact. However, did Chan school win? Where did they win? The Grandmaster of Heaven chuckled. I understand. Duobao and the others nodded. Yes, back then, during the God-confirming tribulation, it was said that Jie school and Chan school were fighting. Later on, Jie school lost, but Chan school won? Where did they win? Did they prosper? Yes, so back then you had to think of a word. What is the word Chan of Chan school? Explanation. Then who should you explain it to? Naturally, it's to explain it to living beings. Taoist Duobao was deep in thought. What is the essence of living beings? Humans are the foundation. Yes, at the end of the day it's always about humans. The Grandmaster of Heaven heaved a sigh of relief and said, since everyone has the same destination, there is no right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. All things return to one. It's not just talk. As for the Western sect, their various methods may be unsightly in our eyes, or they may be despicable and shameless, or they may be unscrupulous. However, think about it from their perspective, it makes sense. If they don't do that, how can they have the hope of rising? If they completely follow the trend of the times, they won't have the chance to preach the Tao to the central plains. Because they are ultimately the external Tao. And the reason why they are unscrupulous and willing to pay any price to make the Western sect prosper is just for their own interests? No. What benefits do they have? Both of them have the indestructible body. What benefits are there to compete for? Tong Tian said in a low voice, the true meaning of what they did was that they had decided long ago. Their doctrines were correct, feasible, and in line with the will of the great Tao of nature. They could enlighten all living beings and save all living beings from torment. Therefore, even if they have to kill countless lives, even if they have to step into hell, they have to do it. They have to press forward with indomitable will. This is the belief in their hearts. They have always believed that they are right, righteous, and righteous. That's why there is the heaven and earth killing tribulation. That's why the Western sect is doing this. Everyone was deep in thought. The Grandmaster of Heaven said slowly, and our Jie sect has 50 great Taos and 49 heavenly Tao. And we have to intercept the one that escapes from this world and sees a chance of survival. People often say that I teach without discrimination. Even those who don't wear fur and armor can be taken in as disciples. The Grandmaster of Heaven said, but if that's not the case, how can we be called Jie sect? If you follow the heavenly Tao and follow the heavenly Tao, then you are just food for the human race. This is the nourishment of all living beings. You are all food in the mouth. Although living beings reproduce, they can only die in the end and become food for others. And the word Jie in Jie sect comes from this. It is to intercept a chance of survival for the thousands of races that should be on the plate. This is the original intention of the Jie sect. If you are humans in the first place, how can you say that you have intercepted a chance of survival? That's why eldest senior brother said that it was wrong for me to teach without discrimination. Little did he know that his words were also wrong in my opinion. The Grandmaster of Heaven said softly, my mistake is that I did not teach. I failed to pass down my morals. That is the foundation. After all, it was an indisputable fact that the immortals of Jie sect wreaked havoc in the primordial world back then. Most of the people who harmed living beings were indeed immortals of Jie sect. This is known to all. There's no need to argue. Taoist Duobao sat upright and pondered. He slowly said, yes. Jie sect is intercepting a chance of survival. The demons also discovered that the main characters of the world had changed after the human race prospered. If they did not fight, they would die. They had no choice but to fight. In their bones, they were fighting for that chance of survival. The Wu people, the spirit race, and the demon race were all the same. The calamity of all living beings is only a chance of survival. The survival of a lineage is just that. Different ideals and different standpoints. There is no right or wrong. At the end of the day, it's all the same. The Grandmaster of Heaven's slow voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. He actually expressed his sincere understanding of the actions of the various races. Then what should we do in the future? What's the plan for the reopening of the calamity this time? The goddess of turtle spirit was a little confused. Since everyone is not wrong then, there's no wrong. It has never stopped the immortals of Jie sect from doing things. The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled faintly, but his eyes gradually turned sharp. They're not wrong. We are naturally not wrong. Therefore we will do things based on our own standpoints. We will either suppress the rebels, seek justice, or end the grudges. These are all things that we believe. They owe us. Our ideals are not wrong. There's no mistake. The heart that we uphold is as firm as the Western sect. There's nothing wrong with us intercepting a chance of survival. Right and wrong, it's just a matter of victory and defeat. The Grandmaster of Heaven said calmly, for example, Duobao. If you go to Guangqingzi to settle the feud with the fire spirit, you will naturally have your reasons if you win. However, if you lose, it will be good for Guangqingzi to kill you. If you go to Randang to take revenge on Jinling, it will be the same. It will be the same logic. Because there was no right or wrong in the Great Tribulation at that time. It was only about standpoints. Although there was no right or wrong, it did not mean that you could kill for nothing. It's fine if Jie school loses. However, now that Jie school has risen again, those who owe me have to take it back. Once the fairness that we think exists, we will reconsider the world again. Let's reevaluate the rules of the world. This is the Tao of Jie school. We are not wrong either. The eyes of the three disciples lit up. Their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, were immediately relieved. Yes, we are not wrong. Jie school has no intention of becoming enemies with Chan school. However, we need to find justice. Jie school has no intention of becoming enemies with the Western sect. However, we need to find justice. Jie school has no intention of becoming enemies with Ren school. However, we need to find justice. Jie school has no intention of becoming enemies with the demons. However, we need to find justice back then. The Grandmaster of Heaven's words seemed to be repetitive, but the aura in them soared into the sky and surged through the 9 heavens as he said the names one by one. Taoist Duobao heaved a sigh of relief and said in a solemn voice, Master is right. We won't cause trouble, but we need to find justice in our hearts. Especially the Western sect. Back then the 3 sects signed the God roll. What did it have to do with the Western sect? Since he interfered, he naturally had to pay the price. What does it have to do with the demons, Luya? Everyone pushes a man who is down. Since he pushed him back then, he has to bear the karma today. Luya hihi Luya. The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled faintly. He seemed to be implying something, but he did not continue. The atmosphere in the hall became gloomy. At this moment, Zhuxiaoduo also understood. The Grandmaster of Heaven's meaning was very clear. He even had some similarities with his thoughts. That was, you have offended me. I understand, I know. I can also put myself in your shoes and think about it from your perspective. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you did. However, that does not stop me from settling the score with you. Because I'm not wrong either. Send out all the stocks and what I wrote today. Have a good time and continue to accumulate. Chapter 1362. Yes, you have 1,000 reasons and all kinds of reasons. However, that's just your position. What does your position have to do with me? You ruined my plans and killed my people. I will find trouble with you. Therefore, I hope you can understand me. Even if you don't understand, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you have offended me. I will find trouble with you. Zhuxiaoduo felt that his train of thoughts and rules were too suitable for him. That was what he should do. However, he did not realize that others thought and did that because of the matter itself. However, the Grandmaster of Heaven's actions and words were equivalent to erasing his sins. It was only right for you to deal with me. I took revenge on you because it was only right for you to deal with me. If you kill me, you don't have to be burdened with sins. If I kill you, I won't be burdened with sins. Therefore, the Grandmaster of Heaven added at the end, it's only to settle the karma of the past and future of Jie school. It has nothing to do with all living beings. Not being tainted by karma and having no future troubles was the key. When Zhuxiaoduo bade farewell and left, he felt as if he had a dream. After the Grandmaster of Heaven finished talking about what happened back then, he began to talk about Tao cultivation. He talked about his own great Tao and the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the first time Zhuo Xiaoduo had experienced such a situation. He felt countless insights automatically enter his ears and merge with his divine sense. His cultivation level and divine sense advanced. Countless imprints of the great Tao squeezed over in clumps and piles. It only ended when his head felt a little swollen, dizzy and stuffy. When he walked out of the green Turing Palace, he turned around and felt a heartfelt longing for the 2 meditation cushions. As for Kong Xian, under Duobao's pleas, he also put down a meditation cushion in the hall. Although he was at the bottom, Kong Xian was so excited that he was incoherent. His rough face was flushed as if he had encountered a great thing. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not understand. However, after listening to the Tao lecture, he understood. He was even envious. That was because they could often sit on that meditation cushion to listen to lectures. However, he did not know when the next time he came to listen to lectures would be. What he didn't know was that even Gui Ling and Duo Bao were surprised. Master had preached the Tao many times before, but he had never talked about so much content at once. This time it was as if all the Tao had converged. He only cared about talking and didn't care about how the people below digested it. He and Kong Xian were better off. However, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, who had just returned, felt her head swell as she listened. At the moment of departure, the goddess of Turtle Spirit gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a bracelet and felt very ashamed. Since he had just returned, he really didn't have anything with him. And this was something he had just taken from Duobao. Taoist Duobao understood the goddess of Turtle Spirit's intentions. I'll help junior sister buy some clothes for little Nyener. Gui Ling already felt a bit guilty for taking a bracelet from Jianghu, so she wouldn't accept any more bracelets. However, as the eldest senior brother, it was fine for him to give a gift for his junior sister. Besides, it was given by Duo Bao himself, so Gui Ling didn't owe him a favor, and he didn't need to return it. The goddess of Turtle Spirit naturally understood her eldest senior brother's intentions. She sighed in her heart and was secretly grateful. Duo Bao gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a purple ribbon immortal robe that could be changed at will. This is a cloud that I picked from the chaos back then. I originally wanted to give it to my disciple for her wedding. He sighed and did not continue. He changed the topic and said, "This purple ribbon immortal robe can change according to your wishes. After I refined it again over the years, it's even better at dissipating force. Even if a quasi-saint attacks with all his strength, it can dissipate 3 times. Yes, I also have a bottle of 9 lotus treasure pills here. I'll give it to you and your wife. This pill can correct the great Tao once. There are 9 of them. I think it should be enough. Little Nyener, I'll also give you this jade hairpin. This hairpin can hide from the divination of the heavenly mystery. Even if the heavenly mystery is no longer chaotic, as long as you don't burst out your own power, no one can find your root." This pair of azure sky shoes was the first color of the clear sky that appeared in the world when the world was created. It was kept by the powerful people at that time and made into 3 treasures. One of them was refined into a pair of shoes by my master. Usually, it automatically absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as a foundation. When it's used, it can move thousands of miles with a thought. It won't damage one's divine sense or consume one's vital energy. Usually when it's used to travel, it's as easy as moving one's arm. My master gave it to me to travel in the untainted land. However, it's too delicate. I'm a man, so I didn't use it. I'll give it to you too. This is the heart-killing bead. I refined it by observing the sword chi of the 4 immortal killing swords on a daily basis. When I meet a strong enemy, I use it as a trump card. Once hit by it, the heart of anyone below the sage-to-be will be crushed into powder. But remember, this treasure can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, you have to send it back to the Aquamarine Palace to rest before it can be used again. Well, this is the polar ice that was left behind before the chaos was created. It can be used for your daily practice. By the way, when I returned from the west, I brought back the water of the lotus pond of merit. I'll give you a bottle. You can drink it to assist your practice. It's also very effective in healing wounds and detoxifying. I'll also give you a divine thought. It's risky to travel in the untainted land. Although you two have good cultivation, you're still inexperienced. If you encounter any danger, you can activate this divine thought. I'll come to your rescue in the shortest time possible. At that time, I'll practice the art of thousands of incarnations. I don't want to return to my sect, so I'll use it on you too. Zhuo Xiaoyan was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. These were all dream treasures that had never been seen or heard of before. However, this Taoist of many treasures actually gave them all to Zhuxiaoyan as if he was piling rubbish outside. This was no longer giving them one by one. It was simply piling them over here. Regardless of whether it was Zhuxiaoduo or Zhuxiaoyan, they were not narrow-minded people. A considerable portion of the top treasures and precious materials in the 3 continents were in the hands of this couple. There was no need to mention the spiritual roots, spiritual seedlings, and spiritual fruits. It was enough to say that they were rich. However, it also depended on who they were compared to. Compared to Taoist of many treasures in front of them, he directly made the 2 of them disappear. There's no need to make a fuss. The goddess of turtle spirits smiled. Why don't you think about it? My eldest senior brother's Taoist name is Taoist of many treasures. As for why he's called many treasures? Do you know now? That's because he has a lot of treasures. Zhuxiaoduo was enlightened. So Xiaoduo is not considered a lot. Many treasures are. Finally, Duobao's gift to Zhuxiaoyan had come to an end. Zhuxiaoyan kept thanking him. Her lips were already numb. Finally, it was Zhuxiaoduo's turn. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up. He walked forward quickly and did not hide his desire. Thank you for sending us off, Brother Duobao. We're leaving now. His meaning was very clear. You've already given my wife so much. You can't be stingy with me, right? Shouldn't you give me piles and piles of them too? Zhuxiaoduo was overjoyed by the anticipation in his heart. Yes, after today, I don't know when we'll meet again. Take care, everyone. Taoist Duobao smiled and said, by the way, there's something I need your help with. It's probably on the way. Help. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. Are you not going to give me anything? Forget it. I've already given little Nian so much. However, why are you still arranging for me to work? Isn't the difference in treatment too great? Besides, junior brother, where did the word junior brother come from? Where did it come from? You and Yin have meditation cushions in the Green Turing Palace. You are naturally our junior brothers and sisters. Jie School can recognize this. You don't have to. Taoist Duobao replied with a smile, as if he had seen through Zhuxiaoduo's doubts. There seemed to be another meaning in his tone. Zhuxiaoduo was even more perplexed. How am I supposed to answer that? Besides, where are the treasures? That's the main point, all right? Junior brother, you will definitely pass through the North Ocean on your way back to the human race from Penglai Island. Taoist Duobao pressed Zhuxiaoduo's shoulder and said, your senior sister Yun Xiao is being suppressed under the Qilin Cliff in the North Ocean. You can go there and save her and let her return to the Green Turing Palace. Zhuxiaoduo scratched his head and said, senior sister Yun Xiao is being suppressed? It's only right for me to save her, but what should I do? Do you think I can do it with my shallow means? What you have to do is actually very simple. There is an Uncle Master's golden note on the Qilin Cliff that seals the mouth of the heavens. The cloud path is the key. Junior brother, when the time comes, you only have to use your full strength and use your 9-9 cat. Taoist Duobao sighed and said, hammer, just smash it with all your might. Unless it was necessary, he really did not want to mention that name. To be honest, let's not talk about how many years I've been in Jie School. Let's just talk about how long I've been Buddha. However, this is the first time I'm so speechless. Could it be that after leaving the Western sect, my calmness has deteriorated? How can I lose my balance so easily? However, to give this supreme grade treasure a name, Taoist Duobao could not help but chant a Buddhist name. Amateus. Sai. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Then, I'm leaving? Zhuxiaoduo hesitated. He stared at Duobao with an expectant gaze without blinking. Go. Then I'm really leaving just like that? Zhuxiaoduo felt that he had been treated differently. His tone and eyes were filled with resentment. Yes, let's go. Zhuxiaoduo could not give up. He tried his best one last time. Senior brother Duobao, don't you have anything to say to me? He blinked his small eyes and tried his best to express. Yes, it was an indication. There was no need to be so ostentatious and overflowing. The goddess of turtle spirit, who was at the side, tried her best to hold back her laughter. Under Zhuxiaoduo's expectant gaze, Taoist Duobao said calmly, of course. Junior brother, have a safe journey. Take care. See you in the future. Ha. Kong Xian, who was at the side, slapped his thigh and laughed. He had really reached his limit and could not hold it in anymore. Zhuxiaoyan pulled Zhuxiaoduo. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhuxiaoduo was still looking back. Clearly he was hoping to be lucky. I'm leaving, Senior Brother Duobao. I'm really leaving. I'm really leaving this time. Don't keep me. Damn, you really didn't say anything. Chapter 1363. Zhuxiao's cloud had already disappeared into the boundless sea and sky, but the hidden bitterness still refused to dissipate at the entrance of Baiyu Palace. The bitterness was so deep that it could catch up with the wonderful lingering sound that lingered in the air for 3 days. Ha 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 ha. The goddess of turtle spirit and Kong Xian laughed until they fell. They almost could not breathe. Senior Brother Duobao, you're really mischievous. You don't lack treasures. What's wrong with giving him two? The goddess of turtle spirit laughed until tears flowed out of her eyes. Look at that kid's last gaze. It's so sad that I can't stand it anymore. Taoist Duobao spread his hands and said, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I really don't have any treasures that I can take out. Master has bestowed the Khanate Yin and Yang Qi. Even his spiritual will is hanging on this fellow's body. What else can I take out that can compare to Master's too? There's no need to imitate others like this, right? This kid has clearly taken the greatest advantage, but he's still coveting my ordinary items. He's really too blind. Taoist Duobao was speechless. He wanted to say something but he could not. Master has given it, but I still want to give it. Could it be that I think Master's gift is not good enough? However, the goddess of turtle spirit and Kong Xian were even more speechless. Ordinary items. Buddha, you're too humble. You're too humble. Yes, when he was interacting with Xiao Duo previously, he often mentioned Versailles in his free time. That was probably the case, right? It's really Versailles. The goddess of turtle spirit could not help but blurt out. Buddha scratched his head. Versailles. What do you mean? Why aren't we the ones saving junior sister Yun Xiao? Do we have to let Xiao Duo go? The goddess of turtle spirit asked in a low voice. Firstly, we might as well let Uncle Master completely stay out of this calamity. If we go, we will inevitably trigger karma. It will also save eldest senior brother Shendu from coming out again. There's no need to have any karma with them. Taoist Duobao said calmly. Secondly, we can owe Xiao Duo more. Owe him more? The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and Kong Xian were stunned. Karma is inexplicable. Being able to owe the other party some karma is also a result of fate, Taoist Duobao said leisurely. Go treat your wounds. The three of them entered together. Regardless of whether it was Duobao returning east with 3,000 disciples or the goddess of turtle spirit herself, she was still seriously injured and her vitality was greatly damaged. It was not easy to cross mountains and rivers over there. How could it be easy for the goddess of turtle spirit that even with the help of his teacher's green Turing Palace's Dao runes, he would still need to recuperate for a period of time? The three of them didn't mention a single word about how they would take revenge on their enemies or how they would end things. There was no need to mention those things. Immortal Wu Yun and the others didn't come back with you this time? Holy Mother Turtle Spirit asked carefully. No. Taoist Duobao's face sank, and a murderous aura suddenly surged. The goddess of turtle spirit stopped asking. Her expression became much gloomier. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they suddenly heard cheers from the foot of the mountain. The three of them sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a five-colored light approaching from afar. A woman in plain white clothes rode a white cloud and rushed over. Senior Sister Wudong is back. Duobao and the other two did not care about healing their injuries. In their joy, they hurriedly went out and joined the thunderous cheers at the foot of the mountain. Master! A cry filled with admiration came from the surface of the sea. In Green Turing Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven closed his eyes gently. The corners of his eyes were slightly wet, but the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. This time, Master will not let you suffer any grievances. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaonian sped away. I've had a lot of unexpected encounters in the past few days. I still feel a little strange now. Zhuxiao Duo scratched his head. I have the same feeling. The world now is very different from before. Breathing in the spiritual energy in the air, Zhuxiaonian's beautiful face was full of solemnity. Xiao Duo, have you carefully sensed how much bigger this world is than before? Logically speaking, Penglai Island was originally within the 3 continents, but the area it occupied was not as big as it is now. I'm afraid it's not even 1%, right? And this sea, when was it so vast? When the ancient clans returned, many continents merged, and the ancestral land regained its light. There will definitely be a huge change in the terrain. I heard what they said. The current world seems to be continuing some calamity from before, some karma. It's just that they didn't tell the truth, making people unable to understand. Zhou Xiaoyan voiced the doubts in her heart. I have a feeling that there is a powerful person playing a very big game of chess between the heavens and the earth. And you and I are just the most inconspicuous chess pieces on the chessboard. Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was full of worry. Don't think about anything. Zhou Xiaoduo was very optimistic. There will be a way when the time comes. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if it's a game of chess between the heavens and the earth, what does it have to do with you and me? We'll live our lives and do our own things. As for the rest, it's all up to us. Then Xiaoduo, what is your ultimate goal? Is it to transcend this world? Or to become a chess piece and become a chess player? Me? I've never thought about anything. I just want to warm the bed with my wife and children. Hasn't this been my dream since I was young? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. It's still the same now. Even if I'm in the game, so what? Who can do anything to me? All kinds of schemes have made me walk down the same path. So what? I want to go because I want to go or I have to go. But in my heart, I'll always warm the bed with my wife and children until death. Heaven doesn't care about me. Earth doesn't care about me. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows. I'm just me. Oh. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. This guy was always like this. No matter what business you talked to him about, he would always be so unreliable. But he was so handsome. For the sake of our little family, he would do anything. So handsome, Zhou Xiaoyan understood it this way. Her aesthetic concept was also cultivated since she was young. That's great. Zhou Xiaoyan said in her heart. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the Qilin cliff in the North Sea, wind and clouds gathered. Only a lamp was shining in the sky. Gods and devils from all directions. Boundless filth was pouring down from Qilin cliff. Under the Qilin cliff, a green light was like a star in the dark night. Although it was weak, it never went out. It was shining as if it could last forever. What's the point of struggling at death's door? Do you know what your two sisters are doing now? Haha, the dignified Bai Xiao Qiong is now a midwife helping a pregnant woman give birth. Ah, don't you think it's funny? What's your big brother doing now? Do you know? Your big brother is amazing now. He's in charge of the mortal world's path of wealth. The so-called wealth can reach the gods refers to your big brother. His incense is exuberant. It's a pity that he can only watch from afar. Isn't this what you value the most? Yin Xiao. Aren't you being suppressed here because of them? Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, what do you have to say? You claim to be loyal, but so what? What did your friendship get in exchange? You claim to be noble and peerless, but what compensation can your nobility get? Have the heavens and the earth ever affirmed you? Have the sages ever pitied you? You think you're right, but in this world, who is the slightest bit sure that you're right? No, not a single one. What's the point of persisting and not dying? What's the point of struggling here? Does your so-called persistence really have any meaning? Could it really change anything if you're trapped here forever? Jie school is gone. Your master is gone. You can't change the god role. Apart from being a low cheer and enduring your life, what else can you do? Your eldest senior brother has already become the Buddha. The current Buddha of the Western sect, has he come to save you? What are you holding on to? You've been waiting bitterly. Do you really have a definite goal, Yin Xiao? Who are you living for? What's the point of living? Who are you living for? What's the value of being born? Yin Xiao. Everything you persevered for is gone. What value do you have? Do you dare to answer? Do you dare to answer? Do you dare to answer? Every word was heart-wrenching and soul-stealing. At the foot of the cliff, a wisp of clear light flickered stubbornly and did not extinguish. A clear voice said calmly, Randing, you've been talking so much nonsense recently? Does this mean that Jie school is about to rise? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? You're afraid. Randing, you've already lost your composure. You've lost your composure. With your current unbalanced Tao heart, you actually want to use words to affect my Tao heart? I heard that the Buddhist sect has the lotus flower technique and is used to bewitching all living beings. Today I've experienced it. It's just an insignificant skill. Facts have proven that regardless of whether you were once the deputy sect master of Chan school or the past Buddha of Buddhism, you are nothing in front of me, Yin Xiao. You are extremely insignificant. When have I, Yun Xiao, ever taken you seriously? How dare you try to affect my Tao heart with just a few words? If it were anyone else, I might have been affected. It's not a big deal to die. However, who are you, Randang? You're just a traitor. You used my senior brother, my elder brother, and my sister to attack me. You, Randang, have actually fallen to such a state. You have long fallen to a disadvantage. It seems that you have lost confidence in yourself. Do you feel that you can no longer attack me? Do you doubt that you don't have such ability, or do you know that you don't have such means? Then what confidence do you have that you can mess with my Tao heart? Randang, who were you originally? Who did you betray? Who did you betray? What did you leave behind? What did you obtain? Can you really live with a clear conscience? You asked me what I insisted on, but perhaps I should ask you the most. Is your Tao heart still there? What is it that you insist on? Are you insisting on the past that you betrayed? Or are you really able to abide by what you're abiding by now? Since when has your Tao heart been the same? Randang, you're inferior to me. You're far inferior to me, because my Tao heart has always been the same. When you betrayed the sect, did you ever feel the disdain behind you? So what if the Western sect treats you as the Buddha of the past? Can you cover up your betrayal? How much have you let down? How much have you betrayed? How much have you lost? How much have you lost? When Second Uncle Master is looking at you, are you afraid, calm, or ashamed? Now you're facing me, a person who has always been the same as a traitor. Where's your face? Randang, are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Chapter 1364. Wisps of divine sense continue to press downward. Wisps of divine sense continue to press downward. Spiritual wills could not help but fight upwards. You want to mess with my Tao heart, but I'm the one who messed with your Tao heart first. Let's see who's not afraid of chaos. On the Qilin cliff, there was a skinny monk who was emitting Buddhist light all over his body. He was smashing down in circles. His main body wanted to rush down as well. However, every time he was halfway down, a yellow light would appear in the middle of the Qilin cliff and stop him. On the other hand, a clear shadow at the foot of the mountain would rise from time to time and go against the momentum. However, it was also blocked by the yellow light. It was forcefully stopped. At the core of the yellow light, there was only a calm sentence: "Why are you in such a hurry?" Both sides used words to attack the other party's heart, but they also defended their hearts at all times. Every word was like the sharpest blade. They would not stop until they stabbed into the other party's heart. This was actually a dangerous battle that targeted the other party's Tao heart. Once one's Tao heart was lost, they would fall forever and be doomed. The skinny monk's face gradually revealed a victorious expression. He was really confident of winning. Basically, he would come here every once in a while to fight with Yun Xiao below. He directly attacked her Tao heart. That was also the only way to kill the other party under the interference of the yellow light. However, after so many years, Yun Xiao had never cursed at him. If she wanted to say something, she would say it and turn a deaf ear. However, this time Yun Xiao began to counterattack and began to expose her scars. This situation made Randang see hope. Yun Xiao's Tao heart might still not be shaken, but her desire to live had already begun to waver. This outcome made Randang feel more at ease. Among all the disciples of the three sects, he was not afraid of Duobao, Guangqingzi, or Xuandu. The others, such as Yuding Tai, Yunzhong, and Kong Xian, did not care. However, there was only one person who made him feel like there was a thorn in his back. Fairy Yun Xiao. The others more or less looked at the big picture and followed the heavenly Tao. When they could get by, they would take a step back. If they could get by, the other party would also get by. They would not lose their last bit of face. However, Fairy Yun Xiao was different. The things that Yun Xiao cherished the most precious, and the most inseparable in her entire life had all been destroyed during the previous God-confirming calamity. If Fairy Yun Xiao went crazy, even the Grandmaster of Heaven would not be able to stop her. There were precedents for this. Back then, during the God-confirmant war, the Grandmaster of Heaven had personally given Yun Xiao a decree that she was not allowed to participate in the God-confirmant tribulation. She had to recite the yellow cord at home and naturally dispel the calamity. However, his brother Zhao Gongming died. Yun Xiao tore the decree and came out of the mountain to take revenge. No one could stop this crazy woman, including the sages. At the final moment, Yun Xiao even directly attacked the sage. This action made Randang extremely fearful. In the God-confirmant tribulation, Randang was the one who had the most blood debts. Fairy Yun Xiao had been suppressed and sealed by the saint. That was an indisputable fact. However, Fairy Yunxiao was only sealed. She did not die or enter the god role. It was also a fact. As long as Fairy Yunxiao did not die and did not enter the god role, even if the Dao ancestor personally suppressed her, Randing would not be at ease. Only when he saw her die with his own eyes and everything return to nothingness would the calamity in his life really disappear. He was completely and truly free of worries. Therefore, to him, coming to Qilin Cliff after a while was already a habit. It was already a part of his life. Ever since the continent was separated and he could not come here often, Randing had been anxious for too long. After so many years, what should he do if Yunxiao came out? Fortunately, she had yet to come out and was still sealed. Fortunately. Therefore, once the continent returned, Taoist Randing came here immediately. He could leave the rest to his clone. Only this side had to be done by him personally. Various colors of light and shadows attacked one after another. However, the clear light at the foot of the cliff continued to sway tenaciously and rise among the various colors of light. It did not fall, did not fade, and flickered stubbornly. Even though the world was turbid, this bit of clarity still existed and left hope for the world. My master will definitely come back. Everyone will return. Definitely. That belief was extremely firm and unshakable. Amidst the violent wind, a Dao rune slowly descended. Randing frowned. His eyes flashed and he grabbed it. Then he frowned. The blood-winged black mosquito has been destroyed. Its essence soul has dissipated outside Thunder Eagle City. Randing sighed softly. His body slowly rose and floated towards Thunder Eagle City. It was fine if Taoist Wen died, but his death brought about another problem. The whereabouts of the third-grade Golden Lotus was the most important thing. He had to retrieve it as soon as possible or at least confirm its location. It was not that Randing had not thought of leaving the good corpse behind to continue dealing with Yunxiao. However, on second thought, with Yunxiao's current cultivation level, she would probably suppress his good corpse. If he did not handle it well, she would take advantage of it. Wouldn't that be terrible? Since things could not be done, he might as well leave. Nothing had happened for so many years. Moreover, the seal here was set up by the saint. With Yunxiao's strength, she would not be able to escape. There was still a long way to go. In a moment he was already in the air. In an instant he was thousands of miles away. At the right time, Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian leisurely arrived. Ahead is the Qilin Cliff that Taoist Duobao mentioned. It's less than 2,500 kilometers away. Zhu Yan pointed ahead and said, "You're so lively now. What did you do just now?" Zhuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes. "You actually disappeared without a trace after entering the Green Turing Palace. Do you know how much of an opportunity you missed?" Zhu Yan coughed and was extremely embarrassed. "It's not that I don't want to show up, nor is it that I don't want this opportunity. It's really, I can't show up." "What? Today is a joyous day for Jie School. It's the first day of the sect reopening." Zhu Yan said aggrievedly, "How can I not know that the fundamental teachings of Jie School are to teach without discrimination? The saint of Shangqing will not treat me badly. However, in this world, other than you, little master, and the old madam, no one else looks at me well. If I don't know what's good for me and join in the fun with the name of the beast of misfortune, I will be in trouble. I'm afraid that even if the heavenly Tao protects me, I will be killed." Scarlet Ape was very clear about this point. What he said was also the truth. If he really did show up, he would probably die without a doubt. Be it Myriad Treasures or Grandmaster of Heaven, any one of them could kill Zhu Yan silently without offending Zhuoxiao Duo. This was something that could not be helped. If your companion suddenly went berserk after entering the Green Turing Palace, or reached the end of his lifespan, or suddenly contracted an illness, and died of a sudden illness, with Zhuoxiao's current knowledge and experience, he would not suspect Zhu Yan even if he went crazy. Zhu Yan was just that friendly from the beginning to the end, wasn't he? The Scarlet Ape was rather self-aware in handling this matter. What a pity. If you had heard Chief's preaching, your strength might have improved greatly as well. Zhuoxiaonian truly felt sorry for Zhu Yan. He. Zhu Yan laughed bitterly and helplessly. That chuckle was filled with endless sorrow. I'd rather not take that big step. I wouldn't dare to go out today. Perhaps in the future, when I wash away the name of the beast of misfortune, I can join the Jie School because of Little Master. After all, the Saint of Prime Clear and Lord Myriad Treasures are very fond of Little Master. Zhu Yan fantasized. It was filled with hope for the future. In the Green Turing Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven was meditating when he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Go, go, go. You are not fated with me." Then, with a thought, he said calmly, "Buddhists advocate for the salvation of all living beings. You and the Western sect are fated." The words of a saint were law. Although the heavenly secrets were mixed up, the Grand Master of Heaven was still one of the strongest saints. At this moment he sensed the spiritual opportunity and borrowed the power of luck. Furthermore, the Western sect did not know the reason for this change and the existence of Zhu Yan. In an instant, the purple heaven thunder roared. Over here. Zhu Yan suddenly shook his head and shook away his unrealistic idea of joining the Jie school. He thought, "I've met the Grand Master of Heaven before. He treated me very kindly." However, during the disaster of the Jie school's destruction last time, there were many rumors that I was a hindrance to the Jie school. Even if the Grand Master of Heaven did not care, the other disciples might vent their anger on me. Thinking about it carefully, I can't go to the Jie school. After thinking about it, it seemed that the doctrine of the Western sect was to deliver all living beings from suffering and to have no discrimination. They could even accept a villain like Taoist one. They were even more desperate than the disciples of the Jie sect. Maybe I can form a good relationship with the Western sect? Anyway, I'm just looking for protection. I can go anywhere. With that thought, he immediately paid attention. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in front of him and was even more certain of his idea. My biggest backer now is still Zhuo and his wife. They are the real heaven-defying masters. Who else can it be other than him? Zhu Yan follow him every day. He's still fine. He's even living better. He survived several disasters, turned misfortunes into blessings, and gained a lot of benefits. He's my Mr. Right. Maybe my hope of clearing my name lies on Zhuo. Of course, I have to try my best to be on good terms with the people of the Western sect when I see them in the future. Maybe someday our friendship will come in handy. The Grand Master of the Western sect said it well. In life, it's better to form good relationships. That's what I'm thinking. They covered 5,000 miles in an instant. The two of them rushed all the way, breaking through layers of fog and clouds. The dangerous Qilin cliff was already clearly visible. Chapter 1365. At a glance, the entire cliff was like a huge Qilin leaping into the sky. Its horns were lofty and its scales were clear. The cliff wasn't very high. It was only a few thousand feet high, but it went straight into the sea. In the middle of the cliff, there was a faint yellow light shining slightly. Countless intertwining divine senses seemed to be dispersing from the Qilin cliff. Zhuo Xiaoduo firmly remembered what Taoist Duo Bao said. On the Qilin cliff, in the middle of the cliff, there is a golden post. You only need to use your hammer and smash it with all your strength. Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that with this hammer smash, he would probably get into huge trouble and form a huge karma. But the biggest problem was, could he not smash this hammer? He could not smash it. This debt was very easy to calculate. If he didn't smash it, the owner of the post wouldn't have a good impression of him. Instead, it would leave a knot in the heart of the existing ally or even a grudge. But if he smashed it, not only would the alliance become more stable, but the person who was saved by his hammer would also owe him a big favor. What's more, the other side might not be really angry. Even if they were angry, they might not vent it on him. Besides, who was the one who posted this post? Even if they vent their anger on him, what did he have to be afraid of? Who cares? Not to mention allies, he was also one of the most powerful princes in the world. The Sky Patrol Minister was his father. The Flood Witch was his godfather. You dare to find trouble with me? Let my godfather hammer you first. Let's see if you can take it or not. I've long wanted to try the unscrupulous second generation of cultivation. My father is a big shot. Don't you want to try? Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo really didn't feel any pressure in his heart. He even had the idea of going on a scenic tour. He came here and smashed the hammer. What a simple matter. Didn't he already see the pornographic post? Wasn't this where the goal was? As long as he hammered it down, wouldn't it be easy and happy to complete it? There was no one around. Between heaven and earth, it was quiet. Only the waves were raging and surging, wave after wave. It reminded Zhuo Xiaoduo of his wedding night. He couldn't help but let out a heroic spirit that soared to the heavens. He recited, "Pa pa 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 pa, the waves are coming from the shore. The waves are coming from the shore, it's really scary, the white waves are surging up to the sky, walala 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 pa pa pa, it makes me happy in my heart, ha 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 ha, my wife and I are really free and easy, really free and easy." Good poem. Now that she knew Zhuxiao was background, the Zhuxiaonian was furious. Get back to work. Go back now. Stop pretending. Okay. Zhuxiao Duo did not dare to say anything. Instead he pulled out his 99 kitty hammer. At this moment the 99 cat hammer's elegance was even more profound than before. The yin and yang halos flowed, white light and black gas lingered, and the Tao was completely natural. The universe, the sun, and the moon only rotated slightly, and it was as if they were about to fly out of the hammer. The unprecedented fiendish aura had already reached its peak, and it looked down on all living things. Who could resist it? Zhuxiao Duo roared majestically and soared up to the sky. In a flash, he was already in the sky above the flickering yellow light. One hammer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. He shouted, "Look at me, the 99 kitty hammer of universe, sun and moon." This roar was not only full of momentum, but it was also the first time he shouted the full name of the 99 kitty hammer. All the spiritual energy in his body was running to the limit, and he also sent out the power of the divine sense and the power of the soul. Finally, he combined it with the power of providence. The four mixed forces were all condensed on the hammer head. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. In 1/10 of a second, all the moves of the hammer technique were swung continuously like a storm. Then all the strength and power were condensed into the hammer. It was really mixed with the extreme power of the universe and it crashed down. It crashed on the yellow light's post. Boom. With a sudden explosion, the yellow light reacted instantly and shot out billions of dazzling golden lights. It was a strong counterattack. Oh yeah. Ouch! Zhuxiao Duo turned into a shooting star along with his hammers. He was blasted away for God knows how many kilometers by the tremendous force. Because he couldn't bear the force, he couldn't even hold on to the two hammers and they flew out of his hands. Fortunately, Bai and Jiu drove the hammers back automatically. Wah wah wah. Zhuxiao Duo spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood as if they were free. Then he passed out. Before he passed out, his last thought was, fuck. This is just a post? Just a post. It seems that the 99 kitty hammer can't be called by its full name. Zhuxiaonian reacted quickly. She rushed out and caught Zhuxiao Duo who was in midair. Ice and snow spiritual energy surged into his meridians. Then she poured a large number of elixirs and the 2 bottles of spiritual liquid she just received into Zhuxiao's mouth. The rich power of the providence points rushed into Zhuxiao's meridians and traveled through his limbs and bones. His injuries were stabilized in an instant. He opened his eyes. Fuck. On the other side, billions of yellow lights launched a strong counterattack. The yellow post fluttered back and forth in the air for a moment. Then, with a boom, it suddenly exploded and turned into powder. At the last moment when the yellow post turned into powder, there was an extremely dazzling yellow light. The endless yellow light was like a sun that suddenly exploded in the sky. It directly lifted the entire sea area into the sky. The entire Qilin cliff collapsed with a boom. The natural Qilin statue with towering horns that had existed since ancient times shattered inch by inch and fell into the sea. Huge waves surged. Rocks pierced the clouds. The scene was extremely chaotic. The next moment, or perhaps the next moment, there was a clear whistle. A white figure gracefully flashed out from the bottom of the Qilin cliff. Bang bang bang. Several invisible chains broke one by one as the white figure moved. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a mayfly trying to shake a tree. In the sky, the wind blew and the white clouds gathered. For a moment, the whole world was filled with white and flawless white clouds. It was clean, holy, noble, and elegant. A gentle voice said, "I wonder which fellow cultivator helped me this time? I can't thank you enough. Yin Xiao is here to greet you." Although he had been suppressed for countless years, his voice was still as gentle and courteous as ever, elegant and graceful. Zhuxiao Duo coughed and spat out blood. He bent over with a pale face and rolled his eyes. "What kind of post is this? That guy Duobao didn't tell me that the recoil would be so strong." He staggered and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "It almost took half of my life. This hammer is really fucking strong." Yun Xiao smiled slightly and floated down. She was tall and slim, but she had a strong ethereal aura. Regardless of appearance and temperament, she was like a spring orchid and autumn chrysanthemum with Zhuxiaonian. They both had their own strengths. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. You helped me escape, but I've made you suffer." Zhuxiao Duo finally caught his breath. "Big Sister Yun, you don't have to be polite. I was entrusted by someone. It's just that my cultivation level is low and I can't withstand the counterattack of that post. However, Zhao's pain can help Big Sister Yun escape. It's worth it. May I ask who asked you to do this? Yun Zhao's eyes flashed with urgency. Big brother Duobao asked me to come and smash this hammer. Zuoxiao Duo said. He also said that when you escape, immediately return to the Green Turing Palace. There can't be any delay. Big brother Duobao? Green Turing Palace? Yun Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. They have all returned. Jie School has been re-established a few days ago. They're all waiting for you. Zuoxiaonian explained with a smile. Her smile faintly flowed with an inexplicable calming effect. When one saw her smiling face, they immediately felt that the world was infinitely beautiful. The years were peaceful and good. They've all gone back. Jie School. Yun Xiao took a deep breath excitedly. Thank you. I'll go back now. She could not wait any longer when she heard the good news today. As soon as she finished speaking, her body floated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment she appeared in front of the two of them again. Her face was filled with shame as she said embarrassedly, I just escaped and heard good news. Yun Xiao owes the two of you a lot. However, I really don't have anything to offer now. The two of you. I'll repay your kindness in the future. In this life, Yun Xiao will never forget this kindness. Yun Xiao bowed seriously. Fellow Taoists, may I know your names? My name is Zuoxiao Duo. This is my wife, Zuoxiaonian. Thank you, both of you. Yun Zhao's body flashed past. A white cloud landed beside Zuoxiaonian's temple and turned into an ice jade flower. It was sparkling and reflecting the seven-colored light of glass. It was a spectacle. Thank you, Sister Little Nian. I'm very ashamed. My heart is in turmoil and my mind is in a mess. I can only report everything later. She bowed elegantly again. We'll meet again. This place is very dangerous. Fellow Taoists, it's better for you to leave this place quickly. After saying that, she waved her hand and tore through space with a crack. She rushed towards the East Ocean. The space that she had torn apart did not recover immediately. Instead, it cracked all the way to the sky above Qilin Cliff. With a crisp crack, the Buddhist light restriction that Randeng had set up exploded. The trace of origin soul imprint that was attached to it suddenly exploded. All the karma in this place had been directly erased. There was no trace left. But this time Yun Zhao's graceful figure had completely disappeared. Amazing. Zuoxiaonian widened her eyes. She vaguely felt that this Sister Yun Zhao's cultivation strength might be above Sister Yun's Guiling. How many shocking figures were there in this primordial world? After this trip, Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian felt a little depressed. Originally, they thought that they had already broken through to the zenith heaven and officially reached the top of the cultivators in the 3 continents. Even if the continents returned and the ancestral land regained its light, as a zenith heaven cultivator, they could still be considered a top figure in this world. Zuoxiao Duo had even fantasized countless times. The next time he returned to Phoenix City, what posture should he use when he acted cool? Or should he use a few more positions? With his hands behind his back and a reserved and humble smile on his face, he walked into Phoenix City's No. 2 high school and smiled faintly at teacher Qin Fangyang, who had always wanted to beat him up. I'm lucky to have broken through to the zenith heaven. When he thought of that scene, Zuoxiao Duo could not help but feel so excited that he wanted to pee. Oh. Let's have another round of laughter for old Qin to hear. I, your student, am laughing heartily? Do you still want to beat me up? Do you still want to pick me up by the back of my neck and swing me around? Or should I go to the Tao League to find trouble with someone? Yes, I'll definitely go to the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. I'll let Elder One see my progress. He said very modestly and reservedly, recently my progress has been quite slow. I've only reached the zenith heaven. So I'm ashamed. But now, the scene that he had fantasized about countless times was no longer pleasant. Chapter 1366. After this round, not only did Zuoxiao Duo suffer a huge blow, but even Zuoxiaonian felt dejected. What? Does it seem like everyone I met here is stronger than me, much stronger than me? Oh, how can this be? For example, Sister Yun, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Kongxian, Duobao, and Yun Xiao. Every one of them is much stronger than me. Moreover, after communicating with them and listening to their words, there were still a lot of cultivators who were at the same level as them in this world, even if they were not everywhere. What do you think I should do? After others break through to the zenith heavenly realm, they are at the peak of this world and can go to the ends of the world to show off. However, when I break through to the zenith heavenly realm, I am at the ends of the world. Be shown off? What the fuck, that I don't even have the strength to complain. I worked so hard and painstakingly cultivated to the zenith heavenly realm, just to be shown off by others? This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Xiao Duo, I have a question in my heart. I don't understand why Brother Duobao would call you junior brother, but you didn't admit it, Zhuxiaoyan asked curiously. According to Zhuxiaoduo's character, he would pluck a handful of wool from a sheep. He had long been used to climbing along the pole. This was very abnormal in itself. It was not just a little strange, it was simply too strange. Brother Duobao called us junior brother and sister because of the 2 prayer mats. We listen to the preaching of the prime of heaven, and we have a relationship that far surpasses that of others. I didn't agree mainly because I was afraid and didn't dare to agree. Zhuxiaoduo said honestly, I was really a little scared at that time. Even now when I think about it, I'm still a little scared. Yes, I'm scared. The fear that comes from the depths of my soul. Zhuxiaoduo let out a long sigh. If I don't admit it, I can only call you that in private when we meet. However, if I admit it, the end result will definitely be known by the world. The identity of a disciple of the Jie school will be firmly engraved on you and me. However, my most fundamental identity is that of the human race. Our Father is the heaven inspecting minister. If I agree to it on the spot, it's very likely that I'll drag the entire continent of astral souls into their grudge. How would I dare to agree so casually? Zhuxiaoduo sighed. He felt that the reason why Duobao didn't give him a gift was probably because he didn't agree to it. That guy was so stingy. On the way back, the more Zhuxiaoduo thought about it, the more depressed he became. Not only was he attacked everywhere, but he also didn't get many treasures. Later on, he was so upset that he dragged Zhuxiaoyan into the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate with her for 3 months. Only then did he feel better. Zhuxiaoyan was speechless and had no choice but to cooperate. You're just looking for a reason to do that, alright? When one was happy, one had to celebrate. When one was frustrated, one had to vent. When one won a battle, one had to celebrate. When one lost a battle, one had to console. When one was scolded, one had to console. When one was beaten, one had to console. Anyway, no matter what it was, in the end one had to. Cough cough. Forget it. I can see that you're such a lazy guy in your bones. However, even someone like Zhuxiaoyan, who boasted that she understood Zhuxiaoduo well, did not guard against such things. Once she broke through, she would only break through again and again. There was no such thing as a lower limit. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo even brought out the reason that he was tired from the journey and wanted to rest. He stopped all the way. He rested a few times, vented a few times, comforted a few times, and then celebrated a few times. Of course, there were also a few sparring sessions with real swords and spears. Zhuxiaoyan was now facing Zhuxiaoduo and once again entered the state of invincibility that she hadn't seen for a long time. Through this competition, Zhuxiaoduo finally understood how powerful the equipment that Tong Tian and Duo had given him was after being fully equipped from head to toe. To give a simple and straightforward example, as long as the defense of these treasures was activated, even if Zhuxiaoyan stood there motionless, Zhuxiaoduo would need more than an hour to break through it with the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. In this way, Zhuxiaoduo naturally fell into the mode of being abused again. And this result made him feel that it was too fucking unfair. What the hell is this? You gave Nian Mao a gift, but I didn't give her anything. This is too unreasonable. At home, my parents helped Nian Mao to bully me. And when I went out, everyone I met seemed to have made an agreement to help Nian Mao deal with me. Is there any place in this world where I can be reasonable? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh heavenly law, please open your eyes and save the pitiful me. Of course, as Zhuxiaoyan and Zhuxiaoduo continued to gain benefits and opportunities, the prime of Tong Tian and the prime of Tong Tian continued to gain benefits and opportunities. On the other side of the 3 continents, the Flood Witch, who was in the secret land of the Wu people, felt very good. She felt that her power of providence was constantly overflowing. The looming path in front of her had become a bright and smooth path without any obstacles. Her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and it led the 12 shamans to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding also felt the same. During the rare break in the battle, the 2 of them also felt that their providence was bursting. It was as if the heavenly Tao was greatly helping them, and they had crossed all the small bottlenecks in their cultivation journey effortlessly. Although he hadn't caught up with the great flood which yet, compared to the previous stagnation, there had been a tremendous change. Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch who had originally fought with Zhuchanglu, was now far from being a match for Zhuchanglu. Regarding the current situation, whether it was the 5 swords of the Tao League, the Astral Souls, or the Wu people, they were all pleasantly surprised. They had originally thought that with the return of the 6 continents, the 3 continents of the Astral Souls would not be able to resist and would definitely be finished. But who would have thought that after everyone had returned, even before the 3 sides had prepared to do anything, 5 of the 6 continents that had returned had unanimously focused their attention on the demon race. The demon race had become the target of public criticism in the first second after their return. With the demon race restraining the other forces, the Wu people, the Tao race, and the Astral Souls unexpectedly obtained a rare period of peace. Well, it was more or less a mistake not to mention this, because the Tao League was not in a state of peace. Instead, it was vaguely participating in the checks and balances of various forces. And the more direct reason was that with the appearance of the mighty figures of various races, the first disciple of the Tao race's sage, Guang Qingzi, also reappeared in the mortal world. And he was not the only one. Taoist mighty figures such as the immortal elder of the South Pole, Yun Zhongzi, Tai Yuding, Huanglong, Qijingzi, Taoist master numinous treasure, heavenly lord of Taoist conduct, pristine void, and Taoist lord of Tao and virtue all reappeared in the mortal world. Once they reappeared, heaven and earth shook. The Tao League's continent shone brightly. Mountain gates hidden in the void opened one after another. Countless famous mountains and rivers were released from their seals. Perfect jade void perfected lord. There were exactly 10 of them. They stood in 10 different directions, forming an impenetrable wall around the entire Tao League's continent. Compared to the powerful reappearance of the primordial mighty figures in the Tao League, the ancient human mighty figures still did not appear. The humans of the Astral Souls could not help but lose hope once again. In a secret place. Are we just going to watch? The human race has experienced countless calamities before they can become the main characters of the world. The heavens move vigorously, and the gentleman strives to improve himself. We, the pioneers of the human race, are not the saints of the human race. We are ashamed to be called saints. We can't feel at ease. That's right. Everything was obtained by the later generations who struggled to survive and fought for the heavenly Tao. All we need to do is watch in silence. As long as it's not the time to be destroyed, there's no need for them to do anything. If it's really the time to be destroyed. When that time comes, we 8 old bones will abandon our smelly bodies. I believe that we can protect the human race from the heavenly Tao and reproduce. All right. Yes, if we appear now, I'm afraid it won't be good. In terms of combat strength, we are inferior to the saints. If we appear rashly, we will make the current generation of humans rely on us. They will inevitably lose their determination to improve and their future will be bleak. If we don't appear, we will always have a backup plan. The races will have concerns and will not go too far. Yes. In that case, how about we visit the goddess? Alright, let's go together. Leave behind an avatar and pay attention to the movements of the human race. Under the calamity, life and death are easy to come by. We have to be careful. No matter how careful we are, it's not too much. Of course. The 2 of them walked leisurely in the 9 heavens. Master Chanjie is moving again. Let him be. Your seal has been shattered. Yun Xiao escaped and reappeared in the mortal world. In the heavenly courts, Yun Xiao's incarnation that was conferred the god has already dissipated. It no longer exists. Let him be. The cow has also run away. It seems to have returned to third uncle Master. Let it be. Master, where are we going? Follow. Follow me. Master, in the previous God-confirmed tribulation, countless living beings died. However, it was still a tribulation in the end. There was a chance of survival. However, this time, it has turned into a death tribulation. I'm afraid that the blood of the 2 of you will splatter in the blue sky. Let him be. Master, you. Alright. Master, back then do about your scheme. That question was met with silence. Master, I really can't feel at ease. The various grudges back then have been fermenting for so many years. They are already out of control. I want. Follow me. Back then, Master, as a saint, helped me eliminate the calamity. I'm grateful for it. However, karma still exists. There will be a day when it will be resolved. Now that the calamity has begun again, the heavenly secrets have fallen into chaos again. How can I know that karma will be resolved? Let him be. Master, did the Tao ancestor arrange for this cataclysm? This time the old Taoist priest who was asked was silent for a while. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said slowly, "No." The question was immediately stagnant. Could it be that the heavenly Tao evolved on its own? No. Chapter 1367. The person who asked the question was completely stunned. Master? Master. I'm afraid you are in danger of dying in this great tribulation. As the saying goes, a prophecy has come true. Why are you talking about karma? The old Taoist priest hit his disciple with a yellow light and imprisoned him. Back then, your third uncle master gave a strict order to prevent his disciple from entering the calamity. However, the heavenly Tao operated and karma caused it. In the end, it was useless. This time, I have accepted your third uncle master's lesson and decided to tie you to my side. I will not let you leave at all. I want to see if karma can shake the saint's personal suppression. Master. Perhaps the great tribulation is not up to the heavens. The old Taoist priest said calmly, however, I can tie someone up and leave. Golden lightning flashed in front of him. The old Taoist priest led his disciple and slowly floated into the golden lightning. However, he was protected by the boundless heaven and earth chi. He was unharmed as he passed through. Master, where are we going? To the outer space. Outer space? Only in the outer space can we avoid this calamity. I don't understand. As he spoke, countless spatial barriers were broken one by one. The master and disciple finally stood outside the galaxy. Looking around, all they could see was a land of primal chaos. The old Taoist priest finally smiled. We're out. We're finally out. Master, this. What? Since we're out, there's no harm in saying anything else. The old Taoist priest turned around and looked at the densely packed galaxy that was billions of kilometers away. He said softly, from the beginning to the end, we were just moving in the small world. Back then, during the calamity, this race rose and that race perished. How could there be an eternal protagonist who would prosper forever? The Western sect won the God-confirmant tribulation? However, after so many years, where is the prosperity? Your second uncle master's Chan school won, but where did they win? Your third uncle master's Jie school lost. Did they really lose? That day, the demon race's Wu people had a shocking battle. The world collapsed and the mysterious yellow world was overturned. But what about now? How many people in this world can prosper forever? It seems to be a long time, but who isn't a passerby in this world? What's the difference between fighting and not fighting in the end? Might as well not fight. Staying out of the world and watching coldly from the sidelines, watching the life and death of the world, is also a way to live, an attitude. I'm leaving. Master, disciple has one last question. When Samantabhadra and the other junior brothers went to the west, was it second uncle's plan? Or was it really a betrayal? All these years, although this disciple understands, I have always been brooding over it. That is why you cannot enter this tribulation. Disciple does not understand. Haha. You can think about it carefully. After the investiture of the gods, the West flourished. But speaking of which Buddhas were favored by the people, which Buddhas were they? Which bodhisattvas are they? The Western sect has manifested their divinity countless times, but since ancient times. Zhuanti and Jain. What about the incense they received? In fact, how many living beings in this world worship them and remember them? This disciple is covered in cold sweat. There are countless schemes and schemes, countless treacherous people, countless far-reaching arrangements. It has evolved into countless guesses. Who is right and who is wrong has long been meaningless. However, the heavenly Tao is clear, and the saints exist forever. The saints' schemes are in the boundless world. As the saying goes, the world is the board and all living beings are the children. However, they still need a medium. Otherwise, not only would there be chess players, but there would also be a place to fight. As for why there are only those few, I can only say that it is fate in the heart. Although there were endless changes and deductions later on, if you ask your second uncle this question. What? I'm afraid that your second martial uncle's heart is also confused. The old Taoist priest laughed. However, it's all in this game. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The two of them entered the vast chaos. Suddenly, a gourd floated out quietly from behind the two of them. It immediately turned into a stream of light and returned to the nebula galaxy in a flash. Master, what does this mean? What should come will come and what should leave will leave. There are still 10 batches of 9 revolutions golden pills that have recently been refined. I might as well leave them for this world. After all, I'll leave a mark in this world. I don't understand. The great Tao is boundless. You are still young. You have to know that if you want to be free, you have to abandon all karma. The other young Taoist was dumbfounded. I, the great Taoist master Xiandu, the head disciple of the 3 sects, am still young? Even I was embarrassed by her words. However, when he saw that his master had already walked far away, he hurriedly chased after him. Master, the yin-yang fish array. Let him be. Ahem. Master, if the yin-yang cycle is given out, the Tao ancestor will probably. That's why we have to leave. Master, what will happen to Ren school if we leave? The yin-yang kane chi. Someone will inherit Ren school and represent me. Master, you have another legacy? I have a junior brother? That can't be, right? Why don't I know? The young Taoist priest looked surprised and a little disappointed. You hid such a big matter from me. Master, you don't love me anymore. You actually have a younger one in secret. There are legacies in yin and yang. You can look for them yourself. But there's no one leading. Can we? There's your third uncle master. Ahem. You're scheming against third uncle master again. Your third uncle master. Be honest. Third uncle master will probably be fuming with anger when he hears your words. Even if he doesn't hear it, he will still be fuming. Master, are we still coming back? Silly child. The 2 silhouettes finally disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian floated on the sea for a day and vaguely felt that something was amiss. What? Is it so big? I can't turn out? He could not hold it in any longer and tore through space to rush forward. However, he realized that after tearing through space hundreds of times, he was still above the sea. The 2 of them panicked. He calmed down and observed with his mind's eye. After a long time, he felt as if there was a thin mist around him. However, when he tried his best to look into the distance, he could see the sun and moon. The sea level was 5,000 kilometers away. It doesn't seem like an array formation. But why can't I turn out? After a long time, Zhuoxiaonian vaguely realized something. Xiaoduo, have you noticed? This invisible airflow seems strange. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned. No. He calmed down and tried to sense it carefully. In the end, he still looked confused. There's really nothing. Zhuoxiaonian could see more clearly as a bystander. She said softly, it's a little like your creation plate jade pendant. That kind of. Can you check it again? Zhuoxiaoduo checked carefully and suddenly realized something. This kind of primordial qi lingered around his body. Every time he used his energy to check, this kind of aura would merge with his primordial qi and he would not be able to discover it. That was why he did not discover it after so long. Zhuoxiaonian's aura was relatively pure, so it was easier to discover this kind of hidden aura. However, it was too hidden and too invisible. That was why he only discovered it after so long. This is indeed similar to the aura of the creation plate, but it's much more illusory. It seems to be completely unreal. It's completely like a simulation. Then do you have the feeling that it's similar to 2 yin-yang fishes swimming together? Yes, I do. Then it's obvious that we've fallen into this array formation. Who set up this array formation? Who's plotting against us? Both of them guessed but still could not figure it out. The fact that they had silently fallen into someone else's trap was still a little baffling to the 2 of them. What was going on? When did they fall into the trap? Why didn't they feel anything at all? Let's think of a way to break the array first. Zhuoxiaonian was a little depressed. There's no hurry. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little lost in thought. He slowly recalled and was a little excited. I seem to feel that the power of the creation plate seems to be stronger than before. He channeled his energy again and felt for more than an hour. Finally he said, this seems to be a wandering aura. It's just formed a maze-like array. As long as I have the aura of the creation plate on me, I'll be entangled. However, as long as I cultivate in here, I can absorb this aura and strengthen the creation plate. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little excited. What's going on? Who arranged this? It's good that you're fine. Then you can cultivate here. Zhuoxiaonian said, I'll cultivate in the Annihilation Tower. Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the aura of the countless yin-yang fish around him. His eyes lit up. Must be a friend. If it's an enemy who would let me off so easily. I'm really rich this time. The person who set up the array formation did not show up. Zhuoxiao Duo stopped guessing and cultivated with all his might. The aura of the yin-yang fish was good stuff. He could not let it run away. As for the purpose, I don't care what the purpose is. If there are benefits, I'll absorb them first. I'll understand in the future. Zhuoxiao's philosophy was, don't think about things that you don't understand. But if you can get something good, take it first. Time passed little by little. Li Chenglong was in a difficult battle. He took Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to train in the demon realm. He never thought that he would meet his senior, the demon commander of Yingzhou. This demon commander of Yingzhou had sensed the presence of his cave abode. He led his demon soldiers and chased after them. He had no intention of giving preferential treatment to his successor. Li Chenglong and the others were now extremely powerful. However, there were so many demons that they could not defeat them. They could only fight and run at the same time. However, their biggest weakness was that Li Chenglong had Yingzhou's cave abode. This was equivalent to carrying a huge guiding light. It constantly reminded the demon commander of Yingzhou where he was. However, Li Chenglong would not throw away this thing even if he was killed. This was a peerless treasure. How could he throw it away? Therefore, they were trapped in this vicious cycle. However, there were also benefits. The combat strength and cultivation of the three of them increased steadily. They were beaten up every day and it was a life-and-death battle. As long as they did not die, how could their experience not increase? Long Yuxing's group encountered another problem. The 7 stars of Azure Dragon came looking for them. They were aggressive. Where is my big brother? Why is my big brother's Azure Dragon's sacred sword in your hands? Hand over my big brother's sword. Where is my big brother? In the beginning, everyone was amiable and had a relatively peaceful exchange. However, Long Yuxing refused to hand over the Azure Dragon's sacred sword. In fact, he could not hand it over. How could he hand it over when it had already recognized him as its master? This involved a problem. My big brother is one of the 4 great sages of the demon race. If you have his sword, is it? However, how could Long Yuxing join the demon race? The 7 stars of Azure Dragon were also helpless. It was obvious that the Azure Dragon's sacred sword was given to him by his big brother. If he did not give it to him, even if he died, no one else would be able to take it. Then bring us to his Azure Dragon's sacred palace. Sup? Where can I find it? Long Yuxing looked like he was about to break down. I really don't know. Did you go to the Western sect? He actually became a Buddha? What the hell? How were they going to play this? At this time, the Azura tribe and the ancient god Qilin tribe inexplicably started fighting. Although the Qilin tribe was few in number, every one of them was at least a Xiantian expert. They were not at a disadvantage in the battle against the Azura tribe, and even had the upper hand. The ancient dragon tribe, who had been watching from the sidelines, took advantage of the time when old ancestor Nether River was fighting to launch a sneak attack on the Azura tribe's lair. Their million-feet-long dragon body took a bath in the Azura tribe's blood river. Then, the primordial phoenix disliked the Azura tribe's dirty eyes and directly sent down the heavenly fire net, burning down the Azura tribe's lair. Everyone in the Azura tribe, including old ancestor Nether River, was confused. When did I offend the 3 of you? Is there a need for the 3 of you to join forces against me? If you dare to do this to me, then don't blame me for taking action. Thus, he turned his head and asked for help from the Western sect. The Buddhas of the Western sect all took action and forced the 3 ancient races to retreat. At the right time, the Kunping demon master of the demon race led tens of millions of demon soldiers to help the battle. The target of the battle was the spirit race. He kept saying that he would help the spirit race to settle the blood debt and start a war with the Western sect and the demon race. At the critical moment of this battle, the goddess of Wudong, the goddess of turtle spirit, and fairy Yun Shao of Jie school entered the battle forcefully. They chased after the Western sect with their swords and asked for the 5 immortals who had accompanied the Grandmaster of Heaven. However, how could the Western sect take them out? Hence, the 3 immortals of Jie school displayed their might and joined forces with the Kunping demon master to merge the high-end combat power of the spirit race and fight the Western sect, the Azura tribe and the demon race. This battle shocked the continent. The entire sky became the battlefield of the gods. The war lasted for a full 2 months. After that, half of the demon race's overall combat power was crippled, and the strength of the spirit race was reduced by half. The demons' losses were similar. In comparison, the Western sect only lost 1/3 of their troops. They were the ones with the least losses among the various races. As for the Jie school, they only sent out 3 people. Not only were their battle results brilliant, but they were also able to retreat unscathed. It was even more eye-catching and enviable. As soon as the battle was over, the various races ended the battle that was inexplicably caused. They began to withdraw their strength, heal their injuries, and recuperate. However, the left guardian of the demon race, Evil Dragon, was very puzzled by the source of the battle. He could not understand why the Dark Phoenix would do such a thing. Why did you kill the crown prince of the spirit race? Why did you join the Western sect? Unable to figure it out, he wanted to find the Dark Phoenix to ask. However, he did not expect to encounter his ancient enemy, Perfected Tai. After a quarrel, it turned into a huge battle. The evil dragon was no match for him. Just as he was about to be killed, the Black Dragon Elder of the ancient dragon race appeared at the critical moment and severely injured Perfected Tai with a tail. Hence, the disciples of Chan school could not take it anymore. They were used to looking for face and forming factions. They looked for the ancient dragon race to seek justice. In the eyes of Zhuqianglu and the others, this series of changes was dazzling. They could not understand it at all that they fought every day, and every time they opened their mouths, they would say that they had a deep hatred. It was really hard to understand how many grudges they had accumulated over the years. In any case, they could not keep up with it even if they were watching the show. Today you beat him, tomorrow he beat him, tomorrow you beat him, tomorrow you beat him, and the day after tomorrow he beat the other him. Then, they would focus on fighting. In the end, when Patriarch Nether River's primordial massacre sword was attacked, it was shot down by Guangqingzi's heaven-flipping seal. The primordial massacre sword had old injuries. This time, it was almost beaten to the point of losing its spirituality. Nether River was besieged and fled with heavy injuries. The people of Chan school wanted to kill him in one fell swoop and chased after him relentlessly. They met the demon ancestor, Rahu, who came to help. After a huge battle, the demon race suffered countless casualties. The demon ancestor was furious. He razed the Peach Blossom Cave with his spear and overturned Guangqingzi's Dao field. The god-slaying spear attacked with all its might and cracked half of the heaven-flipping seal. Guangqingzi fled with heavy injuries. This battle really confirmed what kind of treasure was unparalleled in attack in this world. After that, Guangqingzi was intercepted by Daoist Duobao on the way. Fortunately, Perfected Yu Ding and Yun Zhongzi arrived and saved Guangqingzi, whose Dao had been greatly damaged. Behind him, Daoist Duobao asked leisurely via voice transmission, "Senior brother Guangqingzi, do you still remember the goddess of golden light?" That sentence completely started the follow-up of the god-conferment grudge. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. During this period of time, Zhuqianglu would come over to play chess with the Flood, which whenever he had nothing to do. The few continents fought every day. Now, the ones who were free were the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. The Tao League was first abandoned and fell into the hands of the demon race. Then, the mighty figures of the Tao League returned and expelled the demon race. It was really full of twists and turns. However, before the people who moved out of the Tao League could return, the entire Tao League continent turned into a chaotic battlefield for the various races. Moreover, it was one of the more intense battlefields. The demon race came to fight, the Jie school came to fight, the demon race came to fight, and the Western sect also came to fight. Now, it was the Azura race and the spirit race's turn to be free. On the other hand, the Wizard Alliance continent and the Star Soul continent, which were originally filled with worries, had been peaceful during this period of time. The weather was good and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Nothing happened. Other than the absence of the daily high-tech facilities to pass the time, everything else was not much different from before the ancestral land was revived. Before the various races returned, would anyone believe it? Who would dare to believe it? The Flood, which put down her chess piece gloomily. You don't understand? I can't understand it long ago. Otherwise, why would I ask you? The Flood, which brought all the elites of the Umno Alliance back to the Umno Alliance continent as if her boat was on fire last time. She actively prepared for war. However, there was only one battle with the demon race's outpost. Then, the demon race ignored her. The Flood, which built the Brave Soul Pass and prepared for war. She even mobilized the forces of the Umno Alliance continent and urged the 12 great shamans to improve their cultivation. She held the whip with both hands and supervised them forcefully. The Fire Great Shaman and his wife were almost beaten into mud by her. The Ice Great Shaman was even more important. The Flood which almost changed her bad mouth. Now, as long as the Ice Great Shaman saw the Flood which, she would automatically stuff ice cubes into her mouth and then tie her up with a rope to ensure that nothing would go wrong. She was afraid that if she said something wrong she would be punched for several days in a row. The Flood which made all the preparations for war and gathered all the resources she could gather at the border. She was ready to welcome the war at any time and was even prepared to die in battle. However, there was only silence at the border. Nothing happened. They were just outside the border fighting each other. They just didn't cross the line and didn't want to have anything to do with the UMNO alliance. As a result, tens of millions of troops of the UMNO alliance looked up and watched the show all day. Occasionally they would fight above their heads. But they just didn't want to come in. What could you do? Tens of millions of people were waiting for battle. How would you feel? But no matter what kind of drill or training you did, no one paid any attention to you when the 6 races were fighting fiercely outside. At first, the Flood which felt that there might be something wrong and was careful to guard against any changes. Day after day passed. In the end, she was depressed by this situation. Chapter 1369. The Flood which didn't understand. That was why he had come to look for Jianghu. What the hell is going on? Do you know what this means? It means that we've been ignored by the higher-ups of the various races. They don't treat us as opponents. This hurts my pride. The Flood which was furious. What's wrong with looking down on me? How can they ignore me like this? I'm the #1 master in the world. Jianghu, on the other hand, was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He picked up a white piece and made a break. It's better to hurt one's pride than to hurt one's life. I don't believe you're not upset. Not only do they not treat us as opponents, they don't even care about us. The Flood which had never been ignored like this in her life. She felt like her lungs were about to explode. She couldn't understand. All the masters of the various races have come back. Where are the masters of the Wu people? You humans should have top masters too. Where are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Jianghu's face twisted. I really don't know. All in all, everything that's happened now is confusing and inexplicable. That's true. In the long run it's not a problem. Jianghu put down a piece and said, but I have to say that now is the last period of self-improvement for the astral souls and the UMNO alliance. It's reasonable that the other races don't see us. We're far behind the other races in terms of high-end combat power and general standards. This is an indisputable fact. There are so many masters on the battlefield. Any one of them is no weaker than you or me. And there are many more who are much stronger than you and me. Based on this premise, why do they care about us? Haha, it's just that we don't have Tao immortals. They come from the ancient times and have their own roots. They've been perfected golden immortals for a long time. We're just scattered perfected golden immortals. We're not real perfected golden immortals. That's all. The Flood which was somewhat disdainful. Isn't Tao immortal a term used by the Western sect? Jianghu was not as knowledgeable as the Flood which in this regard. After all, it had been thousands of years since the end of the world. Anything that could be passed down by the ancient humans had long been destroyed. More than that. The Flood which said, since ancient times the heavenly Tao would bestow rewards to all cultivators who succeeded in their cultivation and passed the heavenly tribulation. Their bodies and souls would be tempered, and only then would they be considered to have attained the Tao immortal realm. The so-called celestial immortals, golden immortals, mystic immortals, etc. all belong to the Tao immortal realm. In other words, it is a recognition of one's cultivation status. With a single thought, the heavens and earth would immediately react. White clouds would naturally rise beneath one's feet. The so-called riding the clouds and riding the mist is a technique of the immortals. Since the splitting of the continent, the heavenly Tao has been incomplete. Therefore, it has lost part of the rules for the evaluation of higher-level cultivators. Even if we have succeeded in our cultivation and can travel thousands of miles in an instant, there are no auspicious clouds surging beneath our feet. This is the essential difference between us and them. The Flood which sighed. In terms of combat strength, we may not lose to cultivators of the same level. However, in terms of spiritual source, immortal power, and the power to mobilize the universe, we are greatly inferior. There is a clear distinction between the superior and the inferior. For example, you can easily destroy a mountain now, but can you easily create a mountain out of nothing? This is the fundamental difference. Zhuochanglu frowned and said, then this kind of gap should be able to be bridged in some way, right? Especially now that the ancestral land has regained its light. The flood which pondered this question for a long time, but did not speak for a long time. For a long time, the two did not speak until the end of a game of chess. Zhuochanglu slaughtered the flood witch's dragon. On the chessboard, there were only a few sporadic black pieces with one last breath left. All that could be seen was white. A complete victory. Moreover, it was an extremely humiliating victory. Zhuochanglu sighed comfortably. Playing chess with you is so satisfying. The flood witch rolled her eyes gloomily. I don't know how to play this game. It's hard for you to be so serious and put in so much effort. Is it worth it? Wu Yuding sighed and sat aside. Watching the two of you play chess, I really feel sorry for Big Guy. You know that you are not good at chess, but you still insist on not admitting defeat every time. Usually the outcome of the game can be seen before the middle of the game, but you still insist on holding on until the entire chessboard is full of chess pieces. Big Guy, you know that old Zhuo is going through painstaking efforts just to kill you. The outcome of the game is already clear. Why are you still working so hard alone? Let's not talk about other things. Big Guy, your perseverance is really admirable. As long as there are pieces on the chessboard, no matter how slim the hope is, you will not admit defeat. Both of you are fucking geniuses. Both of you can make me swear. The flood which was still studying the chessboard full of white pieces and only a few sporadic black pieces. She held a black piece in her hand and said, as a warrior, as long as there is a breath left, we should fight endlessly. How can we stop fighting? As she spoke, she put down another piece. She wanted to play in the middle of the chessboard where there was almost no space. Zhuochanglu sighed and took away the chessboard. Flood Master, you put down a piece in the chessboard where I have already made a real space. Not to mention that the rules of Go don't allow it. Even if I force you to play, you can't do it. There is really no way to play like this. Can you take a break? Alas, let's play chess. The flood witch took a sip of wine and said, we must win the game in chess. Half an hour later. Zhuochanglu, 1 chariot, 1 horse, 1 cannon and 3 pawns, moved side by side on the chessboard at the speed of a turtle. On the opposite side, the flood witch only had an old general left. There was nothing else. The old general was really bald. But the old general was still moving up and down in a straight line in the 9 squares. Moreover, both Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding could see that the flood witch was seriously moving step by step. Wu Yuding covered her eyes and sighed. This is too much of a bully. This is too much of a bully. I really can't stand it anymore. Zhuochanglu precisely adjusted the direction of the chess pieces. He tried to arrange the 6 pieces in a line and move them down one by one. The flood witch was still supporting. Obviously, the word, admit defeat, never existed in his dictionary. Yudong Tian came over to take a look. Then he picked his nose and left. He only dared to laugh after walking a long distance that Yu Xingqian, Qin Sha, Sword King Yun Zhonghu and the others were speechless. They watched the 2 people with the highest cultivation levels in the continent grinding back and forth on the chessboard. Was it interesting? He was clearly a general without an army, but he could still move for another half an hour. Finally, the flood witch's old general had nowhere to run. He was trapped to death. The flood witch pushed the chessboard aside and sighed. I've tried my best. God didn't bless me. I lost this game. Everyone covered their faces and was speechless. From the beginning of the game, you were hit by a chariot after 7 moves. It was obvious that you were going to lose. Yet, you could still sigh that you still had the nerve to say that God didn't bless you. What did this have to do with God or the heavenly Tao? This was really determined by one's strength. It's time to eat. Do you want a drink? Zhuochanglu's face was full of high spirits and complacency. He had won 2 games in a row, which made him particularly happy, especially when he was playing against the flood witch. I like your indomitable spirit in playing chess. Zhuochanglu praised sincerely. These were words that came from the bottom of his heart. There was no falsehood in them. If it were someone else, they would have already admitted defeat. It was absolutely impossible for them to win to their heart's content. Drink. The flood witch closed her eyes and pondered. Where did she lose in the game just now? Where was the key step? Now the world is this chessboard. Zhuochanglu comforted her. Now all sides are playing chess. The chess pieces are playing one by one, and it's not time for us to play yet. The flood witch nodded and said, I understand what you mean. The 2 of us are the old generals, or the 2 generals. Under normal circumstances, we can't act rashly unless it's an emergency. If we use up our strength too early, the continent behind us will no longer have a barrier to speak of. We can only be at the mercy of others. Zhuchanglu was dumbfounded. Is that what I mean? What I want to say is that our two races are not qualified to enter the game at all now. We need to further our studies and adapt to the ancestral land of the untainted world as soon as possible. However, thinking about the Flood Witch's words, it seemed to be a little reasonable. At this moment, the Flood Witch suddenly frowned. Zhuchanglu immediately raised his eyebrows. It was only then that everyone became vigilant together. But it was too late now. Or rather, it was meaningless to be vigilant earlier. After the thick white mist poured in, when the white mist dissipated, Zhuchanglu and the Flood Witch had already disappeared from the scene. Who is it? Wu Yuding unleashed her full aura and shattered the void around her. Then she shouted, "Who is it?" The void was silent, and there was no movement at all. Zhuchanglu and Flood Witch only felt dizzy in front of their eyes. When they came back to their senses, they found that they were already in a strange space. The two of them sat still and looked at each other. They understood each other's meaning. This space was set up by a master, and the two of them couldn't break it with their strength. Greetings, lay Buddhists. In the void, the mist dispersed and a white-robed Taoist slowly walked over. This person had a kind and handsome face and he was tall and straight. Following his arrival, it was as if the entire space was filled with benevolence and compassion. Greetings, Senior. The two of them stood up and returned the greeting. May I know your name, Senior? Where are you from? Why did you bring us here? I came from the west. When I saw the red light shrouding the sky, I stopped here for a moment to form a good relationship with the two lay Buddhists. Good relationship? Zhuchanglu frowned and said, Senior, please tell us your reason and give us your name. It's fate that brought us together. The so-called name is just a code. Why are you so obsessed with the false reputation? The white-robed Taoist smiled and said, I heard you talking about the difference between the Golden Immortal Realm and the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. I felt something in my heart and wanted to share it with you. Chapter 1370. Sense? Tell me more? With your cultivations, you can still be ranked among the top in the current ancestral land. However, without reaching the Tao realm, you can't enter the chessboard. It's difficult for you to be the chess player and it's difficult for you to control yourself. The white-robed Taoist waved his hand, and a faint golden light quietly passed by. Zhuchanglu and the Flood Witch only felt that there was something extra in their minds. They actually had a subtle feeling of enlightenment. For a moment, the aura in their bodies fluctuated, and their current cultivation shackles were instantly broken. Immediately, the aura that had been accumulating for a long time soared into the sky, and dense smoke rose above their heads. In just a moment, the 3 flowers had already condensed and the 5 chi converged. The sound of the great Tao quietly sounded in their hearts. Monk Bai's voice leisurely sounded. The world is suffering. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to use this body's power of will to open a line of the heavenly Tao. Only by attaining the Tao of Chaos Zenith Heaven will I have the chance to protect the world and save the people. Take care, the two of you. I'll take my leave. The Flood Witch stirred up her last bit of clarity and shouted, Who are you? The white-robed Taoist smiled faintly, retreated, and slowly disappeared in the white fog. An ethereal voice sounded, The ancient Zhu Wu didn't die. However, after losing the war of the shamans and demons, he was sealed in the Demon Emperor Palace under the Fusang tree. Now that the ancestral land has regained its light, and Pangu has opened the sky, it will definitely allow Zhu Wu to step into the mortal world and rise again. In an instant, the white fog dissipated, and the white-robed figure disappeared without a trace. Zhuchanglu and the Flood Witch's aura was still surging, and they struggled to open their eyes, only to find that they had returned to their original positions. However, golden lightning flashed in the sky, and purple light shone. The great Tao Purple Heaven's divine thunder was about to fall. The breakthrough that the two of them had just achieved was real, and it wasn't an illusion. The two of them didn't even have time to explain before they flew up and left quickly, each looking for a place to transcend the tribulation to improve themselves and attain the Zenith Heaven realm. The white-robed Taoist only said a sentence and waved his hand, and the two of them broke through their original bottlenecks and attained the Tao. What kind of cultivation is this? What kind of power was this? Zhuchanglu and the Flood Witch's hearts were only filled with shock and surprise. After all, it was an indisputable fact that both of them had broken through to the Tao validation realm. However, there was still one final hurdle that he had to overcome, and that was the heavenly tribulation had already arrived above his head. As the golden light rolled, strings of purple heaven godly thunder fell out above the clouds. A white-robed monk slowly passed by and sprinkled golden rain onto the world above the continent of the Umno Alliance and the continent of astral souls. Golden rain bathes the world, sweet dew on the world. After experiencing the baptism of the golden rain, the countless ordinary people on the two continents all felt much more relaxed. Years of fatigue, illnesses, and hidden injuries all disappeared without a trace in this period of time. There were even many terminally ill patients who were on the verge of death who were getting better and recovering. Many people with physical disabilities actually had their broken limbs regrow, looking no different from their original ones. And the ones who benefited the most were the martial artists. It was as if all of them had received a revelation or were blessed with good fortune. Some martial artists who were at a loss had a clear direction of their great Tao. Countless martial artists who were stuck at bottlenecks were all inexplicably breaking through. The process was natural and smooth. All of this happened so abruptly, but it also seemed to be a matter of course. It seemed to be the benefits after the boundary between heaven and earth was broken. The human world once again had the opportunity to come into contact with the heavenly Tao, and once again had the qualifications to spy on the supreme deity position. Countless people whose origins were damaged and couldn't take another step forward found that they had the possibility to continue. Countless people who had reached the end of their lives suddenly felt that they could live for a few more years. The cultivators who had broken through during this incident found that their breakthroughs now seemed to be different from before. It seemed that their power was greater, and their foundations were more profound. Moreover, they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Everything was showing a huge change. In the frontline army, strange phenomena kept flashing. Batches of soldiers and martial artists soared into the sky and broke through the heavenly tribulation. The entire world seemed to have fallen into an endless dazzling display of fireworks. It was magnificent and boundless. The rumbling sounds were not inferior to that of the day when the three continents returned. The strength of the two continents showed a trend of collective enhancement, and it was a collective enhancement that was somersaulting. The rumbling of the heavenly thunder of purple heaven continued for an unknown period of time until late at night. On this day, the 9 clans unanimously chose to stop fighting. The main thing was that there was really no way to fight. There was tribulation lightning everywhere. How could they fight? Start a war? Weren't they afraid of being implicated by the tribulation lightning? That day the entire world was celebrating. Everyone was talking and laughing happily, feeling happy and happy. They were all praising that the Buddha had appeared. This day was called the Day of Opening by countless later generations. On Mount Kunlun, in the Jade Void Palace, a Taoist floated out and stared at the sky. A solemn expression flashed across his face. Consuming the Tao fruit to reopen heaven and earth and establish a connection with the great Tao. Is Kundi planning to reopen earth, fire, water, and wind? But it doesn't seem like it. But this way the great Tao of life is a little off. What should I do? It's still the same unscrupulous method from back then. It's really annoying. The Taoist frowned, somewhat displeased. A 9 dragons agarwood carriage floated out. 2 white cranes shook their bodies and transformed into 2 boys, standing in front of the Taoist. The Taoist floated into the agarwood carriage. The 9 divine dragons raised their heads at the same time and sped away. On the other side, a majestic sword beam rose from Green Turing Palace. The Grandmaster of Heaven carried a long sword on his back and left the island alone. Even further away, a white-robed Taoist sighed softly. Junior brother, you still haven't given up." With a long sigh, a colorful cloud rose under the white-robed Taoist's feet as he left leisurely. Fiend ancestor Rahu only felt a black light flickering above his head. The demonic clouds became dense as the god-slaying spear pierced through the void. "Alright, since I'm already out, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't take a look?" At the same time, Dong Huang, Tai, Demon Emperor Jun, and Demon Empress Shi also sensed it. They sighed. The means of a saint. They all rode on clouds and rose. The Nether River Patriarch soared into the sky from the Blood River, mixed with a red light, and entered the void. Above the 9 heavens. The people who were chatting and laughing were suddenly stunned. What's going on? The leader, a graceful woman, smiled softly. The myriad of worlds are based on humans. Why do we need to be schemed by others? Everyone laughed, and the stunned atmosphere from before was instantly swept away. However, The location of the small sword. The woman stretched out her hand and a 5-colored stone turned into a beam of light and pierced through the sky. On the ground in the spirit forest. The spirit emperor rose and also headed in a direction. On the ground, Chan Sheng gritted his teeth and looked at the 7-colored light in the sky. He looked at the dense purple heaven divine thunder in the sky and hesitated for a moment. Finally he chose to soar into the sky and head to a certain place. Could it be that I'll be left behind again this time? The continent of astral souls. Above Shangjing City. At an unknown height in the void, the white-robed Taoist smiled faintly and bowed. Today my thoughts are clear. His face was pale and he sat on the cloud to regulate his breath. Then he sat like that and a white cloud took him away slowly. He was heading in the same direction as everyone else. Underground. A ball of white light flashed directly from the ground. In an instant the entire nameless valley bloomed at the same time, turning into a paradise. A woman's figure rose from the white light and soared into the sky. All my brothers are not here. This is unfair. For the last time use the identity of a shaman. The woman's face was full of determination. Her eyes were clear as she soared into the sky. Above the sea. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan had been circling around here for many days. For some reason they just couldn't get out. Zhuoxiaoduo had absorbed most of the Taoist connotation of yin and yang that he had obtained before. He believed that he could finish absorbing it in 2 or 3 days. Because of the Taoist connotation of yin and yang, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't pay much attention to the suspected predicament in front of them. It would be better if they could get out of here. If they couldn't, they would wait until they had finished absorbing all the Taoist connotation. Zhuoxiaoduo had a thought. Was it because the Taoist connotation of yin and yang was so powerful that heaven and earth created a predicament to trap them? As long as they didn't absorb all the Taoist connotation they wouldn't be able to get out. Don't tell me I guessed it right? Is it really because of the Taoist connotation of yin and yang? That's weird. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little speechless. How long have we been trapped in this broken place? I don't know. There is no sense of time around here. We've been living in a daze. That's right. The two of them were completely at a loss of what to do. At this moment a magnificent sword light came from the sky. It was the sect leader of Tongtian. Coincidentally, he saw the two of them wandering around like headless flies. He couldn't help but laugh. Why are you two here? Are you lost? Zhuoxiaoduo was overjoyed when he heard the sect leader of Tongtian's voice. He knew that he had met his savior. I don't know how we got trapped here. Ha ha ha. The sect leader of Tongtian laughed. He didn't move, but the sword light suddenly flashed and cut the Taoist connotation. He casually rolled it up and a picture appeared in the air and floated down. The sect leader of Tongtian glanced at it and sighed softly. He threw it to Zhuoxiaoduo. When Zhuoxiaoduo was about to catch it, the picture automatically merged into his body. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned. What is this? In the space of consciousness, a voice suddenly sounded. You are the one who is a thing. Your whole family is a thing. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes widened. Fuck. Before he could explain, he heard the sect leader of Tongtian sigh. I didn't expect eldest senior brother to leave such a backup plan. However, he still left in a hurry. If he can't wait to get rid of everything on him and leave so easily. The sect leader of Tongtian was obviously dissatisfied. The unwillingness in his words was obvious. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to settle the score from back then? That old thing beat me up so happily back then. Now you're leaving just like that? Could it be that you beat me up back then? For nothing? Indeed, you took advantage of me. Even if you're the eldest brother, you didn't do a good job back then. You were biased and even ganged up with outsiders to beat me up. Now you're leaving without saying a word? The sect leader of Tongtian snorted angrily. He felt very uncomfortable. He only felt a faint pain on his spine. It seemed that someone was beating him with a cane. I'm a saint too. Do you think I'll be beaten up like that? Don't I care about my reputation? Just because I'm the youngest, you can act like the eldest brother? Chapter 1371. The more Tongtian thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He thought of the immortal slaying array and the old man hitting his back with his crutch, leaving marks on his back. His heart became more and more sour. If his eldest brother was still here it would be fine. After all, he would have to talk about it one day. But now he really felt that his eldest brother was gone. He had left the starry sky and would never come back. What should I do if I get beaten up? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking a step back was simply too humiliating. Tong Tian, who could not think clearly, roared at the sky. Shame on you. You just left like that? Am I that easy to bully? Tong Tian's aura shook the void, and layers of cracks appeared in the endless void. His roar shook the void, and his power was so powerful. On the clouds in the sky, a yellow talisman was faintly discernible. It seemed that it would disappear at any time. Well, it should be said that if Tong Tian's sect leader did not ask this question, the talisman would have disappeared along with Zhuoxiaoduo's absorption of the yin-yang fish's aura. However, as soon as Tong Tian asked the question, the talisman drifted down from the sky. Only then did the prime of Tong Tian's face look a little better as he muttered to himself. Zhuoxiaoduo did not hear anything, but he could guess that Tong Tian would say something like, "At least you still have some conscience and know to leave an explanation. Otherwise, humph." But the next moment, Tong Tian's face became uglier and uglier. He threw the talisman at his feet angrily and stomped it twice. He scolded angrily, "This is really eye-opening. Eldest brother, you always treat me like this." Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan were standing on one side. In order to show that his eldest brother was apologizing to him, Tong Tian did not hide anything. Even the words written on the talisman paper were clearly seen by Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoduan. However, it was precisely because they could see it clearly that the two of them almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. There was only one sentence written on the talisman: "Go and find second brother about what happened." There were only 8 words. They were clear, clear and clear. And the meaning of the words was also clear and clear. If he did not feel the lingering Taoist rhyme on the talisman, Zhuoxiaoduo would most likely think that it was written by Yudong Tian. This blame was thrown away cleanly, decisively and freely. Tong Tian, a man who had survived countless periods of time, had his face turned livid with rage. If it were someone else, he would not be angry. Instead, he would smile. After all, other people were not worthy of his attention. However, eldest senior brother's words had completely shattered all of his self-restraint and poise, leaving not a single bit behind. This old thing he did not forget. He had intended to go back on his words. But he could not do anything. Your grandpa is indeed your grandpa. Big brother is also the same. Otherwise he would be the big brother. I don't believe you. I will. How long can you deny it? The Grandmaster of Heaven grabbed the talisman under his feet again, smoothed it with his hand and put it in his arms. His actions were actually a little like Zhuoxiaoduo's subordinates, Li Chenglong and the others, when they had to repay the debt in this lifetime. I didn't do this because I valued what you left behind. It's because you asked me to settle the score with second brother. This is proof. The Grandmaster of Heaven snorted and turned to Zhuoxiaoduo. "Xiaoduo, what did you see?" Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan stood side by side and shook their heads vigorously. They were like 2 rattles. "We didn't see anything." This time, the two of them did not discuss anything beforehand. They just acted subconsciously based on their instincts. They had an abnormal tacit understanding and were in sync. Since eldest senior brother has chosen to give you the yin-yang fish taiji diagram and left the two of you here at the sages' meeting, it means that he wants you to represent him. No wonder he left in such a hurry. Don't tell me you're naive enough to think that you can be considered your person just because you gave him something? The Grandmaster of Heaven was still indignant. "Let's go. I'll take you to the meeting." With a flash of sword light, he had already brought Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan into the sky. "When you get there, remember to speak less. Try not to speak." The Grandmaster of Heaven reminded him. "Of course I'll try my best not to speak," Zhuoxiaoduo promised solemnly. The Grandmaster of Heaven believed him. Reality proved that he had indeed known Zhuoxiaoduo for too short a time. This time, those who attended the meeting, such as Zhuoxiaoduo, were like poor people who had entered a treasure mountain. When they saw many rich people, how could they not open their mouths and ask for some benefits? Along the way, the Grandmaster of Heaven seemed to have a lot on his mind. He had lost his usual calmness. That's right, the heavenly secrets were chaotic and unpredictable. The future was unpredictable. However, everything had just begun. Why did eldest senior brother take the initiative to leave? What? It was fine if he left, but why did he leave behind the yin-yang fish taiji painting and give it to Zhuoxiaoduo? Leaving behind the yin-yang fish and the taiji painting was equivalent to giving Zhuoxiaoduo the identity of an agent of Ren school. Through the conversation along the way, The Grandmaster of Heaven easily found out that Zhuxiao Duo had never interacted with his eldest senior brother. In other words, they were total strangers, and had never met each other before. The Grandmaster of Heaven even judged that before he returned, his eldest senior brother did not know about the existence of such a little fellow. However, how long had it been? Did he pass down the yin-yang fish? For no reason? He also took action on the decision to leave the ancestral land. The Grandmaster of Heaven did not believe that his eldest senior brother, who had always been mature and prudent, would make such an important decision rashly. No. It was the immeasurable calamity. It was the calamity of heaven and earth. It was also a chance encounter. Then what reason did eldest senior brother make such a decision? Could it be a bet? Even if it was a bet, it would not be right. In that case, could it be that Zhuan wanted to stay out of it because he had opened the sky? This time, Zhuan opened the sky and connected the heavens to the earth. It could be said to be a great creation. Naturally, a great merit would follow. However, this matter was fundamentally going against the trend. It was not in line with the original intention of the tribulation. It would definitely cause a backlash. However, this backlash had to be borne by the few people involved in the situation. Eldest senior brother had been eliminated in advance. In terms of the outcome, he had escaped the vortex. He did not want merit and instead transcended the shackles. Could that be the reason? Thinking about it, it makes sense. There are only two of them. Once they pack up and leave, how can there be any karma to find them? However, he left freely. We will inevitably be dragged in by Zhuan. Who knows what we will face? The Grandmaster of Heaven felt depressed and became increasingly unhappy. What made him even more unhappy was that he had clearly placed a heavy bet on the backup plan that he had thought highly of. Now, his eldest senior brother had intercepted him halfway. The most terrible thing was that he had only placed a heavy bet. Eldest senior brother had directly placed a heavy bet. He had even thrown the yin-yang fish, which had been born from the creation plate and was related to the great Tao. Once he left, he even took the two people from Ren school away without a trace. However, he left that kid on the path that he had to pass by. It was obvious that he wanted him to bring him to the meeting. Doesn't that mean that the kid will represent Ren school? To the Grandmaster of Heaven, that was like 100,000 horses galloping past. I thought highly of him. I placed the bet in advance. I helped him cultivate the yin-yang fish. I helped him accept the Taiji painting. I brought him there. I did all the work. Everything was mine. In the end, it was baffling. Did he go on behalf of you? In the end, all the benefits would belong to Ren school and you. Eldest senior brother? What would I become then? Do you think I'm a tool? Eldest senior brother, you've really had enough of eating people. You're a lone wolf that fights 9 by 9 and doesn't fight +1. Eldest senior brother, you've eaten everything and still have to pack it up. All the benefits are now yours. Do you still want me to say that eldest senior brother is indeed worthy of being me? I'm amazing. But why should I listen to your arrangements? Should I be yours? You haven't paid me back what you owe me. Now, you're taking advantage of the situation and ordering me to do so many things. How can there be a big brother like you? I'm amazing. He cursed in his heart countless times, but he still had to do what he had to do. I can't really let him go, right? Otherwise I'll be him. That's a good name. However, the unhappiness in his heart had already reached the point where it could topple mountains and overturn seas. He's too much of a bully. He's too much of a bully. I've been bullied by him for my entire life. I've fallen into his schemes every step of the way. I'm also a saint, all right? The Grandmaster of Heaven sighed and said gloomily, I'm on the same level as you. He added an extra exclamation mark. The main thing was that he called himself, which was double the reason. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan were like two little quails, following behind the Grandmaster of Heaven silently. They did not dare to say a word. The two of them really did not understand what was wrong with this Grandmaster of Heaven. Ever since he saw the two of them, he had been gloomy and had a lot on his mind. There was also a kind of gloomy feeling. The two of us did not offend him. We especially did not dare to offend him. Although I feel that I've improved a lot now, it seems like I can do it again. But it depends on who I'm compared to. Compared to the Grandmaster of Heaven, it seems like I'm still a little bit not that good. You have to keep this Tai Chi diagram well. With your current cultivation you can't activate it. The Grandmaster of Heaven was depressed for a long time. Finally he decided to work honestly. The first step was naturally to hand over the treasures. Eldest senior brother's method is too hasty. Too hasty. The Grandmaster of Heaven sighed. Could it be because he's too hasty? That's why he passed down the Tai Chi diagram? This old thing is really not a good thing. I still have to clean up your mess when we arrive. Is it because I'm an honest person? Is an honest person guilty of something? Did an honest person eat your rice? This was even more unreasonable. To be honest, he did eat his rice. He brought Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan with him. He was so angry that his stomach was about to burst. Chapter 1372. Outside the Nine Heavens. It was a strange place. It was a palace. It was as if it was made of immortal spiritual energy. It was illusory but real. The Nine Dragons' Agarwood carriage was the first to arrive. Primeval Beginning floated out and stepped into the main hall. The main hall was empty. Countless auspicious clouds floated around. Seeing that there was no one else in the main hall, Primeval Beginning stood at the door with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of worry and heaviness in his eyes. The second one to arrive was a white-robed monk. He was handsome and tall. When he saw Yuanshi, who had arrived first, he cupped his hands and smiled helplessly. Teacher is not in the Purple Night Taoist Palace now, but everyone still has to come here. Isn't it too formal and too rigid? Primeval Beginning said indifferently, there has to be a place that everyone recognizes. If it's in my Jade Mirage Palace, will you go? The white-robed monk smiled. I have scruples, but it doesn't mean that I can't go. But it doesn't mean that I have to go. Yuanshi said faintly, Jane, you have been scheming until today. Now that your junior brother has done such a thing, how is your Western sect going to seize the fate and steal the sky and the sun? Jane said, mercy is the heart. Deliver all living beings from suffering. Eliminate all misfortune and suffering. Primeval Beginning looked up at the sky. The moonlight today is not bad. He had forcefully changed the topic of conversation. At the right time, a ball of red light shot up to the nine heavens. However, when it was about to break through the sky, it was caught by a ball of gray fog and a black light. Finally, the three lights met. It seemed like a coincidence, but everyone knew what was going on. Chan Sheng, one of the three lights, was shocked. He looked at one of the other two lights. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. It's this person again. This time he met him again. After countless years they met again. He was his best friend. Although he did not meet the other one this time, the guy with the black aura was much more ferocious than the one from back then. Azura Styx. Demon Ancestor Rahu. Chan Sheng took a deep breath and forced himself to be expressionless. Fellow Taoist, where are you going? The Nether River Patriarch, who was dressed in red robes, looked at the Taoist before him suspiciously, vaguely feeling a sense of familiarity. However, he had clearly never seen it before. There was nothing familiar about the aura, but looking at it as a whole, it felt familiar. Wasn't this very strange? Chan Sheng looked at this old friend of his. His heart was in turmoil and he had mixed feelings. Back then, when he listened to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, he originally had a great creation. However, because of a mistake he gave Zhuan Ti and offended the Kuanpeng. His body was shattered by the Kuanpeng. Originally, he wanted to seek refuge with his old friend Styx, but he didn't expect to be schemed against by Styx. That the various sufferings of the past, the ups and downs, now that he thought about it, he still couldn't close his eyes in peace. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, he finally reincarnated and cultivated again with great difficulty and entered the path of Tao again. He did not dare to provoke any karma, so he worked hard and focused on cultivating Tao. He did not expect that when the opportunity to return to the Purple Cloud Palace came, he would run into this old friend he had not seen in a long time. At this moment, Chan Sheng's heart was burning with anxiety. Wherever you go, I will go, Chan Sheng said calmly. He actually wanted to welcome him with a smile and try his best not to cause any trouble to avoid disputes. However, as long as he thought of the past and how his suffering for so many years was almost all caused by the person in front of him, he could not suppress that anger no matter what. The moment he saw him, his internal organs seemed to be about to explode. The Patriarch of the Nether River sneered and said, Fellow Taoist, it seems that you have a deep grudge with me, the Nether River. However, you are so unfamiliar. May I ask which fellow Taoist you are? Did you reincarnate after being expiated by me? The Patriarch of the Nether River was also an old fox. After thinking for a while he guessed a little. Chan Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, You are arrogant. Do you think you can expiate me? The Patriarch of the Nether River sneered and said, Fellow Taoist, you are wrong. Throughout the ancient and modern times, There are very few people who the Nether River, wanted to expiate. Whether you expiated me in your previous life or not, you will definitely expiate me in this life. With the Patriarch of the Nether River's status and strength, his words were not considered a threat. Especially now that he had confirmed that Quan Sheng was full of malice towards him. In this world of great battles, he naturally had to take advantage of the fact that he had a firm victory over the other party to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could he give the other party a chance to grow stronger? Quan Sheng trembled with anger and said, "Nether River, how vicious you are." The Patriarch of the Nether River smiled faintly, but his eyes flashed with anger. He slowly stretched out his hand, and the infinite pain sword suddenly appeared. A gourd also appeared, and the mouth of the gourd was aimed at Quan Sheng. He said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, I am very interested in your true identity. Are you still not willing to tell me?" Quan Sheng laughed sternly and said, "Nether River, give up on your evil intentions." After saying that, he suddenly flipped his hands, and a huge seal appeared between his palms. It was ready to be released and its aura was not weak at all. The demon ancestor Rahu said impatiently, "How big is the grudge?" Do you have to make a move at this time? After the Purple Cloud Palace is done, how much time is not enough for you to mess around? Do you have to waste time at this time? The demon ancestor was furious. Moreover, it hurt his pride. Back then, he was the oldest person in terms of seniority and was at the same time as Hong Jun. He did not expect that he would need to come to the Purple Cloud Palace today. The demon ancestor did not want to come at all. However, he had no choice but to come. Listen to the Tao? Of course, that was impossible. However, what happened this time was extraordinary. That was because the calamity this time was not arranged by the heavenly Tao, nor was it set up by the Patriarch of Hong Jun. It was an immeasurable calamity. There were too many things involved. There were the lives and deaths of various races, and there was the luck of the heavenly Tao. Rahu did not care about the lives and deaths of the demons. However, he cared about the luck of the heavenly Tao. Even if the demons could leave a demon behind, that was because the demons were still around. However, if all the demons died and he was the only one left, his foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if he could create demons with his immeasurable cultivation, it would take a long time and he would suffer a great loss. In that gap, he might not even have the ability to protect himself, because his roots had been shaved. What he wanted to discuss this time was the fate of the various races after Yuan Ti did something that was similar to opening the sky again. If he did not go, it was very likely that he would be eliminated. Thinking of that, he had to go even more. Thinking of that, he felt even more aggrieved. Therefore, the demon ancestor's temper was extremely bad. These two fellows actually wanted to fight here? If they delayed, those fellows over there would not wait for anyone. Let's go, let's go. The Nether River Patriarch was clearly very afraid of the demon ancestor Rahu. He was one of the few existences who had the confidence to kill him directly. He hurriedly changed his words. Quan Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was furious, he knew that the gap between him and Mingyi was not small. He was definitely not the opponent's match. Perhaps he would lose his life as soon as they fought. Now that there was no need to fight, he was naturally relieved. The three of them. Demon ancestor Rahu was in front, Mingyi was behind, and Quan Sheng was at the end. They headed toward outer space. After walking less than half the distance, light filled the sky ahead. Dong Huang Tai, Demon Emperor Jun, and Demon Empress Shi stepped out of the void. 3 against 3. They were all stunned. Demon Emperor Jun stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "The demon ancestor and the nether ancestor have been in a good mood recently." Rahu said lightly, "Are you in a good mood?" Emperor Jun's eyes flashed coldly. "After this, the god-slaying spear will have to experience it." Rahu snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Dong Huang Tai looked at the Nether River Patriarch and said lightly, "Nether River, if you want to do anything in the future, say it clearly. I'll play with you. The first-generation Patriarch is sneaking around. It's really not presentable." The Nether River Patriarch's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tai, how dare you insult me?" He and the demon ancestor were the first batch of chaos creatures. Although Emperor Jun and Dong Huang were also Khanate chaos creatures, it was true that they were later than Rahu and Mingyi. They were indeed half a generation older. "Junior? Senior?" Tai mocked. "If I call you martial uncle, would you dare to accept this karma?" The Nether River was speechless. How much karma did martial uncle Dong Huang have? Dong Huang dared to call him that, but the Nether River dared not accept it. Moreover, the Azura tribe had been beaten to a pulp. Even the Yuan killer sword that suppressed the Azura tribe's providence had not recovered. The Nether River Patriarch's confidence was almost gone. He dared not accept it even more. Shiha smiled gently at the side and said, "Uncle Luo Ho, are we really going to fight to the point of extinction? Are you willing to attack me?" Rahu smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, little Shihi. You're safe at all times. With me here, as long as you don't want to die, even if Hongjun wants you dead, he can't do it." When Mingi and Toad Saint saw his smile, they jumped in fright. What the fuck? Oh my god. The demon ancestor Rahu could smile. "Thank you, Uncle Rahu. I knew you were the best to me." Shihi smiled sweetly. The demon ancestor Rahu smiled faintly, looking high-spirited. "Umph." The demon emperor Jun snorted. "What are you snorting for?" The demon ancestor frowned and was about to pull out the god-slaying spear. He pointed at the demon ancestor and scolded, "Look at you. You've never been a good person. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The demon emperor was furious and was about to attack. However, the demon empress stopped him. Both sides tried to persuade each other. So, umph. The demon empress Shihi couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was different. Back then, when she had just transformed, she had formed a karma with Rahu. Rahu had inexplicably become kind and protected Shihi's transformation. Thus, a strange scene appeared. A beautiful little girl followed an impatient Xiantian great demon lord around every day, sweetly calling him uncle. That the great devil was extremely impatient. He wanted to chase the little girl away every day, but the little girl refused to leave. The great devil scratched his hair every day in frustration. However, if other gods and demons bullied the little girl, the great devil would go to their door and destroy them. These days lasted for a long time. It also led to the miracle of Shihi, a little girl, being able to barge into the chaos sea alone. Everyone knew that this little girl had an extremely awesome and unreasonable madman behind her. Who would dare to provoke her? Although they separated later, the demon ancestor still remembered that cute little crow. If there were any good memories in the life of the demon ancestor Rahu, the demon empress Shihi was undoubtedly one of them. And it was the most important one. It was a kind of pure care. It was as if he had a cute daughter. Later on, the demon ancestor became more and more disobedient. He chased Shihi out and disappeared completely. He was afraid that one day his demonic nature would erupt and he would not be able to control himself and kill her. Then Shihi crossed the Chaos Sea and returned to the Fusang Divine Tree while crying. Only then did she realize that two more three-legged golden crows had appeared after she left. That the big Dijun had already transformed, while the small Tai Yi was only half transformed. He had a crow head, a human body, 3 legs, 3 feet, 1 wing and the other hand. He took a step and fell. He was so stupid that it made one's hair stand on end. Hence, Shihi took good care of him and guided him carefully. That was how Tai Yi Donghuang was born. Therefore Donghuang Tai Yi never dared to disobey Shihi. Sometimes when Dijun and Shihi quarreled or fought, Tai Yi would always stand on Shihi's side, regardless of right or wrong. The demon empress said, "Beat him up." Tai Yi carried the chaos bell and attacked. This was the friendship that he had developed in the past. I'm off topic. Speaking of fiend ancestor Rahu, it was precisely because of the demon empress Shihi that the old demon had never liked Dijun in his life. He kept feeling that this damned crow had snatched his treasure. Every time he saw him, he felt that this kid was not a good person. When Dijun established the demon court, fiend ancestor Rahu would cause trouble at any time. Moreover, Dijun was slightly weaker at that time and had been beaten up many times. However, he had never lost his life. However, Dijun was not convinced. He was filled with resentment towards fiend ancestor Rahu. "Why are you, a demon, stirring up trouble in our demon race's matters? Do you know that you're meddling in other people's business?" Therefore, every time he saw Rahu, he could not help but want to fight. Of course, now that he was stronger, the fiend ancestor did not want to fight with him. In short, the grudges at that time were right and wrong. He was still alive and could still be counted. At their level, as long as one of them did not want to fight to the death, there would basically be no hatred of death. On the other hand, fiend ancestor Rahu did not want to fight anymore. One of the reasons was naturally Shihi. Another reason why fiend ancestor Rahu did not want to fight was that if Demon Emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai joined forces, he seemed to be no match for them. Although he would not die, he would definitely be beaten up or both sides would be injured. This would hurt his pride. If he was beaten up by the Donghuang brothers in front of Shihi, to the fiend ancestor it would be better to fight with Hongjun himself. Although the latter choice might lead to death in battle, it was better than being beaten into a pig's head in front of Shihi. However, the demon race and the demon race were natural enemies. The rise of the demon race had squeezed out the living space of the demon race. And the fiend ancestor needed the heavenly Tao luck of the demon race that therefore, some battles could not be avoided that this caused everyone to be unable to understand what was going on. It was so complicated that it could be written into 100,000 episodes of family ethics TV series. In fact, if there was a TV series like Husband D. June and Uncle Rahu, it was estimated that the two of them would not reconcile until the end of time. Every opening line was classic. You scoundrel, he was really blind to find someone like you. It's none of your business. Then they started fighting. Then it would repeat infinitely. Uncle Rahu, are you going to the Purple Cloud Palace too? Demon Empress he greeted warmly. Then shall the six of us go together? Okay. It's 2 in 1. It's impossible for there to be more tonight. These guys are still at my place. I still have to barbecue tonight. I'm so angry. In the morning, everyone gathered money for a party and tonight it was my treat. And they even broke my phone. Chapter 1373. Thus, the six-man team of demons, asuras, and other strange creatures soared into the sky. Mingi and Chan Sheng were the most confused. What was going on? What kind of relationship was this? What? Did they not notice it before? Demons, and demons. Were they really going to join forces? This somewhere further away. The emperor of the spirit race was also flying over with a green light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a streak of white light from underground had also arrived at the 9 heavens. A graceful figure came forward resolutely. Zuwu Hood. A green sword light flashed. With a whoosh, it overtook Emperor Ling, who was in the shape of a green dragon. Emperor Ling was a little confused. He could not help but scratch his head. Just now. What had passed by? Whoosh, whoosh. He did not see it clearly. How could it be so fast? Everyone's destination was the Purple Cloud Tao Palace. The white-robed Taoist who was shining with golden light slowly arrived. When he saw Primeval Lord of Heaven and Jianghu standing at the door, he smiled and bowed. Senior brother, Primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven looked at the void beside him and ignored him. Jianghu sighed. Why is that? This is a rare opportunity. This matter is too big. Primeval Lord of Heaven had no intention of listening to the two brothers. He turned around and entered the Tao Palace. He found a cushion and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Kundi and Jianghu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In just a moment, lights flashed continuously. Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, Tai, Demon Empress Shihi, Demon Ancestor Rahu, Azura Mingi, and Chan Sheng arrived at the same time. They greeted each other. Everyone was familiar with each other. They nodded and entered. Only Toad Saint was unknown to everyone and his background was unknown. May I ask who this Taoist is? Kundi's eyes flashed with hesitation. Do you still remember who the Purple Cloud Tao Palace gave up their seats to? Chan Sheng's voice was filled with emotion. So it's you again. Kundi's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Thank you, Taoist. Please go ahead. Beside him, Patriarch Mingi's expression changed. Hong Yun. It's you? It's you? Chan Sheng said faintly, thanks to you my lifelong friend I am who I am today. The current Hong Yun is just a toad. Mingi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, toad legs are also delicious. Zhuanti said indifferently, Brother Mingi, you have killed too many people. The Ashura tribe should not exist in this world. The Nether River Patriarch took a deep breath and said sternly, Kundi, don't think that just because you're a saint, you can do whatever you want. Kundi said, Amateus. With a flash of sword light, Tong Tian arrived with Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaonian. However, along with the sudden appearance of the sword light, the baleful aura was oppressive, causing everyone's faces to turn snow white. Mingi's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously took a step back. Demon Ancestor Rahu's eyes narrowed, and his fighting spirit soared. Tong Tian let go and put down Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaonian. Then he turned to look at the two Western saints. We meet again. Greetings, senior brother. Which one is your senior brother? Tong Tian said bluntly, don't try to get close to me. Many of my disciples are still being your mounts. How dare you? Kundi said faintly, there are only a few people left in the Western sect. Among them, the Black Cloud Immortal is cultivating in the 8 treasures pool of merit, while the Pilu Immortal has achieved enlightenment and has returned to seclusion. As for mounts, there are only Golden Light, Qiushou and Lingya. However, they have such an opportunity because of the karma of the 10,000 Immortals formation. Kundi smiled and said, "Don't blame me." Tong Tian only felt that his breath was stuck in his throat and he was speechless. Back then he had followed the 7 Immortals. Only the long-eared Dingguang Immortal had truly betrayed them. Among the other 6, the Golden Hooped Immortal had already returned. The Black Cloud Immortal had refused to surrender to the Western sect from the beginning to the end. He had even refused to become a human. He had only turned into a golden turtle and was immersed in his own world in the 8 treasures pool of merit, ignoring everyone. Even when Duobao went to see him, he had closed his eyes and swam by himself. He did not speak at all, just like an ordinary golden turtle. After the Pilu Immortal was captured by the Western sect, he was disheartened and gave up everything. His whereabouts were unknown. However, what made Tong Tian feel the most heartache was the Qiushou Immortal, Lingya Immortal, and Golden Light Immortal who had been reduced to mounts. However, as Kundi said, there was a big reason behind this. It could be considered a problem left behind by history. The Qiushou Immortal and the other 2 were all captured by the 3 Golden Immortals of the Chan School during the 10,000 Immortal formation and reduced to mounts. The Qiushou Immortal was taken in as a mount by the Chan School's disciple, Munjushri Heavenly Lord Guangfa. The Lingya Immortal was taken in as a mount by the Chan School's disciple, Samantabhadra Spiritual Master, while the Golden Light Immortal was taken in as a mount by Ci Hang Spiritual Master. After that, Munjushri, Samantabhadra, and Ci Hang became bodhisattvas of the Western sect. However, the subduing of the Qiushou Immortal and Golden Light Immortal happened before they converted to the Western sect. Therefore, Kundi's words of "don't blame me for this" made Tong Tian choke. With a flash of his green robe, Primeval Beginning appeared at the door. He looked at Tong Tian calmly and said, "Junior brother is here." Tong Tian snorted and tilted his head. "I don't dare to be called junior brother of the great heavenly lord. I'm Tong Tian of the Jie school." Primeval Beginning's eyes were indifferent. Green light flashed in his sleeves. Tong Tian could not help but take a step back. Primeval Beginning snorted and took a deep breath. Tong Tian snorted forcefully and turned to the Demon Emperor Jun. "The demons have to give me an explanation for what happened back then." The expression on the Demon Emperor's handsome face and the divine light in his eyes were extremely complicated. However, he did not answer for a long time. Tongtian's gaze was like a sword. He stared at the Demon Emperor Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor without blinking. The Demon Emperor and Dong Huang took a deep breath. Determination slowly flashed in their eyes as he took a step forward and said, "The child is insensible and caused trouble for himself." However, the demon court was sealed by the heavens back then and could not leave for many years. We really did not know about this. However, what the child did is wrong. After this matter, we will definitely bring him to the Green Turing Palace to apologize. The Demon Emperor was about to speak when he was stopped by Shihi. Tong Tian said, "Since the Demon Emperor said so and I believe it, I will wait for you at the Green Turing Palace." Fiend Ancestor Rahu said calmly, "When the time comes, I will also go and take a look at the legendary Green Turing Palace." Tongtian's sword light filled the sky as he said calmly, "Not everyone can go to the Green Turing Palace. Furthermore, not just anyone can leave from there." Rahu rolled his eyes and a sharp aura shot towards him. "Are you threatening me?" The Tong Tian sect chuckled. "So what if I'm threatening you?" The 2 of them were at loggerheads and were full of anger. Just as they were about to fight, their auras were already on the verge of erupting. Jain hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "This meeting is for the sake of the ancestral land. Please calm down regarding the matter of the immeasurable calamity. There will be a time for karma to be resolved. There is no need to be anxious." Before the 2 of them could reply, they saw a flash of white light. A woman's figure appeared and said calmly, "How can the Wu people be absent when all the saints are gathered? Since my brothers aren't here, I have no choice but to come and listen." The expressions of the mighty figures turned solemn. They cupped their fists and bowed. "Sister Hoodoo, how have you been?" The Lady of Earth said calmly, "A loser has to have the awareness of a loser. I will do my own thing. What changes can there be? It's unnecessary to say that you've been well." "Well, it's a fortunate thing after all." Primordial Beginning's voice was gentle. Sisterhood, the heavenly Tao is not over. Karma is difficult to rely on. There are tens of millions of changes. How confident can the heavenly Tao be in the future? The Lady of Earth bowed. Yes, senior brother is right. I lost my composure. Everyone smiled and did not say anything. They did not show any disobedience. Then everyone looked at Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian. At that moment, countless people's eyes flashed with surprise and confusion. Everyone had complicated expressions. There seemed to be a picture on Zhuxiaoduo's chest. One was white and the other was black. Two fish swam happily in front of his chest. Every time they swam, a circle of Tao runes would ripple out. Everyone saw it clearly. That was clearly the Dharma treasure of the Grand Pure One. Why is it on this kid? What is this fellow's background? Could it be? Could it be? Primordial Beginning looked at the two yin-yang fish that were swimming happily. After a long time he said, "This child is not bad." The meaning of that sentence was obvious. I'll take care of this kid. Indeed. In the next moment, Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin also spoke in unison. The fiend ancestor Rahu did not say anything, but his eyes flashed with bewilderment. Why does this fellow seem to have the aura of the god-slaying spear? Could it be? Could it be? Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Demon Emperor Jun, and Demon Empress Shihi stared at Zhuxiaoduo in unison. Their expressions were even more complicated. Why does this kid have the aura of the three-legged golden crow? Could it be? Could it be? Goddess Huda's eyes flickered, but she focused her attention on Zhuxiaoduo. This little fellow's body is clearly flowing with the aura of the two brothers of water and fire. What's going on? However, this little fellow doesn't seem to be from the Wu people. He's clearly a human kid. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. Among the 5 elements, water and fire are the most obvious. Water extinguishes fire, while fire boils water. It's extremely difficult for water and fire to coexist. However, on this kid's body, there are signs of water and fire complementing each other perfectly. This matter is really puzzling. Could it be? Could it be? Patriarch Nether River and the 2 Western saints were also surprised. My golden lotus aura? How could it be? Could it be? For a moment, everyone fell into a state of confusion. What is going on? At a glance, why does this kid seem to be related to everyone present? But how is that possible? What kind of opportunity and luck does he have to be able to tie so many karmic ties to one person? This kid is just following beside the Grandmaster of Heaven in confusion. He seems to be fine, but it's also as if everything has nothing to do with him. Don't you know that everyone is looking at you? Zhuxiaoduo was also surprised. What's going on? Why are all of you looking at me with such strange gazes after I've arrived? Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 1374. At this moment, a beam of rich green light shone brightly, and a thick aura of life origin instantly filled the air. It was the Spirit Emperor and Grasshopper. Elder Wan Minsheng. The two of them came together. Elder Wan felt that his status was lower than everyone present. After greeting them respectfully, he said in a friendly and gratified tone, "Little friend, it's great that you're here too." Everyone was stunned. The spirit tribe that just came was also related to this kid, and it sounded like they had a deep relationship. Could it be? If that was the case, this little fellow's karmic laws are really quite complete. Everyone focused their attention on Wan Minsheng. Their eyes were filled with pure merit chi, which was enough to form a golden body of merit. It was so rich that it could not be dispersed. This kind of merit chi seemed to have been combed and recognized, and it was faintly related to the great Tao. Yuanshi, Jane, Zhuanti, and Tong Tian were surprised. Others had not become saints and could not feel it, but the 4 of them were real saints. How could they not feel it? This one Xingming already had the foundation of a saint in his body. The 4 of them knew very well what this meant. This was the great Tao's holy sound. In other words, this person would become a saint sooner or later, this was for sure. And it was the kind of unspoken rules which could not be changed. No one could change it. It was as if he had a golden mouth and jade words, and had already determined his future from the very beginning. But the great Tao had been chaotic for so many years. How could such a thing happen? Besides, even a Tao ancestor did not have the right to casually promise a saint. What was going on? The series of unforeseen events that had happened today, why was it so strange? In particular, what had happened to Wan Minsheng had completely confused all the mighty figures present. Since ancient times such a thing had never happened. Yuanshi said lightly, human tribe, Wu people, demon tribe, spirit tribe, Azura tribe, Taoist tribe, West. As he was speaking, dragon and phoenix cries sounded in the air, and auspicious chi filled the sky. A golden dragon, a phoenix, and a qilin flew over, its 4 hooves stepping on auspicious clouds of virtue as it galloped over. Ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and qilin. They turned into 2 men and 1 woman, standing in front of everyone. Sorry I'm a bit late, the primordial phoenix said coldly. The qilin and the ancestral dragon looked proud as if they were saying that they should have been late. The strong had the right to make others wait. You should wait for us. We shouldn't have waited for you first. That's why we came late at the last moment. It's only logical, reasonable, and natural. Are you angry? Let me ask you, are you angry? Everyone's expression was cold. These 3 fellows are a little annoying and annoying. Ancestral Gragon and the other 2 on the other hand, did not have any scruples at all. They acted as if there was no one around them. Shifeng looked around and saw Zhuo Xiaoyan. She suddenly smiled and said, "This little girl is so cute." As he spoke he was about to step forward. The Grandmaster of Heaven took a step to the left without a trace and blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan. His gaze was calm as he looked at Shifeng and said, "This little girl is indebted to Jie school. I once promised that I will bear the karma on her." Shifeng stopped in her tracks and stopped in her tracks. Then, her gaze suddenly became exceptionally sinister. She stared at the Grandmaster of Heaven and said indifferently, "Senior brother Shanqing, ever since you reappeared, you have become more and more nosy." The Grandmaster of Heaven smiled, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. "You have a problem with that?" Shifeng revealed a warm smile and said indifferently, "I'm afraid that your Jie school can't bear my karma." It's not up to you to say whether you can bear it or not. You have to prove it with facts. However, I welcome you to try. The Grandmaster of Heaven did not retreat. Primordial Beginning frowned and said, "Are you a warmonger? How many people have you offended since you came here? It's as if the entire world owes you. Behave yourself." The Grandmaster of Heaven said angrily, "What right do you have to talk about me? Back then you owed me." Primordial Beginning flicked his sleeves and said, "Enter the palace and take a seat." As soon as Primordial Beginning said that, everyone's expressions instantly became solemn, interesting, and serious. Their eyes revealed longing and inexplicable uneasiness. Take a seat. The weight of these 2 words was too heavy. The difference between having a seat and not having a seat was huge. Before the primeval Lord of Heaven could finish his words, a purple mist suddenly surged. At this moment, the door of the Purple Cloud Dao Palace seemed to suddenly open. However, in reality no one was able to enter. This was because an otherworldly power was circling back and forth at the entrance of the palace. However, that power did not affect one's vision. In the blink of an eye, everything inside could be seen at a glance. There was nothing that could not be seen. In fact, apart from Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife, everyone else was clear about the situation inside the Purple Cloud Dao Palace. After all, to them, what they had dreamed of countless times in the middle of the night was only a futon in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace. A futon in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace was the seat of a saint. This was an ironclad rule that everyone knew. As long as one sat down in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace, one would be as old as the heavens and the earth, as old as the sun and the moon. Even if one's body was immeasurable, one would not be destroyed. A saint would not die. Jayin looked at the futon inside and sighed softly, "Junior brother, do you regret it?" Zhuan Ti, who was beside him, said indifferently, "Since you have already done it, you won't regret it." Jain sighed and smiled, "I'll accompany you." Zhuan Ti said indifferently, "If you accompany me, won't I disappear for nothing? If you accompany me, I will die." Primordial Beginning, Tong Tian Jain Zhuan Ti Hutu Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, Demon Empress Shihi Ancestor Mingi Chan Sheng, Emperor Ling Wan Minxing, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix and Qilin. A total of 18 people were looking at the Purple Cloud Dao Palace. At this moment, the palace was empty. There were only a few futons and a few pillars. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The so-called Dao lecture in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace did not even have a table. There was only an empty futon at the top. It was only slightly taller than the other futons. There was no difference between the rest. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the empty hall and said in Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear, "Is this the legendary gathering place of the saints?" is too simple and crude. Even our primary school in the Astral Soul's mainland has much more comfortable facilities than this place. Even if there's no sofa, at least there are a few armchairs. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, "This is something from many years ago. It's inevitable that it's a little backward. If it can be compared with modern facilities. It's strange, right? You're trying to compare something that happened tens of millions of years later with something that happened tens of millions of years ago. You're really interesting." Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly understood and said, Yes, I'm too picky. It's my fault. But there's not even a folding chair. It's too unreasonable." Zhou Xiaoyan sighed and said, "Shut up. I guess folding chairs hadn't been invented yet." Yuanshi, Jane, Tongtian, Zhuanti. Everyone was speechless. The question and answer between the two of you, the weirdness of the question and answer is one thing. But your answers are too unexpected. It really caught us off guard. However, since the beginning of the world until now, who dared to complain that the futons in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace were simple and crude? In fact, there was not even a single word of discussion. Only this pair of weirdos stood outside the Purple Cloud Dao Palace and complained about the facilities in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace. She complained about not having a sofa, a folding stool, and an armchair. "Do you want me to arrange a bed for you inside? Is that okay?" Okay. Little did they know that if someone really made this suggestion, Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely raise both hands and agree, "Great. Humanizing. Awesome." Unfortunately, no one suggested that. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. There had always been only 7 futons in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace. There was one that was slightly higher than the others and there were 3 below it. This was a universally acknowledged law. But now, when everyone looked inside, they saw that it was a serious matter. There were not only 6 futons outside the main seat, but there was 1 on top and 9 below. 5 on one side and 4 on the other. Everyone's expression was complicated. What's going on? Is it going to expand? There was still the aura of the Tao Ancestor lingering in the Purple Cloud Dao Palace, but the Tao Ancestor had never appeared. After the 9 clans split and the Way of Heaven was incomplete, the Tao Ancestor had disappeared for a long time. No one knew where he was now and what he was doing. In fact, it was easy to understand. The ancestral land was originally one. It was like a person. It was complete. However, the ancestral land had suddenly split into 9 continents. It was no different from a person suddenly being divided into 9 parts. It was almost like being dismembered. What's more, the 9 continents were still alive. That way, 9 split heavenly Tao personalities would definitely be produced. It was already very painful for an ordinary person to have 2 split personalities, let alone be divided into 9. The Tao Ancestor was in such a situation. He had merged with the Tao. The Tao Ancestor was the Way of the Heavenly Tao, and the Way of the Heavenly Tao was the Tao Ancestor. Once the Great Tao split, the Way of the Heavenly Tao split as well. The Tao Ancestor could not help but split that even if the ancestral land was restored and the continent was gathered again, the 9 continents had returned and reunited. However, the 9 personalities had gathered into one. Which one should be the main body? That was completely different from having thousands of incarnations. Before the return of the other clans and continents, the heavenly Tao of the 3 continents could still operate in a small area and affect it after tens of thousands of years of communication and reconciliation. However, now that all of them had returned, the most direct result, or rather, the current situation was a mess. Given the current state of the Tao Ancestor, according to modern medical theory, it was like there were 9 serious schizophrenic personalities in a body. Moreover, these personalities were arguing with each other every day, every minute, and every second. They were fighting for power. They all believed that they should have the final say and that they should have the control of this body. Under such circumstances, the Purple Cloud Palace no longer had a master. All the sages and mighty figures were well aware of this. However, without the suppression of the Tao Ancestor, the Purple Cloud Palace had changed on its own. This kind of unexpected change was undoubtedly shocking and even shocking to everyone. Chapter 1375. Even Primordial Beginning and the others could not set up anything in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the number of futons increased from 6 to 9. This in itself already explained too many problems. Even though the Tao Ancestor was not here, everyone knew that the 9 futons represented the positions of the 9 sages. As for who set it up and who changed it, everyone knew what was going on. It must be an existence that surpassed the Tao Ancestor. and it was best not to probe or suspect such an existence. Everyone cultivated all their lives to improve. Now, this powerful existence was undoubtedly the motivation for everyone to move forward. Everyone, the 9 positions are clear at a glance, Primordial Beginning said indifferently. Yuanshi said faintly, the position has long been decided. There is no need for any struggle. Whoever can enter and sit down is their own fate. He could tell at a glance that there was a powerful restriction at the door. As for the restriction, it was true that it couldn't stop them from barging in. However, the key question was who would be able to sit down after entering. That was the real problem that they had to face next. Let's go in together, Jane said. Let's go in together, Demon Ancestor Rahu said. Demon Emperor Jun's eyes flickered. He said together with Shiha, let's go in together. Primordial Beginning turned his head indifferently. His expression did not change. At the right moment, a white light flashed. The mystical aura lingering above the Purple Cloud Palace's door suddenly dissipated. The 18 of them entered together. Everyone quickly entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Their gazes focused on the futons on the ground. They saw the Taoist rhyme flowing on the futons. The Taoist rhyme aura on each futon was different. After all, they had just entered the Purple Cloud Palace without a Tao ancestor in charge. Everyone did not act rashly and did not fight for the futons. At the level of the experts present, everyone knew that this kind of thing could not be snatched and could not be snatched. Everything was predestined. It was not something that could be fought for by force. Primordial Beginning slowly walked past all the futons and hesitated. Tong Tian said angrily, sit. Sit in the first one. Why are you hesitating? Primordial Beginning rolled his eyes and said casually, did you not recognize me as your second brother? Tong Tian paused and immediately became furious. It's none of my business if you want to sit or not. Yuanshi snorted and finally sat down on the first futon on the right. The cattail hassock was originally emitting thousands of rays of light, but its aura was always calm. As Premier sat down, the rays on it were all hidden under his body. All of a sudden, the primeval Lord of Heaven sat still. However, his chi was changing subtly. Tong Tian snorted, walked to the front of Premier, and sat down on the first futon on his left. In an instant, the sword chi soared into the sky and then returned. Tong Tian also sat upright like a mountain. In just a few moments, 2 saints had already sat down. Jain was silent. He took a step forward and sat down on the primeval land. Just as Zhuanti was about to say something, he saw a flash of light on the futon opposite him. A woman's figure appeared on the futon out of thin air. For a moment, the light radiated in all directions and was extremely dazzling. The woman with the head of a human and the body of a snake was none other than Her Majesty, Sovereign Nuwa. Although Nuwa did not come in person, there was still a place for her here. The virtual shadow sat down on the futon with a surprised look on her face. Apparently, she didn't expect that there would still be seats available even though she didn't come. She slowly said, everyone, nice to meet you. Everyone greeted her. Then Nuwa's figure disappeared from the futon. However, everyone knew that the futon had already been taken. The excitement in his heart could no longer be contained. His face was flushed and his body was trembling slightly. Even his walking movements were a little out of shape and not nimble. The position of a saint. His lifelong regret. Now he finally had a chance to reunite. Jane looked at Kundi with a sigh. Karma was important, but he still couldn't understand why Zhuanti had given up the seat. Zhuanti smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. Chan Xing had already walked in front of the 5th futon. He took a deep breath and said, everyone, thank you for giving in. As he spoke, he lifted his robe and was about to sit down. But at this moment, a dazzling golden brilliance suddenly appeared on the futon. The golden light formed a shield in an instant and bulged up forcefully, firmly holding Chan Sheng's body. Even with the power of a half-saint, Chan Sheng couldn't sit down. Chan Sheng's embarrassment at this moment simply rose to the extreme in an instant. He couldn't sit down. He couldn't sit down? The opportunity had been given to him, but he couldn't sit down. Who could he blame? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chan Sheng's face flushed red, and his eyes were full of disbelief and unwillingness. He exerted all his power and sat down with all his strength. If he couldn't sit on this futon today, he was afraid that he would become an eternal joke for thousands of years. However, no matter how hard he tried, even if he didn't stop self-destructing and shattering his primordial spirit, it was still useless. The golden light was eternal. It held Chan Sheng in the air, silent and calm. You can't sit down. There's no place for you here. Chan Sheng's eyes were about to split open, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes gradually became desperate. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.